The sound of rain falling in the quiet night fell on the ruined temple. In the quiet rainy night, the neat ranks of the army were moving loudly. Is the home page owner here? I would like to take the liberty of disturbing you a bit. The rain falls into puddles on the water surface, reflecting the gloomy scene of tonight. In front of the temple door, a boy dressed simply stood there thoughtfully, feeling the cold rain pouring down on him. He silently faced the approaching crowd. Thunder rumbled, the crowd silently looked at him without saying a word. The middle-aged man looked at him and thought, why are there people in such a desolate place like this temple? The middle-aged man raised his voice, young master, can you give me shelter for the night to avoid the rain? The teenager stared at him without answering. He looked at them, a little curious, who were these people? He looked at the respectful clasping of hands of the whole group and became even more curious. Even though I was young, they still bowed their hands respectfully with solemn words. Did they think I was a little Taoist taking care of this abandoned Taoist temple? The young man clasped his hands in greeting, thinking to himself, he doesn't look like a bad person. He spoke up to explain, I am just someone who came to stay at this abandoned temple a few years ago. You can stay anywhere you want. The young man glanced back and reminded, however, that hall is the place I am using, so please don't disturb me, please choose another place to rest. The middle-aged man bowed his head in, thanks, thank you very much, the young knight looks so young but is so polite, I will do that. He turned back to instruct his subordinates, everyone heard, quickly move, do not go near the young knight's palace, find another place to shelter from the rain. He raised his voice, do you understand? The subordinates clasped their hands respectfully, yes, the homeowner. Under the rain, the middle-aged man's group dispersed, leaving the teenager alone standing there. The teenager noticed that on the subordinates' shirts there was a glaring word sugar. He thought to himself, so they're all from the same family, I'm a little curious about what kind of people they are, but... Now there was something more important, the man silently and attentively observed the teenager in the rain. The door to the room opened slightly. The teenager walked into the room, he thought, it's time for the kids to have dinner. He walked into the room, smiling happily. He jumped up and down happily, it was time to eat. He approached the jar. He opened the jar, eagerly looking into the jar. In the jar, the teenager is raising some small insects. The teenager was holding a vase, crying, it was almost late, everyone was hungry, right? He opened the lid of another jar. There is a huge spider inside, called the black tiger. This is a tarantula spider that lives in Hainan, China. This is a large spider that can grow up to 20 centimeters, with a characteristic color reminiscent of a black tiger. The teenager picked up a few small insects to feed the black tiger spider, his voice was affectionate. Hey, eat a lot, if it weren't for you guys, I don't know what my brother would have done. The black tiger spider immediately snatched the baby cricket, the young man felt happy, oh, good reaction. The more he looked at it, the more he fell in love with this spider. At first it was only as small as a fingernail, but now it has transformed twice and grown this big. Brother is really happy. After feeding the spider, he turned to look at the other jar, thinking, it's already full. You go to the medicine rack, so next is. He opened the drawer. Inside is an orange-white lizard, this is a king cave lizard, also known as a chameleon. He picked up the cricket and looked at the chameleon with excitement. This is also a native species in this place. The characteristic of this species is the stripes on the body and tail. He held out the cricket to the gecko, his voice was kind. In his previous life, it was very difficult to find and buy you guys because he didn't have a source to import. But here, just by going out, I see you everywhere. My brother really lives for the joy of looking at you. The gecko ate for the cricket the teenager gave him. Not only that, it also leaned on his finger. The teenager shouted, raising his hand and waving it to make the gecko release his hand. The teenager was bitten by a gecko so much it hurt and brought tears to his eyes. He thought, should we call it a past life, that is, before I had this body. He remembered his memories, he used to be a streamer. In his previous life, the teenager was a YouTube streamer, with the aura of a million-follower streamer, a streamer specializing in intense Fabre creatures. And the main topic on the channel is poisonous insects and animals. And the thing is that it was a live broadcast held to celebrate reaching 1 million followers. Titled 10 Most Dangerous Venomous Snakes in the World, among them this black mamba is famous for being the most dangerous because of its aggressive nature. That's why there are many mixed comments online, doubting the authenticity of this video. Fabre looked at the comments on the internet in boredom, and the problem from here, going all the way to Africa to find the black mamba had become a disaster. He told his fans, there was nothing, it really wasn't, the black mamba was not a stray cat at the corner of the street. Fabre tiredly picked up the phone and stood up. Let me rest for a moment and then I'll continue searching. People on the internet said, you just rest, we'll be here waiting. Really, hurry up and continue searching. Fabre scratched his head and lamented, I'm so tired, why haven't I seen it appear for so long? He reached towards the refrigerator without realizing it. There was a snake curled up on the top of the refrigerator, and Fabre was bitten in the blink of an eye. The snake rushed towards him, biting hard on Fabre's hand, making him pale in fear and screaming. Netizens saw this and panicked. Have you been bitten? What number should you call in Africa instead of 119? Because the snake was so poisonous, Fabre fell down and died immediately. Returning to reality, he pulled his hand away from the lizard's mouth, pouting. When he looked for it, he couldn't find it anywhere, but instead he was hiding on the top of the refrigerator. The middle-aged man stood outside his door, pensive. As soon as Fabre returned the chameleon to its original place, the sound of a man from the Tang family was heard outside. Was the young knight inside? Hearing the sound outside the door, he was a bit surprised. Fabre cracked the door open, stuck his head out and asked, what's going on? The man looked at him kindly. We are grateful to have been given shelter from the rain. I wonder if the young knight would like to have dinner with us. The next sentence of the Tang man made him extremely excited. He said, we just hunted a deer. Fabre hesitated. Deer. Just thinking about it brought him to tears of joy. The painful scene of eating snakes and lizards was over. Guys, I'm sorry, he thought happily, all this time I only ate snakes and lizards. He happily and eagerly ran after the middle-aged man. If I could share it with him, I would be very grateful to have a meal. The man smiled and said gently, then let's go. It's still pouring rain outside. The rain passed, the bright moon and starlight hung lazily in the sky. In the courtyard of the Taoist temple, the flickering flames became even warmer. Fabre and the man sat around the fire waiting for the venison to be grilled. He looked at the piece of venison burning on the stove and drooled with craving. The man also noticed his hungry expression. He smiled lightly and said, the meat probably needs a little more time to cook. While waiting, can I ask a few questions? After listening, Fabre realized he was being rude, thinking, oh, I was so busy looking that I forgot my soul. He shyly said, yes, senior, please just ask. The man looked at Fabre with concern. Do you live alone in the mountains in the South China Sea? How old are you? You sound a bit hesitant. Then he stammered and said, maybe around 14 or 15 years old. The man was even more shocked after hearing that, maybe around that age. Knowing that the reason he made up was a bit clumsy, so he had to use another excuse to cover it up. Since the head injury when he was a child, I no longer remember the previous memories clearly, he thought to himself, just have to make a profit to cover it up. The man felt sorry when he heard that. Oh, what an unfortunate thing. He became even more interested in asking him, so have you been living alone here all this time? Fabre hesitantly answered, yes, because I don't have any talent, so I live here catching snakes, skinning them and selling them to make a living. The more the man of the Duong family listened, the more sympathetic he became. Oh my, I'm so young and taking risks, why would I catch a snake? You reassured him, I'm used to it so it's okay. At this time, an older man with white hair and beard came. I have brought my 9th portion first, take this first. When the young man saw the meat, his eyes lit up. He gave the meat to him, smiled, seeing that the young knight seemed very hungry. That's why I said so. The young man was also not polite. Thank you, senior. Fabre held the piece of meat. His face was as happy as a child's. It had been a long time since he had eaten meat. He quickly took a bite. Happily enjoying this delicious piece of grilled meat, Fabre thought to himself, this is truly happiness. The two men looked at him eating like a hungry tiger and laughed loudly. The young knight ate very deliciously. Suddenly the middle-aged man spoke up. Young knight, while eating and listening to what I have to say, he raised his head and looked at him curiously. The middle-aged man said in a serious voice, we are looking for something. Have you seen anything strange around here? The teenager still didn't understand what he meant. He munched his food and asked, is this a strange idea? The man pondered, not knowing if he should say this or not. The silver-haired old man spoke up, the homeowner, this young knight has given me a small favor, can you tell him? The old man's voice continued to ring out, making the young man bewildered. Unfortunately, if he didn't know, getting into trouble would be dangerous. Besides, he lived alone and probably wouldn't tell anyone. The middle-aged man agreed with the old man's words. Indeed, what his father said was very true. The middle-aged man glanced at him. We are looking for a peacock corn with green spots on its body. Fabre heard it in surprise and opened his mouth. Does peacock corn have green spots? In his heart, he didn't quite understand. He wondered, Is peacock corn a centipede? The man nodded. Yes, people call it bar bandcorn. Its size is quite large, so maybe you have seen it before. Fabre widened his eyes. Big size, huh? He cautiously asked. If so, how big? The homeowner pondered. If it was an adult then. He paused for a moment and then continued. Perhaps big enough to swallow the young knight easily. After hearing that, he gasped. His whole body had goosebumps. His face turned pale with fear. He thought it was just a few hundred years ago. He gasped in fear. Who could live there? Why would there be such a big centipede? The homeowner saw him panicking and blamed himself. This young knight seemed to be scared already. At this moment Fabre vaguely realized. So from the beginning this was a different world. The old man stroked his beard and smiled gently. Don't worry, because we're here to catch him. After listening, he excitedly asked, are you planning to take him back to raise him? The two men heard him say that and were stunned. Raising him. The old man stroked his beard and coughed softly. Then he laughed out loud. Raising a barbarian princess sounds interesting, right? The homeowner listened to what he said and was thoughtful. The young knight is really interesting. Then the old man laughed loudly and explained to him, how could we raise that thing? We were planning to use it to make medicine. After hearing that, Fabre was stunned and asked, what? He lost all interest, thought he was a business partner, turned out to be a drug dealer. He indifferently asked, do you really want to do that? The old man clenched his fists, his eyes were determined. Maybe that's why my granddaughter is currently bedridden due to a serious illness. The old man's words shocked him. Only Ngo Kong's Ne Dan, Ngo Kong Ne Dan can save my granddaughter's life, so I'm trying to find her. Fabre has understood the problem. If it's your granddaughter then. The homeowner sadly said, yes, that is my daughter. He held his chin and thought, the baby was on the verge of death, so they wanted to try everything. Even though centipede was not a medicine, but the hearts of the parents could not be different. He looked at the man's sad face and decided, poor divine centipede, but, since he was invited to eat meat, I will help. He bowed his head mysteriously and said, about the peacock. The homeowner heard him speak and quickly turned to ask, have you ever seen it before? The young man said, no, I've never met him. He heard that and said sadly, I understand. But Fabre's next sentence shocked both of them. But even though I don't know what Tan Ba Ngo Kong is. He hesitated, then laughed happily. His eyes were full of confidence and he said, I can guess where it is. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Fabre, even though I died after being bitten by a snake. He rubbed his mouth and smiled confidently, because he was more confident in his knowledge of poison than anyone else. In his head was no different from an encyclopedia of insects. Out of about 8,7 million species of living creatures, about 20,000 were known to be poisonous, and he had stored all their knowledge in his head one by one. Now you just need to remember and select. And his knowledge about centipedes is no exception. His eyes were filled with confidence in his knowledge. As for the poison, it fits in the palm of his hand. Fabre rummaged through his memories looking for knowledge about centipedes. Knowledge circulates continuously in his head. Fabre ponders over the memories he has selected. His eyes sparkled with confidence. He found it. Fabre spoke up to the two men, so if it's a big centipede, I think I know where it is. The homeowner and the old man looked at him incredulously. The homeowner asked incredulously, is that true? The old man also spoke up, if so, where could it be? He rested his chin and thought. Then he looked at the two noble people in front of him and asked, I wonder what area and at what time did you search? Can you tell me? The two men were also surprised to hear his question. After that, the homeowner quickly listed the location for Fabre to hear. We searched in the north and east around here, mainly searching during the day. In the north, we mainly searched along the riverbank. After listening, he understood the problem. I see, he thought, there must be a reason why you guys couldn't find it. He spoke up, so of course it couldn't be detected. Hearing him say that, the two men were stunned. The old man asked, what, of course? The old man asked for the reason. Can you tell me the reason? But Fabre didn't bother to hide it. He cheerfully said, okay. He began to popularize biological knowledge to them, about centipedes belonging to the arthropod class, the multi-legged subclass, the centipede order. Fabre knows their behavior very well. They have a wide range of activity and are ectotherms, so need a hiding place to maintain a stable temperature and humidity. He continued to explain to them, the interesting thing is that unlike most insects that have waterproof membranes, centipedes have a weak waterproof membrane, with breathing holes on the surface of the shell, so they actually don't like places with too much water. And at this time, according to him, the Tang family realized what they were doing wrong. Although they need a high humidity environment, They do not like areas with a lot of water. On the contrary, if there is no humidity, they cannot survive for long. This is a unique characteristic of centipedes. Outside the restaurant's yard, people were still happily grilling meat, but Fabre continued to point them out. So the large-bodied peacock snakehead species, with its large body, most likely would not reside in the jungle or along the river. The old man, after gaining knowledge, sighed helplessly. I couldn't believe it, so the place centipedes like isn't rotten wood. Fabre understood the old man's question, so he spoke up. Some small centipedes can be found in such places. Surely you said it was a large centipede, right? So he analyzed it again for the old man to understand. If its body was big, then fallen trees in the forest or rocks along the river would not be suitable places, because there would be no place for it to hide. At this moment, the Duong family turned to look at each other, their eyes filled with profound meaning. The homeowner turned around and asked kindly, "If I find it in the place you pointed out, I will definitely thank you." Fabre smiled as if he had achieved his goal. He pointed forward and said, "West. You should try looking in the Rocky Mountains to the west." When the Duong family heard his instructions, they raised their heads and looked towards the vast forest to the west. Fabre is extremely confident. Centipedes often rest during the day among heated rocks, and only come out at night. The bright moon illuminates the whole forest. In the quiet night, torchlight flickered and footsteps rustled all night. Duong's family members split up to search everywhere. The homeowner stood on a towering cliff looking into the distance. His eyes looked intently, focusing on observation. After searching, the subordinates didn't seem to find anything, so they approached and asked the homeowner if there was a time when the young knight's words were wrong. When he heard his subordinates say that, his eyes looked a bit disappointed. Is that so? The homeowner flew down and gave the order to rest here today. He fired an arrow to call the search teams to gather. His subordinates quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Immediately after that, arrows were fired into the sky. In the dark night, the arrow signal stands out, attracting the attention of everything. The Tang family's subordinates sat around the fire, complaining, "Oh my God, I'm so tired," hoping the young knight's words will be true. One of them was upset, "Why is this damn centipede nowhere to be seen?" Another person agreed, "It's true, but that young knight seems quite intelligent." But the homeowner still sat quietly in a corner. He remembered his poor daughter, Duong Anhi, who was considered the most outstanding talent in Tang Sect's history. The homeowner said sadly, "Has God really abandoned me?" At this time there was a shout. The patriarch had returned. The patriarch quickly looked up with eyes full of expectation. But the family leaders group also returned empty-handed. The homeowner asked, "Are you back already?" The villagers gathered around the fire. The head of the family asked, "Didn't find anything today?" The head of the house sadly replied, "Yes, father." He sadly asked his father, "Didn't you find anything?" The patriarch mused, "Okay." The head of the family couldn't help but sigh when he remembered his niece's condition. Tang on he could only hold out for a maximum of 3 more months. He didn't know if he would be found within the next 10 days. Having finished speaking, father and son fell into silence. The homeowner said sadly, "Dad, how about we try looking in the south tomorrow, because we haven't found any traces yet." The head of the family also sadly nodded, "Okay." At this moment, the patriarch seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened in surprise and he asked, "Is it nothing?" Then he suddenly patted his head and laughed loudly, "That's right, that's it, why didn't we realize that?" The patriarch said happily, "That's right, this is the place." After listening, the patriarch quickly asked, "It seems like you just discovered something, father." When he heard his son ask, he said clearly, "No, it's just like you said, I don't see any trace or feeling at all." The homeowner was also bewildered after hearing that. "Yes." He smiled, speaking confidently, "Because it was nothing." After hearing this, the head of the house and the servants of the house were surprised and shocked. The head of the house added, "That's why I feel like it's here." The head of the family looked up at the stone mountain and asked, "Have you discovered any traces on this stone mountain in the past 3 days?" The head of the house replied, "No, we have not discovered any traces." The homeowner stroked his beard and thought, whether it was a wild animal's droppings or a sign of territory, but no trace was discovered. Suddenly he also realized this, maybe. The homeowner was happy when he saw that his son understood what he meant. That's right, how could there be no trace of animals on this vast rocky mountain? When the homeowner heard that, he pondered, this is his territory. The homeowner explained further, that's right, so all the surrounding animals had run away, or had become prey for the peacock. He patted his son's shoulder. He encouraged the homeowner, surely Tan Ban Ngo Kong is here. now Anhi can be saved. The homeowner clenched his fists, full of hope, finally. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, making them scared. The people of the Tang family shouted in fear, "Oh, what is this? The ground kept shaking and breaking, the servants panicked, this was. The ground broke into pieces. Then a loud explosion rang out, rocks and soil flew everywhere. The mountain behind them suddenly exploded, large rocks fell down. Seeing this, the homeowner was also scared. What is that? A centipede's leg rushed up from the ground. Seeing a monster, the Tang family's servants were extremely frightened. They were scared and sweating profusely. That. A huge monster rose up, scaring the royal servants. The head of the family also panicked when he saw the monster, that is. The giant centipede crawled out of the ground. Hooves waving as if wanting to attack someone else. And it is Tan Ban Ngo Kong, a huge centipede, bright red eyes staring at the crowd of people disturbing its peaceful sleep. In the temple, Fabre spoke up, it was all chaos. He lay in the room, listening to the chaotic sounds outside and was a little curious. How big was that centipede that made everyone panic like that? He said he was looking for it, but instead it turned the whole mountain upside down. Fabre thought about the strange centipede and smiled with interest, a centipede big enough to swallow him whole. The more I think about it, the more interested I become. Really, I'm so curious. Late at night, quiet. The people of the Tang family have finished dealing with Tan Ban Ngo Kong. The shiny green internal pill is placed in a box. This is the internal pill of Tan Ban Ngo Kong. The head of the family held the internal medicine in his hand and said with emotion that now Anhi can be saved. The servants of the Tang family were also moved and sobbed. The head of the Tang family seemed to be tired after the battle. He said, "Father, please lead the uninjured fighters to Sichuan first." The head of the family was a little confused about what his son meant. What do you mean by that? The homeowner turned his head to look at the temple and said deeply, "If there is kindness, you must repay. If there is hatred, you must repay. Hatred is engraved in blood, gratitude is engraved in stone." The patriarch's words made the patriarch remember, isn't there still work to be done in this place? The old man patted his head in concern. I almost made a big mistake because I was too busy thinking about Anhi. The head of the family nodded and said, "Yes, we should welcome that young knight as an honored guest. If there is something that the young gentleman wishes, let us grant it." The homeowner also agreed with his opinion. "Yes, let the injured warriors stay in the village to recuperate. During that time, let me go see the young knight." He surmised that perhaps the young knight also. "I think the young knight must also be eager to know our news." At this moment, Fabre is being entangled with some small worms. He seems uncomfortable. They moved back and forth on his body. Fabre tried to endure it, sighing, "What should I do about this?" After just one night, Tan Ban Ngo Kong's children hatched, and Fabre reluctantly became their father. The sunlight shines into his clean room. Fabre was sweating profusely, thinking, "When I get home, I wipe the egg clean and put it right next to my pillow." He glanced at the jar, a bit helpless. When he woke up in the morning, he suddenly saw that the babies had already hatched. Tan Ban Ngo Kong's children happily hugged him. Fabre was extremely reluctant. "I had expected them, but I didn't expect them to bloom so quickly." He looked at the little worm rubbing his cheek, feeling thoughtful. Then he pushed them away. "Hey, let's get out of the way for a bit." Fabre had something else on his mind at the moment. The problem was, he tried to grab the little worm that was clinging to him. He didn't know if these little guys considered me their mother or not. They kept clinging to me, refusing to let go. The night before, in the forest, there was a scene of devastation as if a battle had just occurred. Because he was curious about the peacock blue ban, he went to its lair. "This divine insect is big enough to swallow me whole. If I can't endure this, I'm no longer a powerful Fabre." He went to its cave, the secret hideout of the Ngo Kong bar that I was looking for. He went deep into the dark cave. Then Fabre was startled and scared and kicked something away. "What the hell is this?" "A beetle as big as a human fist." The torch fell to the ground. Fabre was tired and fell to the ground panting. He wiped his saliva, so lucky. He looked at his heavy bag and was extremely excited. After all, there were still 3 safe eggs. He groped his way out of the cave, but luckily the rain had stopped, but he almost couldn't save anything. Suddenly he stopped. Then he stood up determined. It was not the time to hesitate anymore. He had to quickly go back to clean up the eggs. "You tie the egg bag tightly, okay?" Then he excitedly said, "My little servants, wait a moment, I will wash you clean soon." Thinking back to that scene, He couldn't help but sigh, even though he hadn't seen a live cornucopia, saving these eggs was still very lucky. After that, he felt a bit tired when he saw these worms clinging to him, but hey, you guys, don't you want to leave me? They crawled out from behind and built a nest behind Fabre's back, making him feel a bit uncomfortable, thinking, even though I know that you don't need to eat until the second molt, so I don't need to worry about food, but it's really awkward to keep clinging to me like this. Suddenly he remembered something. If I go into the water, maybe you guys will automatically leave. He grinned evilly. The little worm looked at him intently. He looked at it and deliberately said, "Then I have to take a bath." The little worm seemed to understand, and his whole body trembled in fear. When the homeowner returned to the temple, the sun was already hanging high above his head. He approached Fabre's residence. Then called out, "Young knight, are you in there?" Seeing that there was no movement inside, he called back, "Young master." It was still quiet inside, which made the homeowner a bit worried. Then he raised his hand to push the door open. As he pushed the door open, he said, "Young master, let me come in." But there was no one inside. He looked around the room to investigate the herbs, jars, and medicine boxes. He looked at them curiously. Could it be that this young knight is skilled in medical arts? What are these things? But he immediately stopped his curious intention. No, wouldn't it be rude to arbitrarily enter an empty room like that? He turned around and left. "I'll come back later." At this moment, a strange sound rang out, making him stunned. He turned around and looked back. This sound was. The screams kept ringing, drawing the homeowner's attention. He approached the jar, his eyes searching. Then he lifted the lid of the jar. What was inside shocked him. This was. Inside was a huge spider spinning silk, he thought with fear, referring to the spider. He looked at the medicine boxes and felt a bit unbelievable. No way. Then he pulled out a drawer. Inside was a chameleon lying there. He was a little panicked. A lizard. The homeowner turned around in fear. In another bin is a species of Coleoptera. In another box is a pile of unhatched eggs. Another box was dried snake skin. He thought with some fear, it was unbelievable. He made a scary guess. Could it be that he was nurturing the poisonous animals and letting them reproduce? And his Tang family is also an expert in this field, but even the Tang family, famous for its expertise in poisons and poisonous animals, only stops at managing and extracting toxins, but cannot find a way to get eggs to breed them like this. He walked out of the room, thinking, just by a small chance, I was able to save the life of my beloved daughter. He remembered that cunning young knight, so the real destiny was the young knight. At this time Fabre has returned. Call the house owner, "Oh senior." The homeowner saw him holding the bathtub and running away. "Oh young master." Fabre saw that he was injured and quickly asked, "How did your arm become like that? Were you injured anywhere else?" Seeing that he was worried about him, the homeowner gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. "It's nothing big, rather what I have to say is." Suddenly he was shocked as if he saw something strange. What is this? Behind Fabre's back, there was a purple smoke coming out, rushing towards him. There was a furry thing stepping out in that purple light. That thing looks like a monster, with hair growing all over its body. He smiled, revealing sharp teeth. The homeowner pushed Fabre back, opening the way for him to escape. He shouted, "Young master, get out of here." Fabre still didn't understand what was going on, quickly asked, "Oh senior." The other guy with a strange appearance, not sure if he was a man or a monster, was rushing to attack them. He jumped, immediately the ground under his feet shattered. He waved his hand, intending to hit the homeowner directly. His hands were red and unusually large. He smiled evilly and attacked him. The homeowner reached out to block his attack. But the difference in strength was too far. He immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. The monster used both hands to attack him. The homeowner immediately flew far away. He clutched his chest, put his hands on the ground, and coughed painfully. The homeowner raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, thinking, a master on par with his father. Even though he couldn't fight him, he was still worried about Fabre, the young knight, and ran away. At this time, the monster caught Fabre and lifted him into the sky. He was grabbed by that guy's neck, lifted up into the sky. Fabre called out with difficulty, "Senior," and that crazy guy was laughing hysterically with joy. He laughed like crazy and shouted, "I heard that the bastards of the Tang family had gone to Hainan, so I came to see, but the son of Man Doc Than Quan is injured and is alone like this." The head of the house clutched his chest, coughing incessantly. "Who is the senior? Why is he bullying that young knight and me too?" He became more and more crazy. strangling Fabre harder. His face was now purple from lack of air. You will know something if you look at my red face and fist. Your father made me like this. The blood killer who carved clouds is me. This name lingered in the homeowner's head, reminding him of the pattern on the wall. It was said that he was poisoned in the head and fell off a coastal cliff. It seems he survived. The homeowner asked for help for Fabre. That little knight has nothing to do with us. Let him go, he shouted, then I will exchange my life with that kid. But the wall doesn't listen. I don't like it. The person who touches me even a little bit will die. The master of the hall gritted his teeth. That devil is finally here. It seems like you have no intention of letting go of the young knight. Sculpting the wall, straining his wrists, Fabre is finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. He laughed loudly and died. Fabre tried to say for help, please. Save me. His eyes gradually lost focus, his breathing gradually lost. At this time, the baby centipedes that Fabre raised have awakened. They crawled out of Fabre's body and rushed at the wall-carving man, attacking him. They bit him hard and many times, shocking him. He gritted his teeth in anger when he saw the baby centipedes trying to bite him. It was a bit unbelievable. What, cornucopia? He let go of Fabre, reached out his hand to grab the baby centipede. Anyhow, corn peacock, it seems like it could be dangerous for us, carving patterns on the wall. But before he could touch the centipede, his whole body was bruised from the poison, and black blood spewed out. Then he fell down, carved the wall and cursed, damn. This made Fabre extremely surprised. The wall pattern fell to the ground. Fabre also fell down in fear, and the baby centipedes were crawling towards him as if waiting for a reward. He looked at the body in fear. God, he was dead. He used his foot to kick him, then asked the homeowner for directions. Is this person a bad person? The homeowner was so surprised that his eyes were wide open. He smiled happily. He was not a distinguished guest, this young gentleman. Fabre used a tree branch to poke and carve the wall pattern, becoming more and more panicked. Was he really dead? Seeing his ability, the head of the Tang family was determined. He had to become a member of the Tang family. A few days after carving, the wall fell down. In Fabre's simple room. Fabre is taking care of the seriously injured homeowner. The homeowner said tiredly, thank you, young master. Fabre is extremely enthusiastic. Can't hesitate any longer. If Dad gives me the money to know where you are staying, I'll go take a look. But after saying that, he felt that it was not reasonable to do so. Well, it's not right to leave the senior here alone, but he can't call the doctor to come. The house owner comforted him. I'm fine, don't worry, I'll be fine after a few days of recovery. After hearing this, Fabre was helpless and didn't know what to say. This old man had shed so much blood and still spoke so calmly. He remembered the image of the homeowner vomiting blood and collapsing but still tried to comfort him. I'm fine. Fabre still can't stop worrying. Please don't say that, his condition is very critical right now. The homeowner still calmly said, it's okay. He tried to comfort him. I am a martial artist. The homeowner's words surprised Fabre a bit. He asked, what? Then his eyes looked a little curious at him. Martial artist. He quickly asked, do you mean martial arts? People who know how to fly and jump, use that magic? After hearing that, the homeowner laughed. Not everyone can do that, but it can be considered correct. Fabre seems to have opened up a new world. It's amazing. It's true that the world here has something different, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to have a centipede the size of a house. He thanked Fabre. After all, thanks to the young knight, I was able to keep my life. It was truly a great life-saving grace, even though it was a bit rude. Let me officially say hello. The head of the Duong family introduced himself. I am the head of Duong Trit, son of Duong Mon Sichuan. Fabre also introduced his name in this world. I am way too long. Duong Trit Sun repeated the name. Tu Long means small dragon. That's a good name. He turned to look at him. He was curious to ask. More than that, I have a lot of things to ask and don't know if it's okay. Tu Long quickly replied. Oh yes, please just ask. Duong Trit Sun heard that and quickly asked. The poisonous creature you are carrying with you is Ngo Kong, right? Tu Long did not hide it. Yes, it is Ngo Kong. It is the larva of Tan Ban Ngo Kong. When Duong Trit Sun heard that, he got up and asked in panic, you said you had tamed the larvae of Tan Ban Ngo Kong. When Tu Long saw him sitting up, he also panicked. Oh senior, please lie down first. But Duong Trit Sun kept asking, where are you? How did you tame him? He scratched his chin and looked embarrassed. Duong Trit Sun continued asking, while waiting for you, I saw that the poisonous insects in here were also raised. Tu Long felt a little concerned, that is. He said a bit shyly, it seems like the story will be a bit long. Do you want to hear it? Duong Trit Sun cleared his throat. It's okay, just say it. Tu Long told the story to Tang Trit's son, then we will start from Tan Ban Ngo Kong's egg. The story is like this. The night was quiet, in the old temple, only the sound of the little dragon telling stories remained. After hearing that, Duong Trit's son's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, do you mean to receive the egg and raise it yourself? Tu Long calmly replied, yes, that's right, I can estimate the day the egg will hatch. The more he listened, the more surprised he became. You say you can know the day the egg will hatch. How? After a while, the little dragon suddenly stopped. Please wait a bit, senior. Then he opened the drawer. He took out a group of animals for Duong Trit's son to see. Do you want to see this? He introduced the lizard to Duong Trit's son. This was a common lizard in the cave, its body had yellow stripes and its tail had white stripes. He held out another lizard, and here again, the ones with large white stripes on the tail were chosen to pair, and the results showed these two characteristic colors. Duong Trit's son looked at the lizards even more surprised. Could it be? He looked at the colorful lizards in the little dragon's hand and asked in surprise, did you say you created this color? After hearing the question from Tang Trit's son, he became even more excited. Yes, isn't it very beautiful? Duong Trit's son listened and swallowed his saliva. Duong Trit's son asked urgently, so if we pair only animals with strong poison, can we create species with even stronger poison? Tu Long was also bewildered after hearing this. He thought to himself, well, in theory it's possible. Then he added, if he knew which one's poison was stronger, of course it would be possible. His words made Duong Trit's son extremely surprised. He emphasized that it was difficult, but Duong Trit's son only hurriedly asked what he was interested in. What was that possible? Seeing him so surprised, Tu Long was also a bit surprised. After that, he immediately invited you to join my family. His invitation surprised the little dragon. Tang Zeshan has issued countless invitations to tempt you. If you join our Tang sect, all martial arts skills will be taught without any regrets. Rare herbs, spiritual herbs, and any type of poison you want will be within reach. Duong Trit's son is full of hope for a bright future when the Duong family is joined by a little dragon. If it were you, perhaps you could catch or raise one of the 10 great poisonous insects of the central plains and the rivers and lakes, if this is not enough to move your heart. Because in order to seduce talented people, Duong Trit's son did not hesitate to bring out his daughter to seduce him. He said, not to brag, but one of the 3 treasures of Trung Nguyen is my daughter. But before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted, wait. Then he quickly turned around and asked, what did you just say? This made Duong Trit's son a bit surprised. Then he laughed loudly and seemed to understand. He was young but also a man. So, my daughter is one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains. But seeing that he asked the wrong way, Tu Long quickly said, no, it's not the type to give conditions like that. His eyes lit up. He asked extremely curiously, the 10 great poisonous insects of the Central Plains, are they as suspicious as Tan Ba Ngo Kong? Duong Trit's son is attracting him even more. Yes, of course it is. He began to explain to Tu Long that Tan Ban Ngo Kong was also very powerful, but it was still a low-level poisonous species, not comparable to the 10 great poisonous insects of the Central Plains. According to his story, the little dragon's imagination drew countless scenarios. Just thinking about it was enough to make him excited. From a centipede as big as a house to a golden frog that sparkled like gold, no matter what you think, the reality will be much more than that. Duong Trit's son saw that Tu Long was a bit different from normal people. It was truly a strange thing. But looking at his excited, starry eyes, he was confident. It seemed like I had succeeded in persuading him. 2 days later, at the Taoist temple, the subordinates of Duong Trit's son hurriedly asked their landlord. He said that the bloody raccoon who carved the wall had appeared. At this time, Duong Trit's son had largely recovered. He calmly told his subordinates that he almost got into big trouble. He did not expect that he would practice martial arts in seclusion and was now at a level almost equal to his father. After listening, his subordinates hesitated as if they wanted to ask something. That. Then they seemed to understand. Wait, then. They excitedly asked Trit's son Street, had the homeowner killed him? Had he reached the realm of 10,000 poisons? Oh, congratulations, homeowner. But Duong Trit's son shook his head to deny that it was not like that. He didn't steal the credit but even said, thank you to the little dragon. It wasn't me who killed him, but this young knight. The servants were also surprised after hearing this. Was it this young knight? Then a guy quickly grabbed Tu Long's hand and asked, young master, right? The subordinates all turned around and bowed their heads to thank him. Thank you, young master, for saving the life of the head of our Tu Shuyan Duong family. I wonder if you are an enlightened person who is eternally young, but Tu Long is a soul from another world. listening to what they say, there are some words that you don't understand. Ha, what is forever young, what? Duong Trit's son quickly spoke up to explain, young master, it seems like there is some misunderstanding, can you show me directly? Hearing the homeowner say that, the servants were a bit bewildered. Then the little dragon pulled out his collar and said softly, come here, kids. They saw a group of people moving around in the little dragon's chest and were extremely surprised. Then a bunch of baby centipedes emerged. When the Duong family's subordinates saw the siege, they exclaimed, oh, isn't it the Ngo Kong? Duong Trit's son corrected what they said, it was the larvae of Tan Ban Ngo Kong, these were the ones who destroyed the wall. After hearing this, they were even more shocked, they couldn't believe that this lovely creature was so scary. What, is their poison safe? Did you manage to tame Tan Ban Ngo Kong? Does a young knight have such talent? Duong Trit's son heard them praising Tu Long and nodded, so I decided to accept the young knight into our family. The young knight said that he wanted to think a little more. Oh, young knight, this is really a good opportunity. Duong Trit's son then lowered his voice slightly, then spoke up. He tested his strength, a blue light surrounded Tang Trit's son's hand. Seeing that his strength had recovered somewhat, he softly said, maybe I should get up, it seems like I shouldn't delay anymore. Hearing that, Tu Long also curiously asked, Senior, is there anything else you want to find? Duong Trit's son heard him ask and was silent. He spoke softly in a tired voice, the blood hand rat carved the wall, the martial art he practiced was the blood hand poison claw, he remembered that cruel monster with terrifying power, this was a terrible evil technique, requiring human blood and marrow to raise his level. After hearing this, Tu Long heard the sight of bones piling up into mountains and was so scared that his face turned pale, it's crazy, what kind of crazy martial arts is this? In the heart of Trit's Sun Street, there is an indescribable worry, if he leaves a secret or has a successor, it must be dealt with to eliminate future disasters, we cannot let that kind of cruel evil act reappear in the rivers and lakes. He clenched his fists, determined to handle this matter, and if anyone is arrested, shouldn't we help them? The servants, after listening, nodded loudly, of course, the homeowner, young master. Duong Trit's son turned to ask Tu Long, young knight, can you give us a hand? After all, he is well versed in the electricity potential of Hainan Island. Tu Long was silent for a moment when he heard this request. He closed his eyes and thought, perhaps becoming a member of the family also meant a job for life. Normally, when working as an intern, it's to observe the company's atmosphere, and by the way, also consider the boss's personality, right? Then he nodded slightly to show that he agreed, I understand, when you recover your health, I will support you fully. Duong Trit's son was also extremely happy to hear his decision, the young knight thought right, Tu Long still remained polite, of course he had to help when saving people. His eyes flashed, Tu Long's mind now had another thought, on this trip I have to find out carefully what kind of place Sichuan Duongjia really is. He rubbed his hands, his eyes showing interest, talented people will often interview the other way around. 3 days have passed since the Iron Mountain old man recovered his body. In order to find the hiding place of the blood Raza who carved the wall, we stopped by the village near the abandoned Taoist temple. Tu Long and the people of the Tang family went everywhere to inquire about the lair of the Van Tuong. We inquired to see if anyone was missing. The old man heard Tiat's son's question and was a little suspicious. Are you talking about missing people? The old man thought for a moment and then told Tiat's son that in the past year, 1 or 2 people had gone missing in the forest. However, there were no cases of disappearances happening regularly. Tiat's son stroked his beard and thought for a moment. After that, he and the people of the Duong family clasped their hands in thanks. Tu Long saw that and also clasped his hands. Thank you for your words. The village chief and the old man also clasped their hands in return. It's okay, it's an honor to help the famous homeowner of the Sichuan Tang family. Tiat's son said goodbye to the village chief and then turned around to leave. Then he said goodbye. The village chief stood behind him and said goodbye to them, hoping he had a safe trip. Although I inquired in many places, unfortunately I could not get any more information. Tu Long, Tiat's son and the Tang family set out to continue their journey. He turned to ask him, is this village no different? Tiat's son stroked his beard, his eyes thoughtful, looking at the fact that he discovered us coming out. I thought he would be around here, it was not easy to find. Tu Long also thought about the same problem as him, it was really strange, how could he not leave any traces like this? He remembered the words that Van Tuong said at that time, what did he say? Then he clapped his hands as if he thought of something. Tu Long turned to ask Tiat's son, did your senior remember what he said when he appeared? He was a bit surprised to hear you ask. I don't remember much, what about you? He was a bit depressed when he heard Tiat's son say that, but then he was hit and flew away, so. He recounted what Tuong Van Tuong said to Tiet's son and the Tang family's people. He said that the Tang family had entered Hainan Island, right? When he heard that, he gasped softly, so what? Qiu Long continued to analyze. If in other words, it means that someone knew about the Tang family's entry into Hainan Island, and reported it to Van Tuong, right? After listening, he suddenly realized something, maybe so. Qiu Long came up with a very good idea to solve their difficult situation. It's simple, we just need to verify where the Tang family went on Hainan Island, based on the appearance. No, if we use the portrait description to inquire, we will find it. Hearing what he said, both Tiet's son and the Tang family were extremely surprised. Then he exclaimed in surprise, oh, I didn't think of that, that's amazing. If the blood Raza sculpting Van Tuong said that, he must have heard the news from someone who saw us. After hearing Qiu Long's initiative, the people of the Tang family felt excited, so it's easy, let's move immediately. They went to a dark and seemingly remote village. The family members, one after the other, followed each other into the village to inquire. A servant of the court looked into the distance, then reported back to Trit's son, the homeowner, according to what he heard at the port on Hainan Island, it was probably that village. After hearing it, he made his own judgment in his heart, it seemed to be the village where the women lived. He turned back and said to his subordinates, let's go to the village and see. According to the young knight's words, perhaps the women here will not be too hostile to us. Listening to his orders, the Tang family's subordinates responded loudly, yes, homeowner. The village is gloomy and desolate. People in the village were lying around everywhere. There is a sad woman weaving fabric. Is there anyone here? Hearing someone coming to the village, the people in the village immediately turned around to look curiously. Trit's son, Qiu Long and the Tang family's subordinates have arrived at the village gate. An old sound rang in their ears. What was the matter with the man coming to the woman's village? An old man with white hair and beard walked towards him, holding the hand of a sick child. Behind him were two thin men. Trit's son and his subordinates clasped their hands and said solemnly, I am the head of the Duong family in Sichuan. The name is Duong Trit's son. The reason we came to this place is. While he and the village chief talked, the little dragon noticed something else. He looked at the pale and haggard looks of everyone in the village. That scene of desolation made him unable to help but exclaim, this village looks so lifeless, the children also look lifeless. Suddenly he seemed to think of something, wait. He looked at the bewildered and spiritless people in the village, feeling extremely strange. What was the condition of these people? Qiu Long looked at the villagers lying everywhere, thinking to himself, could it be that they were all drugged? When the village chief heard Trit's son's question, he quickly denied, I don't know about the disappearance, there is nothing wrong with our village. He looked a little uncomfortable at the family's people, then ordered the guests to be dismissed and go back. Trit's son still tried to linger and inquire, but, it seemed like there were fewer people in the house, but before he could finish his sentence, the village chief raised his voice, this is not something the Han people need to worry about, go back. His unpleasant attitude made Trit's son and Qiu Long feel confused. He turned around and said softly to him, young master, obviously, I heard that the women here are very friendly with men. After hearing this, Qiu Long hesitated a bit, well, that's it. Suddenly the little girl was led by the village chief's hand and suddenly collapsed. Seeing the little girl lying on the ground, the village chief shouted in panic, Ma Tran. Qiu Long and Trit's son were also surprised, have they fallen down? The village chief hugged the girl, cried and said, oh my god, Ma Tre, this can't be done, the only relative I have left is you. Why do even I have this terrible disease? When the village chief and Qiu Long heard the village chief's cries, they were startled. Trit's son stepped forward, offering to help, old man, I know some medical skills, can I help? After listening, the village chief seemed to grasp a ray of hope, medicine, medical skills, is the medical skills of Trung Nguyen. Trit's son looked at the little girl whose face was red from fever and who was having difficulty breathing, and felt sympathy, yes, although I am not a doctor, I do have some understanding of medicine. Can I take a look at the child's condition? The village chief quickly agreed after hearing it, relying on you. The village chief's eyes looked at Ma Tran full of sadness, he seemed to have something to say but didn't dare say it, in fact. He hugged his little granddaughter and quietly told the family about the situation. Some time ago, a strange epidemic began to appear in the village, the children gradually died, and the adults also fell ill. Trit's son patted his shoulder to comfort him, so that's it, let me take a look. The village chief saw that and quickly bowed his head in, thanks, thank you very much, thank you very much. He quickly invited the family members into the village, please come inside quickly, what are you waiting for? quickly bring the doctor and the group inside. The village chief held the child and led the way, everyone quickly followed behind him. Xu Long ran and asked Trit Sun's subordinates, "Does the senior even know medical skills?" When he heard him ask, he replied, "Ah, that's right." He did not hide anything and told Xu Long that our Tang family's martial arts are related to the treatment of toxins, so we are also very proficient in medicine. Furthermore, martial arts start from understanding the body, so we also need to have some understanding of medical techniques. Xu Long was a bit surprised after hearing this, thinking it was just a group of assassins specializing in using poison. If he joined the Tu Shuyan Tang family, in addition to learning terrifying unique martial arts, learning medical skills would also not be bad. The subordinate laughed evilly, said a few words to scare the little dragon. Oh, of course, sometimes he captured the bad guy and injected poison to see the reaction. The little dragon was scared out of his wits after hearing it, experimenting on the human body. He thought about the cold eyes of the Tang family and trembled in fear. That was a bit. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Indeed, they were very scary people. The sky was gloomy and desolate like the fate of the village at that time. The gloom and desolation was like the curse of an epidemic haunting this village. In a tightly closed room, the ghost is lying there, making unpleasant groans. Trit Sun sat cross-legged next to the girl, explaining that first of all, I had injected internal force into my body, preventing breathing. The village chief heard him and bowed his head in. Thanks. Oh, thank you. The village chief patted the girl's head and said sadly, "This is my only remaining granddaughter, please help her." Trit Sun seemed to hesitate or something. He said with a serious expression, "By the way." He looked at the girl, a little hesitant. The pulse was unstable, it was strange. Then he asked the village chief, "Didn't know that since birth, the child's heart was already weak, right?" After hearing this, the village chief became gloomy. He recounted that his illness began to get worse half a year ago. Not only my niece, but many others also began to suffer from debilitating illness. Remembering this disease, the village chief was also helpless. "We call it a terrible disease. Just now we told you to return right from the village gate for this reason." After hearing this, Trit Sun was thoughtful. Tu Long also understood. "Oh, so that's it. Trit Sun is a kind person. Try to think of a way to save this village, sir. First of all, I will prescribe a medicine that is good for the heart. Can you please gather everyone in the village to help me, so I can try it out?" The village chief heard him speak and was moved. He cried non-stop, sobbing and saying, "Thank you, thank you." He said in a grateful voice, "I am very grateful." Trit Sun closed his eyes and smiled softly, as if silently accepting his thanks. Xu Long now has a different view of him. It was late at night, and there was a subordinate calling for Trit Sun, the homeowner. The subordinate walking next to Trit Sun said happily, "You have worked hard to see everyone's illness." He also looked at him and said, thank you, 9 defeats. Jubo also felt sorry for the situation of this village. He asked, "How are the patients' condition?" Trit Sun stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, "That was indeed very strange." He remembered the ghost child's condition, symptoms of weakness and swelling in the eyes, and he thought of the pale and tired appearance of the young man in the village, with unstable angioedema and mild fever. Trit Sun rested his chin in thought. The symptoms were all different, but everyone who was seriously ill had heart problems. He turned around and asked the 9 losers, "By the way, what about Teo Hayep?" He replied, "Well, because Teo Hayep seemed tired after helping everyone so he fell asleep, I put him to rest in the room." Hearing that, Trit Sun also felt a bit worried about him. His body had not yet practiced martial arts, but following us, he must be easily tired. He remembered Tu Long's exhausted state during the day. He had tried his best. He smiled and said, "By the way, I should also visit to see how the young knight's face is." Hearing that, the 9 losers immediately said, "Ah, let me guide you, homeowner." Trit Sun opened the door to Tu Long's room. He stood at the door and watched him sleep soundly. Seeing him sleeping like that, he felt relieved and smiled kindly at him. Suddenly he seemed to see something. He pushed open the door and walked quickly toward the little dragon. Trit Sun raised his hand, intending to hit something. The big, strong hand slammed down hard. The blow landed directly on the little dragon's face, causing him to wake up in pain. He held his red, swollen face and sat up in bewilderment to look at him. He was surprised to see Philosophy Mountain here, senior, and he didn't understand why he beat him. Why suddenly? He covered his face and looked at the mountain in bewilderment. He was so angry that he cried. He gritted his teeth and said, "This." Then I cried in fear, "What's going on, senior? Oh my God, it hurts so much." When Trit Sun saw something, he quickly came forward to explain, "Sorry, I was just trying to catch the bug that was crawling on your cheek. When Tulong heard this, he stopped crying and asked again, "What's wrong? What's wrong with a bug?" Seeing that he had calmed down, he quickly said, "Can you hear me?" He recounted the situation at that time. "I just planned to visit the young master for a bit before resting. Remember that time, he saw a big bug landing on his face, then suddenly a bug flew and stuck on his face, As a member of a family that specializes in using poison, Trit-sun clearly knows the dangers of poisonous animals. In Hainan Island, there are many types of poisonous insects that I don't know about, so they are quite dangerous, so I unconsciously hit one." He raised his hand and showed the beetle to the little dragon. "Look, the beetle is this big." He looked at the dead garlic beetle in Philosopher's hand and was surprised. Wait, why is this beetle here?" A thought flashed in Xiaolong's head. He quickly asked, "Senior, although the patients had many different symptoms, they all had abnormal pulses, right?" Trit-sun saw him ask and was surprised to answer, "Yes." At this time, Tulong clearly understood the source of everything, the cause of the evil disease that was spreading in this village. He pointed at the bug and said, "It was caused by this bug." After hearing that, he was extremely shocked. What? He told him about the origin of this bug, the kissing bug. This is a type of bug that belongs to the true family. It got its name because it often sucks blood around the eyes or lips of sleeping people. Tulong used to be a streamer in the biological world. He knew every animal in the palm of his hand. This species was so agile and possessed that it even sucked blood faster than a mosquito, so it was also called a vampire bug or an assassin bug. He used a towel to wipe the spot where the bug had stuck to his face, explaining to Philosopher that the bug itself is not poisonous, but its stomach is full of harmful parasites, so when bitten by it, people will be infected through its waste. Trit-sun and Trong sat and listened to him in bewilderment. Trypanosomiasis, also known as Chagas disease, is the disease it causes. It is a dangerous species ranked 7th on the list of species that causes the most deaths in humans. After Tulong finished explaining, he quickly turned to ask the village chief. The village chief did not know that the dogs in the village were breathing rapidly, or had symptoms similar to those of humans. When he heard the boy's question, he quickly said, "Yes, could it be due to this bug?" Tulong nodded, already grasping the answer. "Yes, probably sure." The village chief was a bit stunned after hearing this. He quickly asked Tulong, "If so, could my granddaughter be saved?" Tulong pondered a bit and said, "If there is medicine, it is still possible, but..." Seeing him so talented, Trit-sun laughed out loud with joy. He turned around and proudly said to his subordinates, 9 defeats, you see how I look at people, 9 defeats are also happy, indeed, now I have clearly seen the value of young knights." Tulong looked at them with some confusion. Why are these people like this? Trit-sun invites you again, young knight, please join our Sichuan family. After hearing this, you are even more confused. Yes. He continued to invite you, to join our Sichuan family. Tulong was a bit confused, not understanding what his purpose was. Why? Seeing this, Trit-sun also explained to him that there is a type called gu worm, which is called vu ko or dak ko. This type of worm is raised by cruel people in the Central Plains. His face was serious, explaining to him that those evil people let people swallow these insects, periodically causing pain, or using them to control people at will. After hearing this, Tulong opened his mouth in surprise. He could control humans, that was terrible. Trit-sun said seriously, even though it was very powerful, many people in martial arts had to die because of that ancient thing. He kept talking about the horrifying crimes that the ancient worms brought about. People sometimes killed their own children and then committed suicide, or betrayed their families and clans to become slaves to evil people. The more he listened to the village chief, the more panicked he became. He cried and fell backwards. Luckily, there was a 9 defeatist to help him. Oh my god, my ghost. Seeing the village chief so agitated, Trit-sun sighed. Therefore, for a long time, people in the martial arts industry have been trying to create an antidote for that ancient disease. The more Tulong listened, the more bewildered he became. An antidote would make that ancient thing escape his body or dissolve it. At this moment, he seemed to vaguely realize something. No way. Trit-sun crossed his arms over his chest and said loudly, okay, if the martial arts people created such an antidote, where would they do it? The more he talked, the more proud he became. Of course, it was our way out of Sichuan. There was a medicine that could dissolve even fist-sized lumps in the body. So what was the problem with those tiny microorganisms? He took out a red pill as big as an apple from his pocket. No kok dung hot pill. Just a little bit of this pill was enough. Oh no, kok dung hoa pill. Tulong heard the name and marveled. The name of antiparasitic medicine sounded so powerful. He turned to comfort the village chief who was in tears. "So don't worry, old man." They gave the village chief a look that seemed to comfort him. His niece could be saved. As a result, starting with the village chief's niece, the villagers gradually recovered their health. Seeing that their niece was healthy, the village chief immediately hugged her tightly and cried, "Oh my God, so lucky, so lucky." Because they had made a great contribution to the village, the villagers immediately prepared a lavish reception for them. The villagers' warm welcome was an added bonus. Looking at the bright expression on their faces, it seemed that the information about the female clan's optimistic personality was correct. Trit's son patted his shoulder and said loudly, "If the young knight cannot find the cause, it will be difficult, then their benefactor is not me but this young knight." Listening to Trit's son's words, the villagers quickly clasped their hands in gratitude, thanked him profusely. "Thank the little knight very much." The little dragon scratched his head a little shyly. "Oh that," the villagers still continuously, "thank him, the young knight is the benefactor of our village." He turned his head to look at Trit's son. His eyes were a bit shy, even though he was healed by the royal family's medicine. "Mr. Trit's son gave all the credit to me." Long looked at his gentle smile, saw me being appreciated by everyone, looked at the happy day as if it were his own business. He smiled brightly at this warm, happy atmosphere, feeling a little touched in his heart, a little bit. It was really touching. The people of the royal family also loved him very much. They gathered and threw him into the sky. After a while, the bustling atmosphere gradually passed, everyone at the table now focused on eating and drinking. The village chief came closer to Trit's son and said, "That's what you said at the village gate." Trit's son looked at him and asked, "What is that?" Seeing that he was still in the dark, the village chief repeated, "Everyone was looking for that village where someone was missing." When Trit's son saw the village chief mentioning this issue, he was a bit surprised. "Oh, that's true, but why do you ask?" The village chief cleared his throat and whispered, "I wanted to repay the favor, so I did a little research, and heard a strange story." The Tang family also listened attentively to the village chief's words. "In our village, there was a girl who got married from another village, her parents' village, a few years ago." The village chief paused for a moment. His next words made philosopher panic. A strange phenomenon occurred. People in the village gradually disappeared one by one. He looked at his subordinates, exchanged glances, and had a clue. He turned around and asked the village chief, "Where was that place?" The village chief didn't know why Trit's son was in such a hurry. Then, in the west there was a small village. The family's group moved to the village that the village chief had told about. This place was in ruins, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Even from afar, the unpleasant smell wafting from the village made Trit's son feel uncomfortable and cover his nose. The body and servants of his subordinates squinted and looked. It seemed to be there, the home page. Not knowing what he saw, Trit's son panicked and called out, What is this?" Looking at the pile of remains piled up like a mountain, they whispered to each other, chills running down their spines. Dead bodies were lying all over the ground, poisonous animals were constantly crawling everywhere. Even though the people of the Tang family are used to the bloody wind and rain, seeing this scene is still scary. There is also death poison, death shock, the poison that occurs when the body decomposes, chills down the spine. Don't let the young knight see this scene. When Long heard what Ku defeated said, he screamed, "Oh, I saw it all." Suddenly another servant was stunned, looking intently ahead. There was something on the other side. A sharp bird-like claw was swaying there. It's pecking away the snake's head to make a snack. A beautiful bird with bright colors, constantly nibbling on the corpses of this place for food. They felt terrible when they saw it. The subordinate held the stone tightly in his hand and angrily said, "No, that bird can't let the deceased be humiliated anymore." He threw the rock straight at the bird, shouted ferociously, "Get out of here." Trit's son wanted to stop but it was too late. "Hey, wait." The bird was scared by the stone thrown at it. It quickly pulled its head back to avoid it, letting out a shrill cry. It stomped its claws on the ground. Then he spread his feathers and looked fiercely at the Tang family. When he saw that he couldn't handle the bird, he was extremely angry. "No, that damn thing," but Trit's son put his hand on his shoulder, stopping him from doing something foolish. "Stop, something is wrong." The bird raised its wings. It flapped its wings and flew up into the sky, and the feathers immediately fell everywhere. Long seemed to see something scary, his face turned pale. The bird gradually melted into black liquid, flowing down to the pile of bones below. The little dragon was terrified. No, it was melting. At this moment, someone from behind reached out to cover his nose. Trit's son protected him. He shouted, "Everyone get out of the way, that is, bird." The bird flew up and flapped its wings, Each time it flapped its wings, the feathers flying out melted into a black liquid. Trit's son sat cross-legged on the ground. Long and the Tang family's subordinates sat around him. He explained to them about the characteristics of the bird. When its wings are spread wide, it can be up to 5 meters long. Its beak is bright bronze and sharp like a spear. Its body is covered with dark purple feathers. The more they listened to him, the more afraid his subordinates became because they encountered wild animals. When they spread their wings in anger, everything around them turned black and died, turning into poison. Trit's son sat there, calmly explaining, wearing a golden crown on his head, majestic demeanor, worthy of the title of king. People call this species the Occipital or Occipital bird. Long asked with some disbelief, could it be that? He hesitated, excitedly asked, just now, was that one of the 10 great poisons? Seeing that he was excited, Trit's son added, that is the leader of the 10 great poisons, also known as the king of all poisonous animals, the octopus bird, the emperor of the 10 great poisons. It is truly shocking, so powerful. When the little dragon heard it, his eyes sparkled like stars. He remembered the majestic appearance of eagles, poisonous insects, and poisonous snakes on Earth. Compared to them, they really just looked cute. Here, guns were biological weapons flying everywhere. Trit's son crossed his arms, thought for a moment and then spoke. It seemed like he was lured here by a flock of snakes carrying death. It is said that octopus birds only eat the heads of snakes with the strongest poison. Long looked at him a little apprehensively. There, was it an omen? Trit's son met the octopus bird today and felt extremely excited. Surely, in this lifetime, it may not be easy to see the octopus bird with your own eyes. The occipital bird is such a rare species that only once in 100 years will someone see it. When Long heard that, he immediately exclaimed. When he saw that, he voiced his concern. What's wrong, young knight? He thought for a while, then said something that surprised everyone. Could it be that you intend to arrest him? After hearing that, Trit's son also laughed out loud at his crazy idea. Do you want to try to catch it? Young hero and Long nodded, but he was also a little afraid of that bird. That's right, but its toxicity is so strong. Seeing that Trit's son was so interested, he loved him even more. He said softly, this kid seems like you are very interested in the 10 great poisons. If so, there is a way. When the little dragon heard this, he was very happy. Is there really a way? He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. A green stream of true energy swirled around his fist. If he practiced the Tang family's poison technique, his body would become invincible and invulnerable, able to resist even the poison of the occipital bird. In this world, only our Tang family's martial arts can stop that type of poison. Having come to this point, Trit's son still did not forget to entice him. He looked at him with meaningful eyes. But what can we do? Because our clan does not teach family secrets to outsiders. No matter how much I want to help the young knight, as the head of the family I cannot break the family law. Long's mind at this moment only remembered that dotted bird. If the younger generation became a member of the Tang family, would he be able to learn? And if he reached the level of 100 poison invulnerable world, could he really resist the poison of the octopus bird? Of course, Trit's son has no shame in seducing children. If the young master decides now, I will not hesitate to teach him with all my might. Of course, the introduction ceremony will also be completed. After hearing this, Long looked at Trit's son with admiration. The surrounding servants were also speechless when they saw their homeowner like that. Trit's son held a lock of hair in his hand and smiled sinisterly at him. But if the young knight still hesitates for too long, then I have to think carefully, right? Long was so angry that his face turned red. Damn it. After that, he could not resist the charm of that bird, so he agreed with philosophy. Son, I agreed, became a member of the family, looking forward to the day of teaching. Old man, no, sir, when you achieve your goal, you stroke your beard and laugh loudly. Really, very good. He stood up, looked at him with kind eyes and patted his shoulder. From now on, he will forever be a member of the family. This place where poisonous gas spreads and is as gloomy as hell is the place of the blood-stricken Raza Santhak Van Duong. There are still clear footprints on the ground. After reconnaissance, he returned to report to the homeowner. In his hand he held a book. He gave it to Philosophy Mountain. It was located deep inside the cave. Trit's son opened the book, looked at the words written on it and was shocked. These words written in blood were indeed the secret of the missing poison ancestor. Long heard it and quickly asked, were the words written in blood? Trit's son put the secret book in his shirt, turned around and said, let's go back. Long saw him leave and called after him. Are you planning to go to Sichuan? That's what we have to do, to get Tan Ban Ngo Kong's Na Dan and the secret recipe. He asked a little worriedly, so can you stop by the Taoist temple for a bit? I want to let my friends go. Trit's son agreed immediately, okay, I will also prepare your luggage for you. After that, Trit's son and the Duong family left, so let's go. I left. Tulong even turned back to look back. Suddenly something surprised him. That thing emitted a sparkling light, the little dragon pointed at it and shouted, there was something there. The 9 losers saw him shouting in surprise and turned around. What do you mean? The crowd of people gathered to watch, they were stunned. This. On the ground, a purple feather radiating light is lying still on the ground. These are the feathers of an octopus. Trit's son wore gloves and approached the bird's feather. He carefully picked up the feather to examine it. He gently put it in the box, and said to Tulong, consider it a gift to celebrate you becoming a member of the family. It seems like you are very interested in it. Tulong heard this and was very happy. Thank you, old man. No sir. Trit's son turned his head, he looked at him with deep eyes full of meaning. Everything was good, it's just that I don't like this form of address very much. He cleared his throat and turned away, saying meaningfully, maybe we can change the way of calling to suit after the twinning ceremony. Tulong was a bit bewildered when he heard what he said. It's formal, like an initiation ceremony. At the same time, at the Tang family in Sichuan, the servant of the Tang family quickly supported the head of the house. Dear head of the house, the head of the house is not here. The one who started first has finally arrived. Even though he was extremely tired, he still tried his best. Hurry up, how are you doing? Knowing that the homeowner was worried, they quickly helped him run away. Yes, she still had her life, he immediately ordered, quickly go to Anhi. The room door was slightly open. The homeowner pushed open the door, worriedly calling out his niece's name, Anhi. Everyone around saw him coming back and shouted in alarm, Your Majesty. Anhi's mother anxiously stepped forward. Father, he understood her worry, turned to reassure her, daughter-in-law, I have brought the medicine here. He gave the box containing the internal pill to her. This is Tan Ban Ngo Kong's internal pill. Anhi's mother was so happy that she cried, Sir, you have succeeded. Everyone gathered around Anhi. The patriarch took out the internal pill for her to use. Her face turned purple, and she breathed out weak intermittent breaths. Seeing his nephew like that, the head of the family was extremely sad. Anhi. He held the pill in his hand, turned back to look at his daughter-in-law and said, I was almost in danger. Luckily I was able to get there in time, but the lady seemed extremely impatient at this time. Father, quickly give me the medicine. He put the medicine near his niece's mouth. After eating the pill, Anhi's whole body was enveloped in a gentle green light. The Supreme Patriarch picked up her hand and placed 2 fingers in her palm. He transmitted internal energy to Anhi continuously without stopping. The lady looked at her daughter worriedly, silently praying to wake up quickly. Everyone at the Tang family is worried about you, Anhi. Blue light like thin smoke continuously spread throughout the room. Tulong was tired and exhausted, sitting behind a member of the Tang family. I heard that the central plains were very vast, but I didn't expect it to be this vast. They moved non-stop. Tulong was exhausted and had to let Ku Bo carry him on his back. From Hainan, took a boat to Hongqiao, after passing Nam Nin, ending a month-and-a-half long journey. Traveling day and night, finally, we arrived at Sichuan. Magnificent mansion. Tulong looked at the huge house and opened his mouth in surprise. Jubo introduced, this is the Tu Shuyan family, young Hayap. Tulong couldn't believe his eyes, this is it. They stopped in front of the family's main door. Jubo spoke up, this whole mountain belongs to Duong Jia Si Shuyan, so this mountain is also called Duong Jia Sun. Looking at the vast campus, Tulong gently swallowed his saliva. Seeing that the homeowner had returned, the family members rushed out to greet him. Tulong panicked when he saw so many people. Seeing this large number of people, he was a bit surprised. Were all of these people from the Sichuan family? He couldn't help but exclaim, the crowd was terrible. Right now the last person in the line was a girl in a red shirt. She ran like flying towards them. The girl ran and shouted, Father. Seeing that his daughter was safe, Trit's son was extremely moved. Anhi saw that her father had returned and burst into tears. She ran like flying towards Philosophy Mountain. Tulong saw her face and blushed slightly. When Trit's son saw her healthy again, he was happy. Anhi, are you feeling well again? She hugged her, tears of joy and happiness kept falling. Father, I'm sorry. Philosophy's son hugged his daughter, concerned and asked about her. Anhi, is your body okay? Tulong looked at Anhi and exclaimed, oh my God. Looking at her beautiful face, he couldn't believe his eyes. Is this appearance real? I've worked with celebrities in my past life, but this. He looked at her with a bit of admiration. This is actually the first time I've seen someone escape such aura. At this time, Trit's son immediately introduced Tu Long to Anhi. I have someone to introduce to you. He also introduced Anhi to you. Tu Long, this is my daughter, Duong Anhi. I remember what you said. What did you say to me? Tu Long was a little confused and asked again. The smell of grass, the scent of grass. After hearing that, Anhi froze. Grass. Trit's son seemed to understand what he said. He patted his daughter's head and said, that's right, weed. Anhi still doesn't understand what's going on. Trit's son looked at him with affectionate eyes. This is weed. Anhi and Tu Long looked at each other, both a bit embarrassed. He remembered the conversation he had last night with him. My daughter, one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains. His voice still echoed in his ears. No, not those weeds. Anhi has a stunning beauty that touches people's hearts. She is called Dak Hoa Duong Anhi, the only female of the Sichuan Tang family. From an early age, she has had a heartache that is hard for anyone to understand. Anhi hid behind the wall, eavesdropping on a few elders gossiping about her. Her talent was still unclear. Wasn't her appearance so outstanding that she was called one of the 3 beauties of the martial arts world? They frowned, seeming very dissatisfied with her. Just need a nominal son-in-law to be reasonable. I said that we should add concubines. I don't understand why the homeowner objected. Anhi heard what they said and was extremely angry. She gritted her teeth and tried to hold back her tears. No, her mother and father were not wrong. Because of their prejudice, Duong Anhi wanted to prove her bravery to the elders in the family. From then on, she practiced diligently. By perfecting her family's martial arts, even though she was not a man, she could still do many things for the family. As the saying goes, being impatient will only lead you astray. That impatience created a demonic mind. And Anhi's efforts were counterproductive. That demonic mind had turned into an obstacle to enter the demonic state. Anhi was repelled, painfully spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned gray as if he had been poisoned. After eating Tan Ban Ngo Kong's Na Dan, Anhi regained consciousness. She was startled to see that she was surrounded by people from the royal family. Her mother looked at her, so happy that she cried. I survived, Anhi. She looked at her mother, sobbing, calling, Mother, what should I do? Her tears flowed like a stream, all her self-pity and anger just flowed out. She sobbed, I'm sorry mother. She tried to wipe away her tears, thinking helplessly, that's it, I once wanted to become a useful person for the family. I have lost all my inner strength. The old man reached out to hold her hand. This little girl. He seemed to see through her thoughts. Are you guilty for making your father and grandfather suffer? You have reached the level of 100 poisons you always wanted. He encouraged her to stop crying and be happy. Anhi was stunned as if she couldn't believe her ears. Oh, is it true? She raised her hand. A beam of green light radiated in her palm. Then the green light immediately spread out in all 4 directions. Anhi looked at it bewilderedly. She was surprised, turned around and asked her grandfather, Grandfather, this is, the old man seemed to be thinking about something, telling her, Anhi, I had something to tell you before. He smiled happily and told about Tu Long, who not only saved his life, but also helped him achieve the inner strength of heavenly poisons that surpassed hundreds of poisons. It was the story of a mysterious young knight. Anhi looked at the little dragon, a bit bewildered. The grass is long. Everyone laughed and teased this shy young man and woman. At this moment, Tu Long felt scared, lost, fascinated with the 10 great poisons and dared to call the young lady of a big family a weed. Reflect on yourself, the me of the past. He was a bit shy, clasped his hands and greeted Anhi respectfully. The homeowner really knows how to joke. It's a pleasure to meet you, miss. I am way too long. He asked after her, heard that she used to be sick. Now seeing her healthy like this is really lucky. Anhi was a bit surprised to see him like that. Right, She clasped her hands in response, very pleased to meet him. She introduced herself. I am Dak Hoa, Duong Anhi. Thank you for saving my life, Dak Hoa. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. Tu Long was so captivated by her beauty that he was completely stunned. So beautiful. Trit's son saw the look on his face and excitedly transmitted the sound to him. Seeing that, Tu Long heard a voice in his head and turned to look at him in surprise. What? There is a voice in my head. This is sound transmission. Philosopher's eyes looked at him meaningfully. Even though they were just weeds, they were still beautiful. He tried to inquire about the thoughts of Tu Long and buying on flower. Do you want to try picking it? He heard Trit's son ask a little shyly. The scene seemed to stop. In the room, the lights were bright. Tu Long soaks in hot water pool. The larvae of the corn peacock also sleep lazily in the pot. Long lamented tiredly, he would die. He turned his head, paying attention to the group of larvae. He looked at them with gentle eyes. Normally he didn't cling to me all day. Long thought in his head, hot water is not good for the body, do you want to go into the water tank for a while? But it seemed like the larvae understood what he meant, he thought to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately crawled in, as if understanding the words, so strange. He leaned against the bathtub, looked at them intently, and seemed to understand a part of the words. According to the old philosopher, it seemed to react with murderous intent. He smiled and talked to them, staring at their naked bodies like this made people feel embarrassed. As if understanding what he said, they immediately retracted their heads and necks. Long found it even more interesting to see that, these guys are really. He leaned against the edge of the tub and said, the old 9 losers once said that the public corns were mascots, we had to ask later what the mascots were. Suddenly he seemed to remember something. He remembered Trit Sun's meaningful words in the afternoon. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he became. Old Thatch Sun's words kept echoing in his head, making it impossible for me to calm down. The flowers are really beautiful, do you want to try picking them once? Long had an idea, he had to leave here quickly. Early the next morning, at the Tang family's mansion, Anhi and her mother sat opposite Philosopher's Son and the head of the family. Trit Sun spoke up, so we'll arrange for the guest room to be in the east room. Hearing his son recount the situation, he found it a bit unbelievable and asked, does this young knight have such talent? Trit Sun was very pleased with Long, constantly praising him. Yes, we thought we had a chance, but that chance was not, thanks to the help of the young master, but the young master himself. He thought back to the strange stories surrounding the little dragon. This person's knowledge of poisonous animals was extraordinary, not to mention he was able to kill the cloudy waterfall, and even met the legendary mascot like the octopus bird. Trit Sun's joking words made Anhi and her mother gasp in surprise. It was said that the young knight even hatched Tan Ban Ngo Kong's eggs himself. The old man heard this and laughed out loud. I really didn't expect to miss such a treasure. Trit Sun was also extremely happy to have received talented people. That's right, father. He called out. She was a little startled when she heard him call. He spoke up to ask what she meant. I want to accept this young knight as my son-in-law. What do you think? He was a bit confused and asked again. Do you mean you want this young knight to be your son-in-law? She was a little hesitant, if it was her son-in-law. Seeing her daughter hesitate, her mother looked at her a little worried. She pondered for a long time, still not responding to her father. He is a bit confused. Now that I have overcome the 100 poisons and entered the realm of the heavenly poisons, I want to prove that I can help the family even more. She spoke up, her words surprised Philosophy's Son. I am also a member of the royal family, I understand what you mean when you say that. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up, but it seemed like she was very upset when she saw her father arbitrarily planning a marriage for her. She sobbed, whether that lack of commitment was really worthy of you or not, you have to verify for yourself. After speaking, she turned around and ran out. Her father and grandfather looked at her back somewhat helplessly, and her mother was extremely worried. Trit Sun is worried that his daughter will cause trouble for Long, so be careful. No matter how beautiful the flower is, it also carries sharp thorns. At this time, the silver flower ran away from the room. She felt very resentful of her father's decision. She kept running as if she wanted to run away. She was both frustrated and felt unwilling. Now I can aim for the body of the heavenly poison. If I stop here I will not be able to be recognized by the elders in the family. Long is sitting and relaxing, not knowing that he has fallen into Anhi's sights. I will carefully check his qualities and virtues to make them clear. He looked at the sky and sighed. What should he do? Long said a little dejectedly, it seems like he made a bad impression on the lady of the big family. He touched the larvae, helplessly asking them, what should your father do? I don't know. When Anhi came from behind him, she called out to him, startling him, young hero. Long saw her running to find him and was a bit surprised, missing Anhi. She was out of breath after running a long distance. Please be a little polite, young lady. Afraid he wouldn't agree, she quickly said, I'm in a bit of a hurry, can you lend me your hand for a bit? Even though he didn't understand, the little dragon still reached out his hand. Ah, yes, lady. He was a bit embarrassed, his hand reached out but he pulled back. That. His hands awkwardly touched each other. The little dragon blushed and turned away and said, I don't know what you're in a hurry for, but maybe things like this are better left until we're closer, right? The more Long talked, the more embarrassed he became. This matter had to have procedures. The more Anhi heard, the more confused he felt. What do you mean? After a while, she seemed to understand his shame. She blushed and explained, "No, it's not like that, what are you talking about?" After hearing this, Tu Long breathed a sigh of relief but felt a bit lost. Anhi and Tu Long looked at each other shyly. She sighed, her face a little red. "Seeing that you misunderstood me," Anhi quickly explained, "it's not what you think, I just wanted to check your pulse, maybe because I suddenly asked you to give me your hand, you misunderstood." Tu Long felt a bit embarrassed when he saw that he misunderstood. "Ah, so that's it, because I didn't know." She sat down next to Tu Long, making him a bit shy. "First of all, I want to apologize to you, I appeared too suddenly and behaved rudely." Anhi turned to look at Tu Long and assessed, "You still look very young, not yet a teenager, but you seem to be a thoughtful person, so I will explain what is going on." Tu Long shyly scratched his head. Okay. After that, Anhi immediately told Tu Long about his life story, making him gasp in surprise. Tu Long listened to what she told him and could only admire. What he heard next was like the content of a common historical movie. According to Anhi's story, a sketch of the Tang family's balance of power gradually appeared. As the only direct descendant, she was constantly subjected to cunning plots from the subordinate families, so to ensure the family's continuity, the elders decided to recruit a talented son-in-law. Tu Long listened and pondered a bit. They even considered how their position in the family would change if they went there. Anhi finished speaking. She looked intently at the ground, then spoke up later. "So I wanted to apologize first, but there is something I need to confirm with you." She felt a little embarrassed, stroked her hair and said, "Even if things don't go as expected, I have no intention of mistreating you. You are my benefactor, so of course we will treat you like an honored guest, no, like sworn brothers." Suddenly, Tu Long reached out his hand, causing Anhi to startle and panic. He laughed, "I understand what you mean, feel free to confirm whatever you want." Seeing him so comfortable, she was a bit surprised. She placed 2 fingers on his pulse, trying to probe. "Okay, then let's begin." She used her strength, a green aura radiated to surround her. Anhi closed her eyes, concentrating absolutely. She spoke up to explain to Tu Long that the martial arts of the Tang family is not something that everyone can comprehend. Some people can absorb poison into their bodies and master the martial arts of the Tang family, while others cannot do it at all. Anhi explained the cultivation system and levels for him to understand. So the Tang family's poison skills require a person to slowly adapt to different types of poisons as his internal strength gradually increases, must accept everything in order to reach the level of mastery. She kept checking the little dragon's pulse and examining his physical condition. After a while of probing, she spoke up, "Luckily your body can learn poison skills, but..." A little hesitant, she turned to look straight into the little dragon's eyes. It was only a body of 10 poisons, which meant that his body could only withstand 10 types of poison. For someone not from a Tang family, having the 10 poisonous limbs is already very powerful, but, Anhi still continued talking. Her words made Tu Long stand still in surprise. She stood up, her eyes were a bit sad. "In fact, considering your overall strength, you can only be considered a first-class martial artist, which is the highest level that a person with no natural talent can achieve." Anhi turned around, bowed her head to greet him. "I'm sorry, then I'm going." Tu Long also stood up to see her off. "Okay, take care." Anhi turned around and left. He clasped his hands and bowed his head to say goodbye to her. Everyone's heart was filled with a heavy thought. After listening to Anhi's words, Tu Long was a little disappointed. He had the body of 10 poisons. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like lightning had struck him. Does that mean I can't catch the occipital bird? For Fabre, this is a very serious problem. Anhi finished showering and stepped out of the bathtub. Her face turned red from the heat of the steam. She gently stroked her hair and sighed. She raised her hand and sniffed her body, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Since she absorbed Tan Ban Ngo Kong's internal medicine, why does her body keep giving off this strange scent? I even shower a few times a day. After showering, she dressed neatly. Thinking of Tu Long, her heart felt heavy, wondering if it was because she spoke ungratefully to her benefactor that she was punished. But at this moment, Tu Long's heart was not bothered at all. He was still sleeping with his tongue crossed as usual. In the dream, the little dragon looked bewildered at the person in front of him. "I am very grateful for your endless kindness." In the dream, Anhi was kneeling, crying and thanking you, thanking you, my benefactor. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Am I dreaming? But as if hearing his heart, Anhi shook her head and said, "No, maybe you will feel like this is like a dream, but it's not." At this time, Anhi in the dream spoke up to clarify his identity. I only borrowed the appearance of this girl, who was also the one who swallowed my internal pill, to avoid making you panic. I am the mother of those children, Tan Ban Ngo Kong. The more Tu Long listened, the more confused he became. Ha, Tan Ban Ngo Kong. Suddenly, there were a few little girls running around his feet. Oh, you guys scared me. Since when were you here? He looked at the adorable little girls in front of him, thinking, so are these children her children? Are they all girls? He knelt down, looked at her and asked, but, how did everyone appear in my dream? Tan Ban Ngo Kong was a bit hesitant. Then it recounted in a hateful voice, I was brutally murdered, leaving behind my children. This hatred of mine has reached the sky, and my soul has remained in the internal pill. Because he died so suddenly, he deeply hated the person who murdered him. While I cursed having to stay inside the body of the girl who had absorbed my inner pill, the opportunity for me to resolve this feud has come, allowing me to appear in your dream. Tan Ban Ngo Kong looked at Tu Long and said in a grateful voice, it's all thanks to you for bringing my children along, my benefactor. Tu Long now understands everything clearly. I understand, after all, I was the one who revealed her location to others. He looked at Tan Ban Ngo Kong, feeling extremely guilty. I didn't mean it, but, after all, I was also involved in Tan Ban Ngo Kong's death. Anhi and Tu Long looked at each other shyly. She sighed, her face a little red. Seeing that you misunderstood me, Anhi quickly explained, it's not what you think, I just wanted to check your pulse. Maybe because I suddenly asked you to give me your hand, you misunderstood. Tu Long felt a bit embarrassed when he saw that he misunderstood. So that's it, because I didn't know. She sat down next to Tu Long, making him a bit shy. First of all, I want to apologize to you, I appeared too suddenly and behaved rudely. Anhi turned to look at Tu Long and assessed, you still look very young, not yet a teenager, but you seem to be a thoughtful person, so I will explain what is going on. Tu Long shyly scratched his head. Okay. After that, Anhi immediately told Tu Long about his life story, making him gasp in surprise. Tu Long listened to what she told him and could only admire. What he heard next was like the content of a common historical movie. According to Anhi's story, a sketch of the Tang family's balance of power gradually appeared. As the only direct descendant, she was constantly subjected to cunning plots from the subordinate families, so to ensure the family's continuity, the elders decided to recruit a talented son-in-law. Tu Long listened and pondered a bit. They even considered how their position in the family would change if they went there. Anhi finished speaking. She looked intently at the ground, then spoke up later, so I wanted to apologize first, but there is something I need to confirm with you. She felt a little embarrassed, stroked her hair and said, even if things don't go as expected, I have no intention of mistreating you. You are my benefactor, so of course we will treat you like an honored guest, no, like sworn brothers. Suddenly, Tu Long reached out his hand, causing Anhi to startle and panic. He laughed, I understand what you mean, feel free to confirm whatever you want. Seeing him so comfortable, she was a bit surprised. She placed 2 fingers on his pulse, trying to probe. Okay, then let's begin. She used her strength, a green aura radiated to surround her. Anhi closed her eyes, concentrating absolutely. She spoke up to explain to Tu Long that the martial arts of the Tang family is not something that everyone can comprehend. Some people can absorb poison into their bodies and master the martial arts of the Tang family, while others cannot do it at all. Anhi explained the cultivation system and levels for him to understand, so the Tang family's poison skills require a person to slowly adapt to different types of poisons as his internal strength gradually increases, must accept everything in order to reach the level of mastery. She kept checking the little dragon's pulse and examining his physical condition. After a while of probing, she spoke up, luckily your body can learn poison skills, but... A little hesitant, she turned to look straight into the little dragon's eyes. It was only a body of 10 poisons, which meant that his body could only withstand 10 types of poison. For someone not from a Tang family, having the 10 poisonous limbs is already very powerful, but, Anhi still continued talking. Her words made Tu Long stand still in surprise. She stood up, her eyes were a bit sad. In fact, considering your overall strength, you can only be considered a first-class martial artist, which is the highest level that a person with no natural talent can achieve. Anhi turned around, bowed her head to greet him. I'm sorry, then I'm going. Tu Long also stood up to see her off. Okay, take care. Anhi turned around and left. He clasped his hands and bowed his head to say goodbye to her. Everyone's heart was filled with a heavy thought. After listening to Anhi's words, Tu Long was a little disappointed. He had the body of 10 poisons. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like lightning had struck him. Does that mean I can't catch the occipital bird? For Fabre, this is a very serious problem. Anhi finished showering and stepped out of the bathtub. Her face turned red from the heat of the steam. She gently stroked her hair and sighed. She raised her hand and sniffed her body, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Since she absorbed Tan Ban Ngo Kong's internal medicine, why does her body keep giving off this strange scent? I even shower a few times a day. After showering, she dressed neatly. Thinking of Tu Long, her heart felt heavy, wondering if it was because she spoke ungratefully to her benefactor that she was punished. But at this moment, Tu Long's heart was not bothered at all. He was still sleeping with his tongue crossed as usual. In the dream, the little dragon looked bewildered at the person in front of him. I am very grateful for your endless kindness. In the dream, Anhi was kneeling, crying and thanking you, my benefactor. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Am I dreaming? But as if hearing his heart, Anhi shook her head and said, no, maybe you will feel like this is like a dream, but it's not. At this time, Anhi in the dream spoke up to clarify his identity. I only borrowed the appearance of this girl, who was also the one who swallowed my internal pill, to avoid making you panic. I am the mother of those children, Tan Ban Ngo Kong. The more Tu Long listened, the more confused he became. Tan Ban Ngo Kong. Anhi heard Tu Long's bold words and felt embarrassed. She asked a little embarrassedly, did the young knight know what he was saying about this? Tu Long looked at her with serious eyes full of determination. Then naively said, I don't know. Anhi heard his words and was speechless. Anhi whispered, as if telling himself, that path would indeed be extremely arduous and difficult. It could take 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime to pursue. Tu Long listened to her and was dumbfounded. Is it that serious? The more Anhi talked, the more embarrassed she became. Her face turned red. She covered her face in shame. She shyly covered her face and said, okay, young knight, little dragon, I heard that the young knight's age is only 15, in 3 years, until the young knight becomes an adult and is old enough to celebrate the wedding. Tu Long listened to her and was bewildered. In those 3 years, if the young knight successfully subdued one of the 10 great poisons, he would probably gain everyone's absolute trust. The more Anhi spoke, the more embarrassed she became. She poked her 2 fingers together, stammering, so, if the young union succeeds, the possibility of achieving the goal is very high. About the wedding, I mean. Because she was so embarrassed, she stood up and said loudly, startling the little dragon, well, no matter what, I will wholeheartedly support the young knight. After that, Anhi immediately ran away. Okay, I'm going. Tu Long also looked dumbfounded when he saw that. Tu Long called after him, Miss Hoa, and Anhi heard him call and turned around in embarrassment. Maybe the young knight still has something to say. He patted the place next to him, returning to today's main topic, which is, about needing treatment, even if it's just staying for an hour. Miss, please try to stay and then go. Anhi was a bit disappointed and turned back to him. Tu Long did not pay attention to her fiery red face. He cradled the larvae in his hand. Don't worry, our babies absolutely will not bite people. He looked at them, lovingly said, come on, babies. Tu Long said without any hesitation, not listening to his father, why do you want to go talk to your mother? Anhi heard what he said and was startled. She hesitantly asked again, what about dad, mom? Tu Long also realized that he was careless and quickly explained, no, that's not it, that's not what I meant. Trit's son sat in the chair, with a bit of a headache, and said to his wife and father, it seems that the young knight's talent has not yet been able to move our daughter's heart. The head of the family asked his daughter-in-law, have you seen this morning? It seems like there is something shady between the two of them. The lady is a bit confused. It seems that the young knight has been rejected by Miss Hoa and father. The head of the family rested his chin and thought, okay. Then he spoke up, coughing that forcing the wedding was probably unreasonable. It would be better to let the two people's feelings grow naturally. At this time, the lady suddenly came up with an idea. She said to Trit's son, why don't Hoa and assign the job of instructing the young knight's martial arts to Hoa and let's meet often. Maybe we will develop feelings. After listening, he also nodded at what his wife said. It was not a bad idea. The head of the family stroked his beard. His eyes seemed to be thoughtful. Then I will ask the master to find out whether it is possible to grant the favor from the hair removal fairy. If there is a chance, it can close the distance between them. Trit's son also sounds a bit surprised, but about that, the Grace Flower is not very enthusiastic. Father, I am afraid it is not right to expect too much. But maybe the patriarch has already exhausted all options. Let's try. Trit's son also sighed, it can't be helped. No one knew. At this time Anhi was standing outside the door. She spoke softly, Father, little girl Hoan would like to pay her respects. Trit's son was a bit surprised to see her coming. Hoan, her mother was also a bit curious, why did she come here at this hour? He said in a serious voice, come in. Anhi opened the door and slowly walked in. When entering the room, Anhi seemed extremely surprised. She was a little startled and stammered, everyone turned out to be here together. Her strange attitude made the three of them feel confused. She timidly stepped forward and said, Child, I came here because there was something I wanted to talk about. When Trit's son saw that his daughter had something to say, he was a bit surprised, something to say. When mentioning this issue, Anhi blushed and hesitated, Son. After a long time, she mustered all the courage to speak her heart out, I will do as my father told me. Seeing her change in attitude, Trit's son exclaimed in surprise, Oh. He found it hard to believe and asked again, the words I said, what do you mean? Anhi came to her mother, hesitantly said, that thing is, her mother also found it hard to believe the change in her daughter's attitude. Is it possible that the young knight too long has caught your eye? Hearing her mother's question, she was embarrassed and speechless. Seeing her expression, her parents immediately understood, her mother clapped her hands happily, her father also became excited, oh why so suddenly? It was obvious what you said before that you didn't like it. Hearing her father's question, Anhi became even more embarrassed, she poked her two fingers together, faltering. Pausing for a moment, Anhi recounted the story to her parents with an extremely happy expression. Because of her, the young knight promised to become the first in the world, the one who made such an oath. Her mother was even more satisfied with this son-in-law after hearing it, and her father also found it hard to believe. What, the first in the world? He became more and more satisfied with the son-in-law he had chosen. He asked in detail, could you explain that matter a little more clearly? Anhi was a little embarrassed to tell, even though the innate talent is only in the top 10 unique body parts. Because of me, young Hayop swore to conquer all 10 types of poison to become 10 great poisons. Young Hayop promised me, Anhi awkwardly recounted, her father and grandfather's eyes lit up with joy. The two of them laughed loudly, the head of the family could not stop praising, ha ha ha. What a great poison, that kid is really arrogant and does not know the height of the sky and earth. Seeing Tu Long sacrifice for his daughter like that, Anhi's mother was also extremely happy, oh my god, is there such a person in this world? She spoke up and confided to her mother, although she had agreed in her heart, before the little dragon became an adult, if he could control one of the 10 great poisons, the wedding would be approved. Anhi blushed and asked if everyone understood what I meant. Trit's son seemed extremely interested. Just a few children and still can't do it. If she were my daughter, she would have to do it to that extent. Her mother smiled and whispered to her, well, but the men aren't very sharp, are they? Anhi was a little confused and asked her mother, oh, do you need me to explain it again? Her mother patted her head and gently said, no, young knight hasn't realized that it's already been approved, so why don't you try a little harder for your child? When the patriarch saw that the problem had been resolved, he was relieved, so first of all, let's treat him like a son-in-law. It seems like we have to act as if we didn't know about this. If he tries like that, he will soon become a part of our family. Hearing him speak, even Philosopher and his wife also strongly agreed. In the dream, Tan Ban Ngo Kong held Tu Long's hand and said in an admiring voice, it's truly admirable, thank you. She looked at him with admiration, haven't you completely captured her heart? Tu Long felt a bit embarrassed when he saw her praising him, well, that's courage and determination. Knowing that Tu Long was shy, she didn't tease him anymore, she smiled gently and looked at him. After that, Tan Ban Ngo Kong bowed his head sadly, thank you, perhaps today will be the last time, the resentment has been resolved, so my soul will soon be freed, the resentment has been resolved, so my soul will soon be freed. Tu Long is a bit regretful but of course you understand this, yes, I understand. Before leaving, she still tried to repay you, can I help you? If possible, we will do anything for you. Tu Long thought for a moment, a bit hesitant, well, if so. Then he made a sensitive request, if you don't mind, could you let me see your body for a bit? After listening to Tan Ban Ngo Kong, she felt a bit embarrassed, she clutched the hem of her shirt, sure enough, the Kong was also a real man. After thinking for a long time, she also stammered and said, yes, okay. As she slid her shirt off her shoulders, she thought, it seems like the princess is someone who is weak when it comes to beauty. But Tu Long saw her actions and was confused, wait, do you really need to take off? At this moment she realized she misunderstood you, maybe. She stammered and said, I won't take it off anymore, if that makes you feel more comfortable. The little dragon tried to explain even more, no, that's not what I meant. Seeing this shy and sensitive scene, the children quickly covered their eyes. He spoke up and expressed his wishes, making Tan Ban Ngo Kong's mouth open in surprise. I just wanted to see Tan Ban Ngo Kong's appearance. She felt a bit embarrassed when she realized she had made a serious misunderstanding. Well, if that was the case. Then she transformed, a stream of black smoke poured out, and when the little dragon saw it, he couldn't stop admiring it. The original shape of the Ngo Kong balcony immediately appeared. Her original body was a huge centipede. She asked a little shyly, if it was like this, would it be okay, benefactor? The little dragon had already opened his mouth in surprise and gasped. His eyes sparkled, staring at her, oh really, so big. The sentence moved forward to touch Tan Ban Ngo Kong's body. Come on, can I try touching it a little? She was speechless when she heard what you said. You've already touched it, I can keep it for a bit. Oh, it's so big, how can the joints support it? Xu Long looked at her like an experimental white rat. It's true that when she walked, the front leg passed and that area lit up, right? Listening to him, she immediately waved her front leg. The more Tu Long looked, the more curious she became. Ah, the front leg, oh, can I try touching the leg? Tan Ban Ngo Kong didn't know what to say. You already touched it. The little dragon asked again, how strong is its poison? What about the eyes? Does it see with its eyes, or does it still use its whiskers to feel? Tan Ban Ngo Kong heard him asking so many questions, he didn't know where to answer. Yes, of course. The children became more and more curious. He looked at Tan Ban Ngo Kong, his eyes radiating curiosity. Then let me touch the poisonous fang just once. When she heard that, she was a bit hesitant. That might be a bit dangerous. Seeing her hesitate, the little dragon shouted. He said he would meet all requests. When she heard him say that, she was embarrassed. My lord, what are you talking about? Seeing the little dragon so senseless, Tan Ban Ngo Kong thought to himself, are my daughters really okay? Then his hand immediately touched the venom of the Ngo Kong bar. The little dragon pressed his face against it. His eyes lit up. This chitin shell is so sparkling, the Ngo Kong bard thought to himself, because everything was so unusual. Trit's son sat on the table, clasped his hands and looked at him. Yes, young knight, no too long. He looked at his daughter and said, I have heard Hoa Anhi tell the story. From now on, you are my son-in-law. After Tu Long heard this, he turned to look at her in surprise, and Anhi seemed satisfied with his decision. He spoke up, a bit confused, yes, but there are still 3 years of probation. Trit's son saw this and quickly said, the wedding will be held when I grow up. Of course, Tu Long saw that he misunderstood what he meant, then spoke up, no, that's not what I meant. At this time, Anhi's mother also smiled gently. Oh my son-in-law, Tu Long, once again welcome you. I am your mother-in-law. The head of the family is also extremely happy. Now Hoa Anhi also has the intention of being a lover. From now on, our family will encounter good things. He called her name, glanced at her softly, and heard him call her. She smiled slightly. He looked at her slightly red face and was a little confused. What was going on? It was obvious that she had set the conditions for the marriage, so why did she now say it as if she had accepted it? Just follow her wishes first. Thinking so, he silently scratched his head and replied to the elders, yes, I hope everyone will help. Hearing you say that, Trit's son and the patriarch were even more happy. Let's get started, let's get down to business, and Tu Long seemed confused when he saw their actions. At this time, Trit's son suddenly spoke up, making Tu Long curious. Before learning the Duong family's poison technique, I have something I want to show you, he asked a little eagerly. Yes, what is that? Seeing him react like that, both Trit's son and the head of the family both laughed loudly. He looked at you, his eyes sparkled with kindness and electric energy. I guarantee you will like it. They moved to the 10,000 poison hall. We are all waiting for this moment. The head of the family glanced slightly, smiled kindly at him. The moment I officially stepped into the 10,000 dock hall as a member of the Tang family. This is our family's tradition. The whole family came here together. Tu Long was extremely excited. I was also looking forward to it, Grandpa. Just hearing the name made him so excited that he was crazy. The palace of thousands of poisons must be the place to store thousands of poisons. Then, suddenly, he looked at the beautiful Anhi walking next to him. Stunned by her beauty, Tu Long looked at Anhi. The voice of Trit's son still echoed in his ears. I had heard Hoa Anhi tell the story. Looking at her beautiful face, he silently exclaimed, oh my God. His face turned red, as expected. The beauty looked beautiful from the side, like a painting. A moment later, they left the Tang family's mansion and went to the next mountain. In front of the door, there were 2 tall and burly men standing guard at the door, and there was also a member of the family there. Those 2 muscular men were probably also subordinates of the Tang family. Each of them had strong muscles that made people look at them with fear. Seeing them coming, the Tang family's subordinates came forward and clasped their hands in respect. "Are you here?" Long looked around in bewilderment. The Tai Tianj patriarch replied, "Yes, I want to show my grandson-in-law the 10,000 poison palace. Please open the door." The subordinate replied, "Yes, Patriarch Tai Tianj." Long observed all around, drawing the conclusion that the security here is too strict, compared to medieval times. He turned around and shouted to the 2 people behind him to open the door. The 2 of them struggled to open the door with their hands and replied, "Yes." The door seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and 2 people were so muscular that it took the strength of 9 buffaloes and 2 tigers to open it. The Tang family's subordinates saw this and whispered compliments. "Opening so early today." Long looked bewildered at what was in front of him. This was the treasure containing all kinds of poisons of the Tang family of Sichuan. The patriarch took him in and introduced him. The 10,000 poison hall of the 10,000 poison hall. He did not forget to remind him, "Be careful, don't touch anything." He quickly replied, "I understand, so this is the 10,000 poison sugar," then curiously observed everywhere, "Is it stored in bottles and medicine bags?" "Yes, there are many different types of poison here, such as magic spell poison, douche poison." Trit's son tries to cultivate the young couple's feelings. "Hoa Angan Chi, please explain to Long, surely my son-in-law will like it more." The lady also laughed happily. "Oh my god, that's right." Angan and Long were startled when they heard their parents joking. Even though she was embarrassed, she still listened to her father's words. "Yes, father." Cough. She pulled the little dragon's hand and ran away. "Come here, I will show you the strongest poisons of the Tang sect, starting with the little golden." The little dragon was also stunned by her pulling. "Ah, yes, I mean the strongest poison, right?" The philosophical mountain standing behind them saw this scene and smiled evilly. Being intimate in front of so many adults makes Anhi feel embarrassed. This is a poison that people in the martial arts world must be especially careful with. If he inhales it, he will not be able to use internal force, so be careful. The parents who observe them are even more interested. "They are both so cute." "That's right." Anhi keeps introducing to Long. "Long poison to destroy mixed poison, turn blood poison, and 7 parts to destroy soul poison." She touched the cabinet and carefully introduced it to the little dragon. They were all strong poisons. The strongest poisons of the Tang sect were a different kind. She took out a round bead, dropped it into little dragon's hand. "Took this, little dragon, this." Long looked at the seeds in his hand and was dumbfounded. "Beans, seeds, they looked like bean seeds." He knew he didn't understand, so he explained to him, not taking into account the poison of the 10 great poisons. "This is the strongest poison today. The herb that symbolizes the road gate, castor bean seeds." After listening to her, Ling looked at the tiny seed in his hand and was stunned. Castor bean seed. But as a master of biology, how could these things make it difficult for him? "Is this ricin?" Ricin is a type of toxalbumin that only needs 2 mg to kill an adult. It is famous for the assassination with an umbrella of a Bulgarian political sympathizer during the Cold War. Recalling his knowledge about it, he suddenly felt that the seed in his hand was hot. Was it 100,000 times more powerful than cyanide? She thought the little dragon was scared, so she smiled reassuringly. "This is the closest poison to the colorless, tasteless, invisible target of the Tang sect, so we call this poison the shocking poison, the most precious poison among all poisons. And calling killing people with this type of poison golden kill." Long was a little scared after hearing that. "Ah, golden killing." Long suddenly felt that Anhi was a bit scary when he said these words to him. "Remember, Long, the strongest poison is not the poison that causes the most pain or horror, but the poison that kills silently and surely." Anhi also explained to him more about his family. The poison of Sichuan exit also aimed at that, silently and firmly. Long was a bit scared when he heard this. The family of assassins. Afraid of making Long feel overwhelmed, Trit's son spoke up to stop their conversation. Hey, that's enough." The head of the family came up and said, "Next, let's go see the poisonous animals that Long has been waiting for." Long's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Oh, you said poisonous animals. In the future Long will be his grandson-in-law, so he is also extremely comfortable with him. If you like, you can manage them. What do you think?" The head of the family added, "The family will support you with everything you need." Long was extremely excited after hearing this, but felt a bit unbelievable. Really? supporting your hobbies. Then let's go now. Before the head of the family could finish speaking, a subordinate's report rang out. The head of the house had an urgent matter to report. Seeing that his subordinates were in such a hurry, Trit's son also asked, Ju Bo, what's going on? Ju Bo quickly said, you need to go to Xuan Vu Pavilion immediately. Trit's son has some doubts. We in Vu Pavilion, why did you go there? Ku Bo said, the elders of the family. After hearing this, the head of the family shouted angrily, what, them again? Tu Long listened to their conversation and had some guesses in his heart. The elders of the family, do you mean the people of the branch? She said. Ju Bo stammered a report. There were two things. Ju Bo reported important things first. One is, the medicine we sent to City Lord Sichuan didn't work, and he sent a letter to complain. When it came to the next thing, he looked at the little dragon, a bit confused, and the other thing was, When Tu Long saw that, he sighed. Ju Bo continued to speak. It was about the matter at the 10,000 dock hall. After hearing this, the head of the family also frowned. The news spread really quickly. They left. Before leaving, the two homeowners also asked Tu Long to come with them. Let's go, son-in-law, you will also come with me, he quickly replied, yes. At this time, countless elders gathered there at Wian Vu Pavilion. As soon as they saw the patriarch and Trit's son coming, they screamed. Several people gathered together like machine guns to question them. Why did you arbitrarily decide such an important matter? Yes, how could you marry Hoa Ng Anhi, our precious granddaughter, to an orphan of unknown origin? When Trit's son saw these old men disdaining his son-in-law like that, he gritted his teeth in anger. What, orphan, unknown background, are you insulting my son-in-law? Please go along with her wishes first. Yes, I hope everyone will help. Trit's son's whole body was burning with anger. He gritted his teeth. How dare you insult my son-in-law right in front of me? The elders were not afraid at all. But isn't that the truth? That is the truth. The head of the family saw them making a fuss and spoke up. I'm the one who made that decision. Do you have a problem? The elders heard that and got angry. Sir. Tu Long listened to them arguing loudly and felt a bit speechless. Please reason with the patriarch. It is unreasonable to hand over the management of the Great Hall of Thousands of Poisons to an outsider with unproven abilities. The patriarch also has no mercy. I just said I was the one who approved it, didn't you hear? Tu Long remained silent without saying a word. He looked at him a bit cautiously. She shyly told him, sorry, little dragon. He sighed when he saw her like that. Oh my God. He sighed, I made her worry, but Miss Anhi, you are not the one who needs to apologize. He spoke up, startling everyone. Sorry for interrupting, but, Anhi and his wife were also startled when they saw him speak. This seems to be due to my poor ability, so. He patted his chest, wanting to prove himself worthy of Anhi. If he showed off his ability, would the elders accept it? The elders were surprised after hearing this. What? He cunningly made requests, for example, to solve the Sichuan city lord's difficult problem. When Anhi heard this, he was startled and shocked. Tu Long, what are you planning to do? Tu Long was a bit upset, although I'm not the person who likes to show off. He remembers the happy days with his animals, but if anyone dares to hinder the peaceful life with my pets. As soon as Tu Long finished speaking, the whole yard suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at him with unbelievable eyes. When the elders saw that he was not afraid at all, they shouted angrily, don't you dare. They pointed at him, shouting, the elders were talking. How dare a guy crying like a human dare to interfere? That's right. Moreover, the letter from the city lord of Sichuan, do you know what its content is and dare not say it? Homeowner, look, he has no roots and dares to consider it our business, so we nominated a young man from a prestigious family to be our son-in-law. Hearing such unreasonable elders, Anhi and non-human are also extremely angry. Anhi is worried about you, and the wife is extremely upset, these old guys. Tu Long saw that the elders kept making noise and lost patience. These old men, I can't hear it anymore, it's really bitter. He remembered his glorious past as a streamer. Hello everyone, oh isn't that a king cobra? Let me take a bite, give me 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 a bite. Who is that girl next to me? Explain. Fabre has betrayed us. Explain, 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 explain. I heard he married a monster. Explain. Take a Bite has been banned from the channel. Over 1 million subscribers. On average, more than 3,000 people watch live. He didn't flinch at all. He went up and asked directly. It was said that the elders still hadn't recognized him as the family's son-in-law, so he was still a guest. He was so strong because of course, with such a large fan base, being attacked at random was normal. He was not afraid to tell the truth. Moreover, he not only helped Hoa and Anhi, the treasure of the Tang family, but also saved the homeowner's life by destroying the bloodman La Sat Thak Van Duong. Seeing him so strong, Trit Lang also opened his mouth in surprise. He clasped his hands, cold eyes looking straight at them, and asked, "The elders dare to insult their benefactors and guests right in front of them like that? Is that the etiquette and rules of the royal family?" As a streamer, being attacked by many people is a very familiar thing, to the point of being adorable. Hearing his retorted question, the elders felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "Yes, that's not true, we were just a bit hasty, so we accidentally said something." The performance of these elders was just right for the little dragon. He smiled triumphantly, uselessly. Seeing his bravery, the head of the family was also surprised. Even though Tu Long's words were true, the elders still found it hard to believe. But the bloody man killed Thak Van Duong. Anyway, destroying him was too unreasonable. Trit's son also stood up to testify for him. Tu Long did not lie. He pulled out the secret book from his shirt. "Here, look." The elder couldn't believe his eyes. What? They took the book and opened it. They shouted in surprise, "The secret to the blood hand and single claw." The secret was written in blood. It was indeed from the blood cult. Trit's son crossed his arms and continued proudly, "Tu Long, let us see Kong Ngo." Tu Long was excited. "Yes, father-in-law." The elders were also surprised after hearing this. Kong Ngo. He waved his hand to call the peacocks, "My darlings." Following his call, several peacocks also crawled out, and the elder was also surprised. The little dragon petted the centipedes in his hand. When the elders saw that, they gasped in fear. "Ha, golden centipedes." Trit's son spoke up, "He is Tan Ban Ngo Kong's son. My son-in-law is raising him. If I said they had bitten Thak Van Duong to death, would you believe it?" After the elder heard it, it was like lightning struck him. "Forgive me, Tan Ban Ngo Kong. Can this young man control Tan Ban Ngo Kong?" The more Trit's son spoke, the more satisfied he became. "If I can't recognize this son-in-law, what should I call him?" Tu Long also looked at them with sarcastic eyes. "Hey, darlings, don't bite people, otherwise, you will die as black as the waterfall." The elders froze for a few seconds. Then cleared his throat, embarrassedly defended, "Bode, we never said no recognition. It's just, there are procedures that need to be followed, and because you ignored them, the homeowner is angry." Seeing that everything seemed to be going smoothly, the head of the family said, "Okay, let's forget about the son-in-law, so why not agree to the matter of 10,000 Dock Palace?" The elders are also much more cautious of the little dragon now than before. "Well, he's not officially a member of the family yet, and how can we entrust the 10,000 Poison Palace to an underage teenager?" "That's right, how can you deliver such an important palace?" Listening to those old guys keep babbling, the patriarch sighed. Then it's simple." He turned to ask Tu Long, "Can you prove your ability?" He replied without hesitation, "Of course." He rubbed his hands. The little larvae still rubbed him lovingly. The little dragon smiled evilly. To prove that he was worthy of the Tang family, he would solve the problem in the Tang family's way. By using poison. Listening to you say, the elders are afraid of losing their nerve. What? The elders seem scared. "Do you want to poison the Sichuan city lord?" "Hey, we're talking about sending medicine, not killing people." Trit's son and the Tai Tianch patriarch also didn't understand what he was planning to do, but hearing the elders talking nonsense made the little dragon a bit confused. He was a bit bewildered when he saw their strange reactions. Family head, what do you think? They are indeed too soft." "No, our Tang family uses poison." The next day, the head of the family stood facing the little dragon in the yard. He smiled gently, "Okay, challenges are challenges, but from today, you will start learning the Tang family's 5 poison rules." Tu Long became interested after hearing this. "Oh." He asked excitedly, "Is it still about practicing the body?" The patriarch gently told him, "The body will adapt to martial arts when you practice." He took out a bundle of weapons from his shirt and told him that the Tang sect focuses on practicality, so you will learn things that can be immediately applied in real combat. The armory was opened. Inside were all kinds of weapons. He began to introduce to him one by one, hidden weapons, needles, arrows, swords, knives, and swords and knives. Although there were many other types of hidden weapons, these were mainly these 5 types. He asked him, "Do you know which type of hidden weapon is easiest to use?" Tu Long observed attentively, then said, Probably a dagger or a flying knife." The head of the family nodded in praise. "Yes, then, which type is the most difficult to use?" Tu Long replied, "Well, it must be sand, because it has to be sprinkled with powder." But this time, Tu Long answered incorrectly. "Wrong, the most difficult thing to use is the needle. He felt a bit confused. The needle, because it is small and thin, is difficult to throw. Since you have to remember the exact position where you threw it, I should demonstrate and explain at the same time. Having said that, he rummaged around in his shirt as if he wanted to get something. The head of the family took out a brush. Tu Long was a little surprised. The brush. He pulled out the tip of the brush. Then he threw the tip of the brush into the sky, the feathers falling down. Each strand flew in the air. Then, under the effect of force, each brush hair was enveloped in green light, turning into sharp needles that rushed down. The little dragon was scared and quickly jumped up to avoid it. He was scared. The soft quills turned into sharp needles that pierced his skin with pain. The feathers were sticking into my skin like needles. He watched the quill turn into a sharp needle sticking into the ground and was surprised. The patriarch explained to him that the Tang sect has a hidden weapon called Man Tian Hoa Vu, which is the secret of the Tang sect, covering the entire surrounding area with hundreds, thousands of needles. Tu Long was a bit confused and asked again, "What do you mean I have to fight the enemy while surrounded by needles and needles? If there are needles everywhere, there will be no place left to put my feet." When he heard the boy's question, he crossed his arms and laughed happily. "Therefore, you must remember carefully, so as not to harm yourself." After listening, the boy could only sigh helplessly, "Oh my God." After that, he came up with a hypothesis. So, then, even the position of the needles that were knocked out or dropped by the opponent, must he remember everything? The patriarch calmly replied, "Of course." The head of the family scratched his head, smiled and said, "If it's the 5 poisons, you must remember at least about 100 positions." Hoa Ngan he also remembered about 1,000 positions when he was still a poison. After hearing this, he was afraid his face would turn pale. After a training session, Tu Long tiredly lay down on the ground. Ngan he walked over and asked, "Tu Long, is this okay?" Seeing you coming, Tu Long quickly stood up. "Ah, Miss Hoa Ngan he." He saw that she was wearing a tight outfit. A bit confused, she was, Ngan he adjusting the brim of her hat, explaining, "Well, I heard that you were planning to go catch Hung Fan, so I prepared. If you don't need it then." How could Tu Long miss the opportunity to be near her? He quickly said, "Ah, it's okay, I was going to wait, but if I had this thing, I could catch it myself." Ngan he felt a bit unbelievable after hearing it. "What are you waiting for? Are you going to wait for Hung Fan?" Tu Long looked mysterious, didn't tell her, she would understand when she got there. Ngan he saw that and was a bit surprised. "Is that so?" The two of them finished preparing. While walking, Tu Long asked, "Ah, do you know where Hung Fan's nest is?" Ngan he replied, "I have found a nest, it is nearby, we can go there right away." Then thinking for a moment, Ngan he asked, "But, you have read the letter from the city lord of Sichuan, right?" Tu Long also did not hide matches. "Yes, of course." Ngan he was a bit embarrassed when mentioning the letter, stammering and said, Tu Long is still young, so I'm a bit worried. Will he fully understand the content of the letter?" After Tu Long heard it, he immediately understood the problem. "Ah. When you talk about this with a girl, you're a little embarrassed, of course, miss, that is, something very important for men's yang energy." Ngan he heard him say it and her face turned red. She quickly stopped him. Enough, you seem to understand the problem, right?" Tu Long thought about the content of the letter and was speechless. The big problem that the city lord of Sichuan was facing was. Ngan he saw that he was so young and knowledgeable, he felt a bit suspicious. Tu Long was really knowledgeable compared to his age. Tu Long replied, "Oh, well, because I live alone." After that, Ngan he immediately ran away from them. "Let's go faster," Tu Long called out, "Chasing you, Hoa, Miss Ngan he." The two of them walked leisurely through the woods. When he saw something new, Tu Long's eyes lit up and he focused on observing. Ngan he could only helplessly pull him away. Finally, they arrived. "We are here, little dragon." Little dragon watched intently, happily said, "Ah, here it is." He looked at the giant cave, silently guessing, "It must be here." Ngan he put on his hat and asked him a little curiously, "But, little dragon, what is the meaning of finding a beehive that is missing bees?" Tu Long put on his hat, turned his head strangely and explained to her that although we were going to look for Hung Fan, we wouldn't capture them. She was a bit bewildered after hearing that. "Huh?" The little dragon pioneer walked to the front of the cave. He peeked inside, observing and explaining, "The poisonous insects we need are often found in small beehives." After hearing this, Ngan he became even more interested. "Do poisonous insects live in beehives?" He replied, "Yes." After observing, he happily said, "Fortunately, this honeycomb seems to be there." Then, as fast as lightning, he caught something, caught someone, this kid. Anhi saw his movements and was surprised. Anhi carefully observed it, excitedly asked, "Little dragon, that insect, could it be?" "Yes, we didn't come here to catch Hung Fan, but to catch this insect." He wiped the sweat from his forehead, lifted his hat and looked at the animal he had just caught. This animal would solve the problem of the city lord of Sichuan. Anhi was a bit confused after hearing this. "Little dragon, this insect. I have some doubts. Is it Geodat?" The little dragon is holding on to the Geodat. "Yes, that's right, here it's called Geodat." He began to popularize his biological knowledge. This insect was found in the nest of Hung Fan in the central highlands called Geodat. In Korea it is called leaf-biting bee, and this insect belongs to the Meloidae family. Anhi saw that this dragon was found in a beehive and felt strange, but the dragon was found in Hung Fan's nest. "How come we didn't know this?" The little dragon also nodded. "Their life cycle is quite special." Biological knowledge continues to be popularized. The reproductive method of the Meloidae family is quite strange. Normally, when they lay eggs, they will protect the eggs or create a safe environment for the eggs to hatch. Little dragons grasp their living habits like the back of their hand, but this species only lays eggs. Bees bite leaves. "That's right, I would like permission to lay eggs here." "You understand them well, anywhere is fine." Just like that, they lay all their eggs in one place, not caring about anything. Anyway, by some miracle, the leaf-biting bee larvae will hatch, and begin to crawl to that highest place. When they reach the top, they will form a strange shape, which is, they will cling to each other and pretend to be a flower. Scenario: never search for leaf-biting wasp larvae online. Oh my, bumblebees are in the Bombini family. Bumblebees will fly to them thinking they are real flowers. Since when have there been flowers here? As soon as they get close, they will quickly cover the bumblebee, and the game is over. The bumblebee nest is finished. Long explained a series to Anhi that surprised her. "I don't know why they chose bumblebees, but I heard that it is the best environment for the larvae to develop," she exclaimed. "So, is that so?" The girl's sympathy arose, pitying the cute bumblebees. The little dragon smiled happily. There was no other way. Anhi stroked her hair, a bit confused. "But isn't this the kind of poison that causes burns? I know that if I eat too much, I will die." Long heard what she said and agreed. "Yes, it can cause skin burns." Long began to explain that the orange liquid secreted from the body of bees biting leaves contains a poison called cantharidin. If this substance comes into contact with the skin, it will cause blisters similar to burns. Anhi looked intently at the bug, stammering and said, "But, does it have that effect?" Long replied without shame, "Yes, until the poison is eliminated from the body." He innocently said, "It can make men wake up." After listening, Anhi was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole to hide in immediately. Then she quickly turned around and ran away. Rude. "Okay, let's go back to the 10,000 poison palace." Wait, let me catch a few more. I'm sure the leaf-biting bee has already caught it." After that, we returned to the 10,000 dock palace, and I instructed the martial artists how to prepare medicine. Long instructed the Tang family to make medicine. Listen carefully. He meticulously told them, first, to dry the leucorrhea and then grind it into powder, and let's say that 1/10 of it is poisonous. That's it. The more the Tang family listened, the more confused they became. This poison becomes deadly when loaded with 3 grams. If a person consumes 3/10 of the poison per gram of body weight, about half of the people will die. Anhi looked at him intently. Long continued to explain, "So, prepare the medicine with a dosage of 1/10 of a fraction, which is 0.375 milligrams, equivalent to about 10 drops of water, which is 0.351 milliliters. After Long finished teaching them, he asked again, "Do you understand?" The Tang family people were as speechless as clams, thinking to themselves, "I want my head to explode." One of them took off his mask and couldn't help but praise his brilliance, explaining in so much detail that his mathematics was excellent. He spoke up and affirmed, "I will definitely succeed." Long smiled and said, "Yes, I also depend on you." Anhi saw that you were so good and looked attentively without blinking. That night, in the street covered with bright lights, there were voices of people exclaiming, not expecting that courage would have such an effect. The head of the family said to Anhi, "It seems we should also review the types of poisons that the Tang Mon owns." She also agreed with his opinion. "Yes, I think so too." He listened to her tell the story of Long today, feeling a bit surprised. Was he good at math? Anhi confirmed, yes. He divided a part into 10 parts, then said that it was equivalent to the weight of 10 drops of water. The patriarch seems to have deep thoughts. It's true. He remembered that innocent boy, feeling a bit unbelievable. I thought I knew a lot about poison, but he was more than I imagined. The more I learned, the more I saw that he was a treasure of the royal family. He glanced at his niece, smiled evilly. So, do you like him even more than before? Anhi shyly avoided his eyes. Grandpa, Grandpa. She said a little embarrassedly, I just saw that I was too hasty in the beginning, so I felt guilty. When the master of the family saw that Anhi knew he was at fault, he didn't pursue it. It's okay, just behave well in the future. He asked her thoughtfully, but, how to test the effectiveness of the medicine? Anhi heard this and felt embarrassed. Well, the thing is. After that, she covered her face and shyly said, the elders are too arrogant. Then he stammered and continued, he said he would try to arouse the elders of the clan immediately. After hearing that, he also felt shocked. The patriarch of the family laughed loudly. He was indeed an interesting guy, and Anhi was so embarrassed that his face turned red. In the main hall of the family hall, everyone gathered there. Anhi was a bit confused after hearing this. Little dragon, this insect. I have some doubts. Is it Geodat? The little dragon is holding on to the Geodat. Yes, that's right, here it's called Geodat. He began to popularize his biological knowledge. This insect was found in the nest of Hung Fan in the central highlands called Geodat. In Korea it is called leaf-biting bee, and this insect belongs to the Meloidae family. Anhi saw that this dragon was found in a beehive and felt strange, but the dragon was found in Hung Fan's nest. How come we didn't know this? The little dragon also nodded. Their life cycle is quite special. Biological knowledge continues to be popularized. The reproductive method of the Meloidae family is quite strange. Normally, when they lay eggs, they will protect the eggs or create a safe environment for the eggs to hatch. Little dragons grasp their living habits like the back of their hand, but this species only lays eggs. Bees bite leaves. That's right, I would like permission to lay eggs here. You understand them well, anywhere is fine. Just like that, they lay all their eggs in one place, not caring about anything. Anyway, by some miracle, the leaf-biting bee larvae will hatch, and begin to crawl to that highest place. When they reach the top, they will form a strange shape, which is. They will cling to each other and pretend to be a flower. Scenario, never search for leaf-biting wasp larvae online. Oh my, bumblebees are in the Bombini family. Bumblebees will fly to them thinking they are real flowers. Since when have there been flowers here? As soon as they get close, they will quickly cover the bumblebee, and the game is over. The bumblebee nest is finished. Long explained a series to Anhi that surprised her. I don't know why they chose bumblebees, but I heard that it is the best environment for the larvae to develop, she exclaimed. So, is that so? The girl's sympathy arose, pitying the cute bumblebees. The little dragon smiled happily. There was no other way. Anhi stroked her hair, a bit confused, but isn't this the kind of poison that causes burns? I know that if I eat too much, I will die. Long heard what she said and agreed. Yes, it can cause skin burns. Long began to explain that the orange liquid secreted from the body of bees biting leaves contains a poison called cantharidin. If this substance comes into contact with the skin, it will cause blisters similar to burns. Anhi looked intently at the bug, stammering and said, but, does it have that effect? Long replied without shame, yes, until the poison is eliminated from the body. He innocently said, it can make men wake up. After listening, Anhi was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole to hide in immediately. Then she quickly turned around and ran away. Rude. Okay, let's go back to the 10,000 poison palace. Wait, let me catch a few more. I'm sure the leaf-biting bee has already caught it. After that, we returned to the 10,000 dock palace, and I instructed the martial artists how to prepare medicine. Long instructed the Tang family to make medicine. Listen carefully. He meticulously told them, first, to dry the leucorrhea and then grind it into powder, and let's say that 1/10 of it is poisonous. That's it. The more the Tang family listened, the more confused they became. This poison becomes deadly when loaded with 3 grams. If a person consumes 3/10 of the poison per gram of body weight, about half of the people will die. Anhi looked at him intently. Long continued to explain, so, prepare the medicine with a dosage of 1/10 of a fraction, which is 0.375 milligrams, equivalent to about 10 drops of water, which is 0.351 milliliters. After Long finished teaching them, he asked again, do you understand? The Tang family people were as speechless as clams, thinking to themselves, I want my head to explode. One of them took off his mask and couldn't help but praise his brilliance, explaining in so much detail that his mathematics was excellent. He spoke up and affirmed, I will definitely succeed. Long smiled and said, yes, I also depend on you. Anhi saw that you were so good and looked attentively without blinking. That night, in the street covered with bright lights, there were voices of people exclaiming, not expecting that courage would have such an effect. The head of the family said to Anhi, "It seems we should also review the types of poisons that the Tang Mon owns." She also agreed with his opinion. "Yes, I think so too." He listened to her tell the story of Tu Long today, feeling a bit surprised. Was he good at math? Anhi confirmed, yes, he divided a part into 10 parts, then said that it was equivalent to the weight of 10 drops of water. The patriarch seems to have deep thoughts, it's true. He remembered that innocent boy, feeling a bit unbelievable. I thought I knew a lot about poison, but he was more than I imagined. The more I learned, the more I saw that he was a treasure of the royal family. He glanced at his niece, smiled evilly. "So, do you like him even more than before?" He shyly avoided his eyes. "Grandpa, Grandpa." She said a little embarrassedly, "I just saw that I was too hasty in the beginning, so I felt guilty." When the master of the family saw that he knew he was at fault, he didn't pursue it. "It's okay, just behave well in the future." He asked her thoughtfully, "But, how to test the effectiveness of the medicine?" He heard this and felt embarrassed. "Well, the thing is." The head of the family angrily questioned Tu Long, "You two have children, it seems I have not taught you properly." He also realized that he had said something wrong and quickly explained that it was not the child but the corn peacock. The corn peacock Tu Long was raising. After hearing this, Tu Long also gasped. Tu Long was a little worried and asked again, "What you mean is Ngo Kong?" He said cautiously, "Recently, I saw you practicing more, so I asked you to take care of the Ngo Kong children." Tu Long quickly grabbed Anhi and asked, "Is something wrong with my babies? Let me see." Anhi quickly said, Tu Long, he's not here." The patriarch of the family saw them making a fuss and calmed down. A moment later, Tu Long and Anhi ran to the Ngo Kong group. Their bodies were pale and lying motionless. There was still a fingerprint on the little dragon's face. She said they suddenly moved. Anhi also looked at them worriedly. "They've been fine since morning until now, I hope they're not hurt anywhere." Anhi looked at the pale Ngo Kong, a little worried. The color was also transparent and the shell seemed strange. Seeing their shells slightly broken, Tu Long felt relieved. "This is Miss Silver Flower, it seems there is no need to worry." He explained to her, "They are just molting, just like snakes will molt when their bodies grow up, maybe it's time." The head of the family was a bit surprised. Was he transformed? He replied, "Yes." Seeing that there was movement in the group of maids, Anhi quickly said, "Tu Long, look there." The centipedes escaped and crawled out. There was a strange mark on their heads. Anhi said in surprise, "The head." The owner of the family was also amazed when he saw it. "Oh, it's so magical." The more Anhi looks at it, the more excited he gets. Tu Long and the other two babies are about to transform. Peacock corn molts one by one. They shake themselves out of their shells. Seeing their new appearance, everyone admired them. They had all transformed. Anhi seemed excited. It seemed like they were bigger than before. She turned around and asked Tu Long, "What are their names?" He was a bit confused. "Names? No." The little dragon thought for a moment. "Then I decided to give them a very strange name, Corn 1, Corn 2, Corn 3. Anhi heard it and quickly stopped it. "No way." Anhi quickly told him a legend. If Ngo Kong lived for 1,000 years, he would turn into a dragon. He needed a more majestic name, more suitable for the dragon's appearance. Tu Long was a bit speechless after hearing this. How could the Ngo Kong girl turn into a dragon after 1,000 years? The head of the family also agrees with Anhi's opinion, but oh well, the 1,000-year-old Ngo Kong is still called my dragon. Call them Tian Long. The little dragon is even more helpless, so it turns out you taught me. He pondered, name. Tu Long looked at Anhi and said, "Call me So Hung Ban." She softly repeated the name, So Hung Ban. Tu Long explained, "The firstborn is the nun, the second is the fragrant incense, the third has a shiny shell called Ban." Anhi looked at the corn peacocks and softly repeated the name, Sister Hung Ban. Then she said with satisfaction that children's names are usually given by their fathers, so the children have new names. After a day passed, the peacocks clung tightly to him again. They kept crawling inside his shirt. It seemed his body wasn't completely dry yet, but he could move now. He sat down on the chair and sighed, alas, still feeling a bit unfamiliar. "You guys have gained a lot of weight, the biggest change is your size. The peacocks rush up and rub hard on your body." His face was rubbed until it was swollen. "Originally they were just the size of a big sausage, but now they are as big as my arm. Sorry it's heavy." They crawled out and rubbed all over my body. The little peacocks also saw that I was cramped. now they just clung to my arms and waste forever. At this moment, there was a loud noise that caught Tu Long's attention. Look, what did I say? Two strange men walked and chatted. They were indeed the Sichuan Tang family. Let's go for a long time, let's go. They said loudly, making money is easy. Tu Long heard it and felt a little suspicious. What's going on? Right now at the Tang family's mansion. Trit's son stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. It was good news. He said to Tu Long, didn't you send self-made medicine to Sichuan city lord not long ago? He replied softly, yes. Trit's son happily told his children everything. I heard that he used the medicine very well, so the city lord sent a lot of money as a reward along with thanks. After hearing it, he was very happy. So what? Trit's son became more and more satisfied with him. He laughed loudly. You just became a son-in-law and I quickly benefited. You have helped me a lot. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Nothing. Trit's son placed his chin in his hand and looked at him intently. So? He touched his beard. His eyes flashed with joy. I will give you the elixir. Even if I give it to you, you will humbly refuse, right? Tu Long thought a bit. Spiritual medicine, you mean? Before you said spiritual medicine will increase internal strength. Anhi listened to what his father said and was also extremely interested. Father, if that was a spiritual medicine, what would that be? Trit's son was calm. It wouldn't be much of a big deal. Trit's son calmly said, Kim Mao Fan King's secret. Even though Tu Long didn't understand a bit, he thought it was a good thing so he still accepted it. Maple, honey, I heard that to become a master, internal energy is very important, so I will accept it. He was excited and thanked his father-in-law, but Anhi asked again, Father. Her body emitted a terrifying green aura. Her father said the reward was only honey. Trit's son was a bit scared, that. She spoke up to defend him. This time Tu Long's matter is not a small matter even though Kim Mao Fan King is a mid-level poison insect, but its honey is the lowest elixir among the elixirs. It is impossible to save the reward for Tu Long. He has done a great job. She constantly criticized her father. At least it was a spiritual medicine that increased internal strength for 1 year. That was only a medicinal pill that only had 2 months of internal strength. Trit's son said a little sadly, even though it was a spiritual medicine, the preparation was expensive. The more Anhi spoke, the angrier she became on Tu Long's behalf. Compared to what Tu Long did, it was still cheap. Trit's son turned away, a bit angry. The eldest daughter was like a bowl of water spilled away. Tu Long doesn't care much about the elixir issue, he only cares about that bee. His father-in-law. What is Kim Mao Fan King? Philosopher's son, as the wise man answered him. Kim Mao Fan Vuong is a mid-level poisonous insect often found in the forest. It is a large bee, its size is as big as a small dog. If you eat its honey, you will be able to gain 2 months of internal energy. The more the little loam glistens, the more interested it becomes. It's so interesting that it's as big as a puppy. But how can Anhi let it go so easily? Tu Long, please wait a moment, I'm very angry. Trit's son quickly explained, Hoa Anhi, father didn't mean that. I thought Tu Long would want to go directly to find King Kim Mao Fan, so that's why Tu Long heard it and was a bit surprised. Directly. This sentence piqued Tu Long's curiosity. He slammed the table and stood up, startling Anhi. Father-in-law wanted me to go directly to find King Kim Mao Fan. Trit's son was proud. That's right. The more Tu Long thought about it, the happier he became. He went directly to get honey. When I was a YouTuber, I went to get honey many times. After that, he and Trit's son quickly ran out. Let's go, father-in-law, I'm very good at collecting honey, he also happily said. I knew you would like it. Tu Long was even more curious. What did Kim Mao Fan King look like? Trit's son saw him being so curious and felt a bit tired. Of course it looks like a bee. The trip to collect honey has begun. Because it was valuable information that my father-in-law had given me, I would think that there were no other competitors. We would come first, but unexpectedly, at this time there were 2 groups of people competing with each other. So Kim Mao Fan Vuong's secret was ours. What? We bought the information legally, so it was ours, huh? Tu Long and Anhi quietly watched the dispute. One guy shouted loudly, you bought the news, we also bought it. Could it be that you bought it from a guy with shaggy hair and a big mole on his face? The scar-faced guy was a bit startled. How could you know that? Anyway, we won't give in. Tu Long remembered the 2 guys he accidentally met, a guy with shaggy hair and a big mole on his face. Could it be them? Tu Long was extremely angry. They sold the information to this person and that person, and the 9 losers were just as angry as you, those bastards. He shouted, daring to insult the Sichuan Tang family right in Sichuan. The other 2 groups of people were scared to death when they heard this name. What? Sichuan Tang family? At this time, Tu Long secretly sighed, planning to take my honey. Trit's son is a bit worried about letting Tu Long and Anhi go out. Tu Long, because this is your first time coming out, so you have to be very careful, and absolutely don't forget that you are a member of the Tang family. Tu Long also understands your worry. Yes sir. Trit's son looked down. Tu Long also looked down. He ordered, take them with you, you also have to learn how to use people gradually. He was a bit surprised. Yes, you asked me to bring them. He was a bit hesitant, but Miss Hoa Anhi, Trit's son sarcastically laughed at him. This kid, Hoa Anhi is my person. I am Hoa Anhi's life partner, I am the best. The more Tu Long listened, the more embarrassed he became. His friend, partner, Anhi saw him embarrassed and cheered him on. You will do well, Tu Long, I will also help you.
Hearing that, he had to promise, I will try my best, but looking at the tense situation of all parties, Tu Long has a bit of a headache. What should I do?
He, a little confused, asked the man next to him, what should we do about this? Let's divide the rice between them. The man pondered, how to divide it. He is the poison blood, the leader of the poison blood team. Doc Hyatt crossed his arms, a bit disdainful. Who are they to dare to demand a share from our Sichuan Tang family? He also supports his opinion, even though he doesn't know who they are. These guys are really bold. Anhi's cold eyes looked at that group of people, daring to sell the information that the Sichuan Tang family had bought. When they saw her, they screamed in fear. Doc Hoa, one of the 3 flowers of the martial arts group, another guy heard this news and was shocked. Doc Hoa, the direct line of the Tang sect, has arrived. That person quickly clasped his hands. Then said in fear, we Fan Van sect don't know that this thing is related to the Sichuan Tang family, we will retreat. The other sects also clasped their hands together in apology. Our Van Ho sect also resigned. We will also go, damn it, I will capture and skin that guy. Our White Jade Ghost Killing sect will not participate. After that, they turned around and ran away. Tu Long looked a bit bewildered. Hey, just going like that. Seeing this scene, he was a bit scared. Is the Sichuan Tang family that bad? He asked a little confused, is it over? Doc Hyatt observed the situation, probably not. He easily noticed them hiding in the bushes. Those evil sects did not retreat just like that. He gave the order correctly. First they will find a good location nearby. It is obvious that they are hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity. 9 defeats, please determine their location. 9 defeats clasped their hands respectfully. Yes master. Tu Long looked at their backs a bit thoughtfully. He quickly comforted him. It's okay, Tu Long. In the vast and dangerous mountains and forests, Little Dragon gently warned, be careful. They hid behind an ambush rock, observing the bees. Initially, a bee flew out to explore. Then the rest of them also flew away. Tu Long was excited when he saw them. My bee and Anhi were also a little excited. That was Kim Mao Fan King. It was also my first time seeing it. It's so big. The more I look at the little dragon, the more I like it. Isn't it so cute? Anhi also admires it. Its fur is really floating. The blood poison seems a bit helpless. That's why it's called Kim Mao Fan King. The little dragon observed ahead, thoughtfully analyzing, but this population is a bit small, only about a few hundred. The dragon can grow that big. Anhi was a bit confused. The group, Tu Long quickly explained, well, that's how to call the whole group of maples. Usually a group has about 5,000 to 7,000 birds. Anhi listened to what he said and was even more amazed by his talent. He knew that even without going inside, Tu Long felt that this was not difficult. Just look at the number of people coming in and out at the nest door to know the general idea. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind them. Ju Bo lowered his body and raised his voice to report, the landlord has found the gang. Is that so? Doc Hyatt asked, where are they? Ju Bo was a bit confused. That. He reported everything he knew to Doc Blood. Those damn people were indeed on the opposite side. Even though he couldn't see clearly what they were doing, they were probably going to attack. After listening to Doc Blood, he thought, so they must be waiting for dark and will take the honey using the Tang family's method. After hearing this, Tu Long was a bit curious. Is it the Tang family's method? The blood poison also did not hide it, saying that if we burn wormwood leaves and let the smoke fly into the nest, the maples will become more gentle. Then we will go inside and take the honey. After listening, the little dragon also admired, oh, what a good method. Ju Bo feels that this is a bit difficult, but, now the wind is blowing in our direction. Realizing the unfavorable situation, they all remained silent without saying a word. After that, Tu Long suddenly shouted, yes. Ku Bo quickly asked, have you come up with any method? The more he talked, the more excited he became. if the wind was blowing towards us then wouldn't we be able to hide the smell? 9 defeats agreed with this idea, yes. After that, Tu Long immediately took the lead and rushed forward, so, I left for a while and then came back. When Anhi saw that, he worriedly shouted, Tu Long. She grabbed him tightly, no way, little dragon, Golden Mao Wind King is a mid-level poison, very dangerous, but how can his mind right now care about so many things? Just once, I'll touch it once and then I'll come back right away. Suddenly a stone flew towards me. The stone rolled and flew away. Then fly to the beehive. This action made Tu Long and Anhi freeze in fear. The bees were startled and buzzed out, they flew out to attack the group of little dragons. Anhi quickly grabbed the little dragon and ran away, first running, then, it was all chaos. Tu Long sat on the rock, quietly thinking, there's no way. He had countless ideas in his head, he had to go against the wind to light a fire but, I was sandwiched between the people of the 4 sects and the bees. The Kim Mao Fawn King was a bit different from the bees I knew. He remembered the scene just now, even from 30 meters away he could still feel the sound of their wings flapping, hornets were not at this level. While contemplating, Anhi walked up behind him, Tu Long, come here, he was surprised to see her coming, Miss Hoa Angan. She gave the baby corn to him, they seemed to have eaten it all, because they kept flying around, I brought them here. When the little dragon saw that, he smiled and said, thank you, Miss Hoa Angan. They quickly crawled up to rub against him, the little dragon smiled kindly, they had become more gentle. Anhi came to sit next to him. She asked softly, was there any extra income? Tu Long sitting next to her was a bit nervous, I wanted to observe more. Anhi spoke up, I'm sorry for always urging you, Tu Long, just calm down and think, there's no need to rush. After listening, Tu Long felt the pressure increase, he was urging, suddenly Anhi saw something, pointed it out to him, Tu Long looked over there, on the opposite side of the tree. In the direction of Anhi, there were only 2 monkeys fighting, were they monkeys, were they fighting? Tu Long heard this and suddenly thought of something, monkey. 2 monkeys are constantly fighting. Anhi looked a bit surprised, oh my god, they must be really angry. Suddenly he had a flash of thought and called, Miss Hoa Angan. Tu Long asked Anhi, it seemed like there was some smell, she felt it a bit and said, this scent, could it be? At this moment, the little dragon was suddenly startled, could it be that pheromones? He pointed in the direction of the beehive and shouted, Miss Hoa Angan, we have to avoid, soon the maples will get crazy and flock here and there. Anhi was a bit confused, I know. Then Anhi picked up the sickle and ran away. She used a flying weapon and jumped up high. Then they landed safely. Anhi was so frightened by the scene before her eyes that she gasped in fear. Just as the little dragon said, the bees flew out, she silently groaned, oh, my god. The bees then rushed to attack the monkeys. The monkeys were stung by the bees until they became swollen. They looked at each other with emotion, almost making a big deal out of it, then. Anhi asked a little curiously, but, Tu Long, how did you know that King Kim Mao Fan would rush out to attack? You clearly told me to avoid before hearing King Kim Mao Fan's voice. Tu Long immediately explained, it was because of the smell. Anhi was a bit confused, what was the smell? Anhi thought for a while then said, thinking back, it seemed to smell like magnolia flowers. Tu Long was shocked when he heard it, what? He looked at her and felt a bit unbelievable, could it be that honeysuckle can distinguish the smell of pheromones? He asked again, do you know the scent from before? Anhi replied a little shyly, I know. She said, the smell emitted just now was similar to the smell of magnolia flowers. When he heard this, he happily grabbed her, that was it, his actions made her extremely embarrassed, little dragon. He leaned down on her shoulder, laughing loudly, making Anhi's face blush with embarrassment. He raised his head, revealing a sinister smile, I have a way to wipe out the 4 sects and get the secret. Somewhere, a group of people are gathering around a fire. The scarred man picked up his wine bottle and drained it. Don't forget to say a few words of exclamation, delicious. Another guy sitting opposite spoke up, by the way, when do you think we can go get honey? The scar-faced guy also immediately answered, I don't know yet, 3 days ago I saw them running around everywhere, now suddenly quiet. Probably, about to do something, probably. He showed his chubby face with an expression of disbelief, by the way, do beehives really make money? The other person also started to feel uncomfortable when having to explain, oh god, have you been fooled all your life to ask that? If made from the king's golden beeswax is an extremely precious thing, only the royal family can use it, they will definitely just take the honey and throw it away, then the remaining beehive will be ours. Besides, if they accidentally fail and die, the scar-faced guy will just smile happily and clasp his hands together. By the way, there is also a poisonous flower called Tam Hoa martial arts, too. We have to pay careful attention, don't let it harm you anymore. The image of a beautiful girl also slowly appears on that despicable face. It's not a bad idea. With that look, the people sitting around the fire also started clapping in response. Just thinking about it makes me feel itchy. Who knows, maybe one of us will become their son-in-law. Of course, we must repay the favor of saving our lives. Suddenly, a strange scent wafted straight into his nose, causing the scarred man to stare in surprise. It gradually spread in the air, appearing more and more in front of people. Where did this fragrance come from? That's right, could it be the scent of a poisonous flower? It must be so. The scent of that flower is also as beautiful and sweet as this. Suddenly a noise came from the forest over there. The people sitting nearby immediately noticed and looked around. What was that sound? Something huge suddenly appeared as if it wanted to obscure the light of the moon. The crowd immediately became worried. There, what is that? They immediately ran away to save their little lives. Queen bees, run, run quickly, run away. High above are countless bees with strange eyes rushing straight towards this direction. The people there were only screaming in pain and screaming in despair, letting those bees torture their bodies. Help! Right now, right under the tide, there are containers scattered everywhere. These are the things that spread the fragrance that attracts monsters. The last ones also followed their herd one after another. Anhi's group of people standing nearby also observed everything. Yes, that's true, the bees were flying all in one place. Long, what did you do? I didn't expect the bees to go crazy because of the scent of a flower like that. The young man standing there also calmly replied, well, that's because I ordered a general attack on the bees. In an all-out attack, I just crushed the flowers and fruits and scattered them. The original flowers were recreated in the little girl's head. Turns out, that smell was the signal to order a general attack. Pheromones are chemical signals that animals of the same species use to communicate with each other. In particular, highly social insects such as ants and wasps use pheromones extremely actively to communicate. The type of pheromone I used is the scent that bees secrete when launching a general attack. It's called isoamyl acetate. Anhi replied with interest, do you mean this flower emits the same scent when the bees launch an attack? It's really amazing. When Long heard the compliment from the young lady next to him, he felt a bit shy. However, I find it even more surprising that the silver flower lady could distinguish that scent. A happy smile appeared on her lips. The Tang family specializes in poisons, so it is natural for her to be sensitive to scent. Yes, that's right, the young man's eyes were now looking into the distance. The queen bee has already led the bees to attack, so we should start moving in, right? Let's go get honey from the queen bee. The scene now changes to another place. The guy is holding a carefully wrapped bundle of leaves. They gradually entered a huge tree stump that had a hole in it. Little dragon, it's very dangerous. Let me go first and lead the way. The scene that met our eyes at this moment made everyone shocked. Look, oh my god, the honeycomb is so big. In front of them is now a huge beehive hanging inside. It's really terrible. The compartments are arranged neatly according to a rule. They also quickly entered without any incident. The man in the lead exclaimed, luckily the bees seem to have all flown out. Right now, it seems like there's something unusual that's attracting our little dragon's attention. What's going on? If there's no honey, the servant nearby can't believe it either. Anhi stood there with a very confused heart and asked, is there really any more like what Long said? Long saw the scene before him. Of course he also had some doubts in his heart. This has never happened before, it's so strange. Then suddenly he realized something. Could it be? There was absolutely no more eggs left in this beehive, so Duk Hayat, standing next to him, immediately made his guess, whether this was related to the fact that the hive had no honey left. Perhaps, the bees had already prepared to move away, so it seemed like the bees had swallowed all the stored honey. Perhaps, the reason is because she sensed too many traces of humans recently. Anhi replied confusedly, so that's it. The little dragon then reached out and touched the beehive below and said, yes, when the bees decide to migrate, they will no longer lay eggs, because at that time, they no longer have the time or ability to take care of the larvae. But now he realized something was wrong. When I quickly saw the silhouette of a strange bee in front of me. At this time, he spoke up and asked the man who wrote later, for you, if you don't rest but continuously use light kung fu, how long can you last? If you run at a moderate speed, Poison Blood thinks for a bit and then carefully answer, I can maintain for about half a day. But the people outside suddenly called out loudly, why did you suddenly ask about that, young Master Dragon, Queen Bee? The yellow bees are coming back, you have to leave here quickly. Right now outside is the image of a big machine rushing towards this place at top speed. The Poison Blood inside quickly signaled to the 2 remaining kids, let's go, young Master Tu Long, just give up, just wait a moment. But before he could resist, he was roughly dragged away by Anhi from behind, little dragon, hurry up. The 3 of them quickly left this large hive. It's just that at this moment, he had already stolen a strange bee from his chest. They then finally left this place and stood outside for a few tired breaths, almost something big happened. But from his chest, a small bee also came out. Luckily we were able to get out before the bees came back. As soon as Anhi saw it, she screamed in surprise, little dragon, what are you holding? He happily introduced himself, this is the queen of the bees, because there is no honey, I brought the person who will create honey here. The people standing nearby saw that scene and were extremely surprised, the bee queen, the little dragon boy, could it be? I still didn't have time to react to those sentences, but by the time I realized everything, it was too late. The bee in his shirt was also struggling to escape. The little dragon slowly spoke up and continued, by the way, soon, the bees will realize their queen is gone and come after us. Then he looked towards them, smiled happily and hugged the queen bee in his arms, let's run, and so, the dangerous chase for life began. All 3 of them had no choice but to quickly leave this place. Long tried to calm the little guy in his chest, calm down a bit, I'll take you to a place where no one will bother you, okay, it's been a few days since the death race of honeybees started. During that time, the group reduced their sleeping time to move with all their might. Looking at the current situation, it's truly pathetic. On the way here, a few people in the Poison Blood team fell behind. This time, when we return, we must ask someone to teach us how to light dance properly. At this moment, someone tripped and fell behind. Another person falling behind. The dragon map has fallen, the royal dragon map of the Poison Blood team has been left behind. The little dragon saw this scene and cried out a little helplessly, if he was far away from the bee queen, he probably wouldn't be attacked anymore. Everyone, use light attack and run quickly. The bloody creature carried the insecurity in his heart and asked again, Mr. Tu Long, can we escape? Tu Long was really a bit confused and unsure of his answer, maybe it's okay. But after the next 3 days passed, the bloody thing could no longer persevere. He fell to the ground and lay there tiredly calling out a few times, please, sorry, sir, little dragon, I can only go this far. When the 2 of them saw this scene, they really had no choice. Anhi standing to the side suddenly spoke up, Tu Long, let me carry you. Tu Long standing next to her also felt a bit embarrassed when he saw her like this, Miss Hoa Angan, but, I can run on my own. However, the girl next to her quickly calmed herself down. After that, I happily hung it up for a few hours, I could do it. Tang people absolutely never give up. At this time, outside the mansion, they still have extremely strict guards. Suddenly everyone realized something was wrong. Looked at the forest in the distance and called out a few times, the lady had returned. But at this moment, I saw the struggling looks of the 2 of them slowly walking towards Miss. Of course, this incident alarmed everyone up and down the street, calling the entire family immediately. Dear father and respected grandfather quickly appeared, is there something serious? It's Hoa Angan Tu, who has returned home. They were really surprised when they saw the broken and wild girl in front of them, really. Trit's son picked up his beloved daughter and asked loudly, Tu Long, what is this? He has no choice but to explain awkwardly, please calm down, father-in-law, Miss Hoa Angan is just exhausted after 10 days of non-stop light work. But now is not the time to talk about this, quickly go to the martial arts arena. What? The Supreme Patriarch on the side is a bit confused, what is the martial arts arena for? Then he took something out of his body. It's the little man's son that I used my life to bring back, the queen of the Golden Mao Phoenix King. Soon, other bees will come, we have to go to the old tree in the martial arts arena right away. The people standing over there were also bewildered when they saw this scene, only the old man was smiling with excitement, this kid is truly something to look forward to, he will definitely do big things in the future. What, didn't he say he was going to get honey, but instead he captured the bee queen. Then he quickly walked this way and gently patted his shoulder a few times, okay, let's go. The 2 of them quickly flew straight into the air without any reaction. Tu Long could only quietly be taken away without being able to resist. Suddenly he shouted in surprise, "What's going on?" Chu Long over there carefully reported, "Old man, the bees are coming." He was a bit surprised when he heard these words, "So crowded, did you bring all of them here?" Then the two of them quickly accelerated and left this place, right in front. "Let's go quickly." The whole group of people quickly landed near that big tree. "They've arrived, little dragon." He quickly hugged the queen bee and rushed towards the tree. "Kim Mao Fan King, the place I mentioned, from now on, this is your home." That bee that he released finally began to curiously look everywhere, extremely adorable face, carefully examining everything. Then he cried out a few times, looking extremely satisfied. Tu Long finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that. "Is this okay? It seems to satisfy you, right?" At this time, the old man in the distance quickly signaled, "Little dragon, let's leave here quickly, the bees are coming." He heard that and quickly answered, "Yes, sir." The people in the mansion were completely surprised when they saw the huge number of bees flying straight towards this direction. The queen over there saw them and immediately waved her wings excitedly. Next was the scene of countless large giants rushing towards the tree over there. When the old man saw this scene, he was extremely surprised. "Honestly, I have never seen a scene like this in my entire life. King Kim Mao Fan was successfully captured. Great. At this time, those monkeys were gently enjoying my new food. I gave the golden lions, exhausted from chasing, some water mixed with sugar to revive them." People often say that when eating together, feelings will be born. From meals, kindness will also be cultivated. Fortunately, there is something similar to sugar here. How lucky. Doing this will probably lower their guard a bit. If they realize that they are their master, even better. That's right. Suddenly Tu Long shouted loudly, making the people next to him startled. "What's wrong?" He turned his eyes to Trit's son. "What about Miss Hoa Angan?" The old man next to him was also a bit uncomfortable. "Now you remember. I told you to take it to my lady's place and let it rest." From Mok Li Ah, "Why did you bring that swarm of bees and use light work all the way here?" At this time he was a bit confused. "Yes, father-in-law. Only sleeping for about 2 hours a day, the rest he stopped to run." "Really?" The white-haired old man standing nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suddenly he seemed to realize something. "Little dragon. So, what about the bloody team, where are they?" At this moment, the main remembers the unfortunate people at that time, probably, lying down somewhere on the road. Maybe they have to be picked up. The blood poisoning team was then brought back safely to the arms of their families. The scene now changes to Miss Anhi's room. She seems to have stabilized. It seems like the Golden Hair Wind Kings have recovered their strength. How lucky. Tu Long, yes, Miss Hoa Angan. Tu Lam happily told about her achievements. Currently, they are sucking nectar from poisonous flowers in Duangjia Mountain. Just imagining them, the young lady couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, they look so adorable." Suddenly there was a call from outside. "Mr. Tu Long, Mr. Tu Long." "What's going on?" A servant with a rushed look, constantly panting, "You need to go out for a moment." The condition of the Golden Fox Kings seemed strange. They looked like they were looking for something. Hearing this, Tu Long was a bit surprised and stood up suddenly. Really, the bees are flying everywhere, each in their own direction, making everyone surprised. Suddenly they seemed to have determined what they were looking for. Surrounding and clinging to Tu Long's body made him surprised. Hey, you guys," the girl on the other side couldn't help but worry. Tu Long, are you okay?" They cling all over the boy's body. "You guys, why are you like this?" In just a moment, he was able to lift his entire body. Anhi standing below witnessing this scene could only helplessly call out, "Tu Long." Some time later we dropped him in front of the tree hole the other day. He was a bit surprised at what happened before his eyes. "What happened to your hive? What happened?" A small man flew from behind as if pushing this boy inside. "Okay, I understand, you guys want me to come in." A majestic scene met the little dragon's eyes. They are still diligently redesigning their great project. Seeing this scene, the young teenager also felt a bit of admiration. The nest has been built quite completely, and the hard work of collecting honey is also in progress. Suddenly something caught his eye. One that is different in size from the rest, the bee queen. It flew over and landed lightly on the little dragon's hand, wanting me to lift it up. The workers were now wrapped around him, making him feel uncomfortable. They clung to him to the point of not being able to move. The queen bee over there is showing a cute expression. Then moved closer to his face. "Wait a minute. The queen of Kim Mao Fan King actually took away our main's first kiss." Tu Long couldn't do anything but stand there and enjoy. Suddenly he felt something strange, something was coming. The workers slowly flew back. That passionate kiss finally ended. The guy was a bit confused, not knowing what had just happened. Pointing at the queen, you, be queen, this is my first time, what are you doing? An unpleasant feeling suddenly appeared, causing the little dragon to fall to the ground. As if he understood the problem, he lay on the ground and with difficulty turned his cold eyes towards the bee over there. All over his body, there were now extremely strange red auras. He was constantly lying on the ground in pain, his mouth spitting blood, there was a strange feeling of discomfort behind him and it was really itchy, all the feelings were covering his whole body. It was a hot, oppressive heat. And the giant heartbeat. Xulong looked at him with silent hatred in his eyes, reaching out to grab the queen over there, you. What did you give me to eat? The silhouettes of Anhi and the silver-haired old man faintly appeared before my eyes. Little dragon, grandfather, something is wrong with little dragon, this thing seems to have swallowed a very strong elixir, little dragon, calm down quickly, I will guide the breath to help you. Suddenly a call rang in my ear, little dragon, are you awake? When I woke up dimly, I was already in my room. This is, Anhi sitting next to me also spoke up, Duong Mon's medical hall. Seeing little dragon being dragged towards King Kim Mao Fan, my grandfather and I rushed over, but when we got there, you were unconscious, so we brought someone here. Do you still remember what happened? Heard this sentence from the young lady, he seemed to have lost all vitality and lowered his head. My first kiss. Anhi sat there looking worried at the guy's expression. Long, are you okay? Is there anything unusual about you? Should I call my grandfather over? You are now starting to look at your body again. Well, it doesn't have to be just me. Long was a little tired of what had just happened and breathed a sigh of relief. The queen bee gave me her food to eat, maybe that's why this happened. What did you eat? I don't know the exact name, but if I had to name it, it could be called Fan Vuong Trap. Anhi was a bit surprised by what I just heard, Fan Vuong Trap. The boy continued to speak, that's right, bees collect honey and pollen to live on them, only worker bees, those who work all their lives, eat honey and pollen. The young lady next to her also immediately asked, what about the queen bee? The guy sitting on his bed was also tired thinking about it, from birth to death, she only eats traps created by worker bees. So, the royal trap that the queen bee forced me to eat was royal jelly. The girl sitting nearby was also surprised at the information she had just heard, so that's it, the queen bee's lifelong food. Their conversation continued, but the Wind King trap also had a special use. What use? Normally, worker bees only live for more than a month, but the queen bee can live 60 times longer by eating Wind King traps. How? Isn't that extraordinary? Little dragon, please calm down. Anhi has now grasped everything, ran her hand through her hair and breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, that's it. The question has been answered. The internal technique that Xulong practiced was the 5 poisons return to origin technique, although it was only a primary mental technique so it could not absorb all the energy from the elixir. But Kim Mao Fan King's honey has an effect equivalent to 2 months of internal energy, right? Xulong has achieved exactly 10 times the effect, you have had 10 years of internal energy. Congratulations on your great encounter, 10 years of internal work, from where mysterious rays of light began to appear all over the little dragon's body. And also, the young lady in front of me is a bit embarrassed. Take a look at the silver mirror once in the future, it seems like the Wind King trap has other effects too. Any other effects? Silver mirror, since when has his face changed so strangely? His innocence has changed into a delicate, elegant look. The scene changes to where the little dragon is observing his face after the change, something is strange. Does royal jelly have this kind of effect? Where's that country guy from Hainan? Put your hand on your face, your lines become more delicate, your skin also becomes softer, just like a woman's skin. I immediately realized something. The female version of myself appeared in my mind, royal jelly, queen bee, how to eat it. The space seemed to quiet down, the little dragon slowly pulled his pants. It's like there's a light coming from that place. Luckily, the boy's ginseng root was still there behind his pants, he immediately lay down and breathed a sigh of relief, luckily, it was still where it needed to be. Images of talking to Anhi appeared, maybe I should go and say, thank you, I almost risked my life, but was saved. The scene changes to a time when little dragon is walking in the palace of the royal family. The eyes of the people around him made him a little curious, today I suddenly felt unfamiliar eyes, is it because my internal strength has increased? First of all, he had to run away from here, Thinking so, he ran all the way to another place even though the laughter was still loud. At the Sichuan Tang family's restaurant, Sichuan. Qiu Long gingerly opened the door and walked in. The table was filled with all kinds of delicacies. The people of the Tang family were all present and turned their eyes towards the young man. The woman nearby spoke first with a cheerful attitude. "Hey, my son-in-law's face looks brighter, isn't his body better?" My mother replied immediately with a respectful attitude. "Yes, mother-in-law, I'm sorry for making you worry, it's okay, you should be happy if you have a chance encounter." "Oh my god, look at this skin, Hoa Grace, she must really like it," she kept teasing me, making Anhi over here blush. "Oh, mother. Qiu Long, please sit down quickly." The young man is also confused with what is going on. "Yes." They quickly started the meal like that. Trit's son spoke first. "Qiu Long, is your body feeling better?" "Yes, father-in-law, I'm sorry for making you worry." Qiu Long can continue speaking. "Thank you grandpa, I heard that you examined my body," the silver-haired old man also happily replied. "Is that so? It is a good thing to have a chance encounter. So, now tell me what happened. I've heard about the Wind King trap from Hoa and what happened in the end." He was a bit confused when he heard them mention this. "Well, the thing is, the image of the main's first kiss falling into the hands of the queen of the bees slowly appeared, perhaps because she was pleased with the new nest. The queen bee, Kim Mao Fan Vuong, tried to repay her favor, so she was pulled back to the nest, and then suddenly fed the Fan Vuong trap. I think everything that happened stemmed from this." The people present also suddenly turned their eyes full of surprise towards the young man in front of them. It's so strange that even a middle-level poisonous animal still writes back a favor. The conversation between them continued. "By the way, is it possible to find more of that Wind King trap? If we can find it, it will be very useful for our clan. The secret of the Golden Mao Wind King alone is quite useful. If it is a Wind King trap then it will definitely be extremely helpful." Suddenly the main mother-in-law suddenly spoke loudly and with seriousness. "Son-in-law, can we find more king traps?" The whole dining table seemed to immediately stop at this request. Suddenly Anhi next to him spoke up. "Ah, that's right, Qiu Long, can you find it again?" The guy was a bit confused at the above request but was careful. If it was just a regular bee, it would be necessary to use many separate nests for the queen bee, which is called the royal bee, and use the worker bees to collect royal jelly. Images of subordinates being chased and beaten during the process of collecting beeswax gradually appeared. If you try to do that with the intelligent Kim Mao Fan King, young Master Qiu Long, wouldn't this be a completely different matter? He would definitely be turned into a honeycomb right away. Originally, royal jelly is food for larvae created by worker bees, while we are fed directly by the queen bee herself. The main mother's music spoke up, causing the other side to freeze. "If so, would this quality be completely different?" Qiu Fan immediately replied, "I will speak frankly here. Probably impossible." The head of the house was a bit surprised by this statement. "Is it okay? For what reason, son-in-law, why isn't it okay? Even though it can be eaten, will anyone dare to eat it?" The little dragon's sharp eyes looked straight ahead. The image of my first kiss gradually appeared in my mind. People around me also began to be curious and ask, "What is it? Is it a strange taste, or is it a smell?" He started talking about it with a face full of pride. "It's not like that, this Wind King trap is secreted from the queen bee's mouth." It seemed like it needed to be directly transmitted by the queen bee. This made the white-haired old man so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, and the mother-in-law trembled and asked again, "That method is like kissing, you have to make mouth-to-mouth contact." Trit's son also spoke in bewilderment at this time. "So it seems that we can't find more, unless it's Qiu Long, who is loved by King Mao Fan, but there is no way for others to be enemies." Suddenly a pair of chopsticks fell to the floor. Anhi seemed to have transformed into another person, making him a bit scared. Oral contact. Little dragon. That night, the scenery here was so beautiful that it made people captivated. But at this moment, martial arts leader Huang Chu Trong Hak was in a pensive state with some thoughts in his heart, his hands placed on the railings also gently clenched into fists. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door outside. "Master, I have brought tea, okay, come in." A beautiful woman from outside slowly walked in and gently reported, "I have prepared Tae Sun Bok Lo tea." Chu Trong Hak looked in that direction, his face showing a bit of surprise. Picking up that cup of tea, I felt a bit surprised. "This is my hometown tea, yes, this is the famous tea of Tae Sun, Nam Suang, thank you, I will enjoy the tea to the fullest." He picked up the cup of tea and gently placed it across his nose, enjoying its gentle aroma. I really felt a certain sweet fragrance afterwards. It's just that at this moment, a voice rang out from outside, the leader of the alliance, his subordinate as a well-mannered military master. He immediately put down his teacup. "What's wrong at this late hour? Come in." The man who just entered respectfully bowed. "I'm sorry for disturbing you while you were resting, my lord. Actually, I just got urgent news from the Tu Shuyan family, so I thought it would be better to inform you immediately." Trong Hawk still had that calm look and answered, "It's okay, the strategist has come to find you in a hurry. It must be an important matter, just say it." The girl next to her also knew what she meant and stepped back to give the two people space to discuss important matters. A scroll was placed on the table by the military advisor, the bloody hand La Chok Tak Van Duong. The Tang family had obtained his head and the secret of the bloody hand. When the martial arts leader heard this news, he also glared angrily and slammed the table. "What? The bloody single palm, that terrible martial art, how and where to get it back?" The scholar next to him also slowly continued. "Previously, Trak Van Duong was hit by the palm of 10,000 poisonous gods. His whereabouts became obscure. After that, he drifted to Hainan and secluded there. Moreover, there is also a very interesting story. That bald-headed demon named Van Duong was defeated by a young knight and a poison user." As if he couldn't believe what he heard, he asked again, "What are you saying, a young knight and a poison user?" That Marquis slowly sat down on the chair opposite. It sounded like an interesting story, and this was also a story that the master would be interested in. If I tell him in more detail, before he could do anything, the woman suddenly emitted murderous aura standing next to him, making him tremble a bit in fear. Changing the scene at this time at Si Shuyan's house, a man spoke up. "Yes, sir." A man spoke loudly at this time. "It turns out there is someone who dares to sell information from our Tang sect to other places." The guy next to him also spoke up as if adding fuel to the fire. "Really bold, I didn't expect that there would be someone defaming the reputation of our Tang sect like this." Tu Long was also a bit surprised with their attitude, really surprised. He didn't say harsh words to his father-in-law. Anhi sitting next to him also started to explain, "Of course, Tu Long dare to harm the family's reputation, so even the elders in the clan are angry. After all, they are members of the same family." At this time, their discussion continued. "I asked the gang to verify information about them. Surely there will be news soon. I intend to personally go to Vin Shuyan Palace." "So, how do you plan to handle it?" "In the immediate future, we must use it to destroy the soul poison, transform the blood poison, and cut off the colon poison. When the blood burns, the internal organs melt and the person drowns in pain as if his soul leaves his body. I will finish him off with the 7 treasured soul-destroying poison. My family member sitting nearby also feels a bit scared. Therapy, cocktails." He immediately ordered, "Summon the poison extermination team immediately." "I will immediately set out." "Yes, homeowner." Now the people of Trit Sun have gathered outside the Duong family mansion. He turned around and said to the person behind him, "Son-in-law, then I will be on my way. Please rest and take good care of your health." Tu Long heard that and immediately bowed respectfully. "I understand, father-in-law, please be careful." "Be careful? What do I have to be careful about? They are the ones who need to be careful." Immediately the group of them turned around and left. "Let's go. I will inflict on them 100 times of retribution, 100 times of punishment." "Yes, my lord." Suddenly the young man's heart was a little puzzled. "Miss Hoa Angan, are those people the poison extermination team?" "I came here but this was the first time I saw them." The girl next to me started to speak. "Ah, they specialize in taking on sinister tasks. Mainly deal with and eliminate others, so they are called the poison extermination team. It's not just a simple evil thing. Tu Long also has some calculations of his own." Suddenly, there was a sound of someone coming from behind, attracting the young couple's attention. It turned out that the two people were talking loudly during the meeting. Tu Long and the girl next to him immediately respectfully bowed. The little dragon asked to meet the elders of the family. The two of them gradually came over here. "That's right, I heard that you have met a strange destiny." Thinking for a moment, he answered, "Yes, elders." "Could it be because of the golden wind King Lo Queen Bee?" The old man with a chubby body spoke first. "We came to you because we have a favor to ask." Tu Long was a bit worried when he saw their expressions. "What is it?" The two people over there started to look confused. "It must be the honey of King Kim Mao Fan." No, it's not that. Don't you think we are greedy for that?" "Yes, that's right, the elixirs and treasures in this world all have a predetermined purpose, don't you think?" The young teenager still didn't understand what was going on. "So, what was it?" That old man seemed annoyed with the person in the back, slowly approaching our main house with a suspicious expression. "Come a little closer. That thing, isn't it, Shi Dan Huan or something?" I heard it was something created by the son-in-law, so I decided to take it as yours. The guy seemed to understand something. I'm also trying to adapt to the family. There are many things that are still difficult. If the elders can support a little, then there's nothing that can't be offered. That's right, our son-in-law is really reasonable. From now on, we will support our son-in-law with all our heart. Just rest assured and live in the family. Their conversation immediately became happy as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, the king came from behind. What were they discussing so happily? The whole group immediately gasped in surprise. It's awkward to hide the medicinal pills behind. It's just a chat to strengthen the relationship with the son-in-law. Of course, elders, it seems you have finally realized the true value of the little dragon. Of course, your majesty, Anhi standing here is a bit uncomfortable with the overturning of those people. Suddenly, someone behind shouted loudly to announce, Patriarch, it's a big deal, what happened? The city lord of Sichuan was dying. What? The group of people immediately widened their eyes in surprise. Xulong was scared and asked again, did he follow the correct usage as instructed? The servant also reported the story at this time. That story was. After the city master of Sichuan saw the effectiveness of the medicine, he refilled the medicine and used the dosage many times higher than the instructions. Oh my god. The head of the family was so tired that he patted his head a few times and sighed, I have to get there quickly. Xulong, you are the only man left in the house, please protect women's rights, understand? My young man immediately replied with a serious look, yes, sir. His back slowly disappeared into the distance. What is there to worry about? The scene changes at night at the Tang family's mansion. The couple of sparrows are having a conversation in the yard. Little dragon, how did you learn this set of 10 poisons and 2 principles? Well, compared to the beginning, it's not so difficult to understand. If the 5 poisons Gui Yuan Gong feels like a large flow of air circulating in the body, then the 10 poisons 2 principles work as like 2 air streams working together, like a 2-cylinder engine. Now, we should have a certain level of resistance to common poisons. Moreover, I can also directly emit gas outside or transfer it into objects. He was a little surprised and widened his eyes. Is that true? Okay, let me try it once. At this moment, the little dragon is standing facing the straw pillar over there. Slowly and thoughtfully reflect on Anhi's words. Switching internal energy from left to right, making 2 air circles rotate in the same direction. At this time countless strange blue light appeared around his body. When this air flow fills the whole body. Released, a brilliant light was released by the little dragon, hitting straight forward. The knife in his hand rushed at maximum speed. Destroy one side of the doll standing over there. It was pinned straight to the wall, where the masked guys were. They still didn't seem to realize they were constantly laughing and celebrating the result. Miss Hoa Angan, I succeeded. Xulong, that's amazing, you have properly injected the energy into the flying knife. A few guys wearing black clothes became confused. Could it be that they had been discovered? Did they need to be eliminated? The leader immediately calmed down. No, it seemed like it was just a coincidence. He handed a book back, even though it was just a copy, but the secret of the blood hand's single palm was obtained. Our mission was completed. Before trouble happened, we had to quickly leave here and return to our religion. Their conversation continued. Idiots, letting down their guard in this martial arts arena, thanks to which I was able to escape easily. Suddenly there was a strange scent floating in the air that hit that arrow. Since when did a bee appear above the intruders' heads? Is that a sweet scent coming from somewhere? The little bee turned his scary eyes straight towards the crowd below. A shrill scream rang out in the pouring rain. Xulong and Anhi who were there heard this scream and were also surprised. What's going on? It seems like there's someone here. Then they saw a bunch of people trying to hide in the rain. Why were there bees? Intruders. Then the young woman next to her quickly attacked forward. Little dragon, shoot an arrow, Miss Hoa Angan. The people standing over there holding the bee were scared when they saw them rushing towards this direction, retreating, those bastards. Anhi of course won't let that happen so easily, just stand there. She held the black hemp whip, ready to attack straight forward. In the blink of an eye, it attacked the group of people without mercy. It's just that she was a bit surprised that this would happen. Could they avoid her whip? The large bee on their heads was quickly controlled by them like a perfect tool, dying. Little Long in the distance saw this scene and screamed in fear, Miss Hoa Angan, be careful. The man over there used his strength to launch a massive attack. Anhi is not afraid to use her big whip to stop everything. That weapon very quickly touched the bandit's face over there. Anhi then quickly passed by the opponent and defeated him easily. Xiu Long saw that scene and was a little surprised. Miss Hoa Angan, are you okay? Angan, he just calmly replied, it's okay, you're fine. Then he saw the other person's body gradually being eroded by murderous aura. Mother, what is this? Who is this person? Is he dead? Angan, he looked coldly in that direction. Then he looked straight at the man lying over there and carefully assessed that he had committed suicide by biting poison. It seemed like he had something to hide. They heard noises from inside the mansion to the side. Angan, he turned around to carefully evaluate. We will immediately arrange a capture team and start chasing. Tu Long, please come with me and Ku Bo, the leader of the blood poison team. The whole big mountain over there seemed to have emitted a dazzling light everywhere, capturing them. They quickly ran away from this place in panic. They couldn't go far, we had to catch them at all costs. Xiu Long couldn't help but scream in his heart, let's go, my twin-cylinder engine. At this moment, suddenly his steps stopped and he fell into a small hole. Then his whole body quickly fell into the small hole over there. They quickly walked towards it carefully and worriedly. Little dragon, are you okay? Xiu Long climbed up from that small hole with fatigue. Thank you, I thought I was done. Suddenly he realized something was wrong. I turned my head and looked back and was extremely surprised at the silhouettes of countless small snakes appearing. What is that? A nest of snakes. The person over there spoke up, it seems like a snake den. Snakes often gather where there is strong yin energy, especially this season. They are unusually aggressive, be careful. Xiu Long also felt a bit panicked when he saw this scene, but those snakes looked extremely strange, opening their big mouths and looking straight at this direction. Strange, usually tiger-striped water snakes are not that ferocious. It's my fault we're delayed, it looks like it's about to rain, let's go quickly, the person behind quickly continued. Yes, little dragon warrior. The group of people quickly ran straight ahead. They quickly shouted a few times, over there, catch them, over there. Right after that, a large, powerful lightning column appeared from above and struck straight down. After they had cornered each other, they cried out, you have no way to escape, tightening your embrace. The whole group of people quickly used their weapons, ready to attack at any time. They were far away and quickly headed straight towards this direction to attack. After that, the fight between the crowd continuously occurred, creating extremely strong vibrations in this direction. Swords clashing together emitted extremely powerful light. These ants. The more those bandits fought, the more aggressive they became. This really put the Tang family at a disadvantage. Get out of the way quickly and be careful. However, they quickly counterattacked. A person uses his hands to strongly point straight forward and attack. 3 shadow assassins, this attack immediately went straight towards the man over there. But he used his weapon to block it. In the end, the hidden weapons that were fired earlier also deviated and flew everywhere. It's just that at this moment, accidentally, a knife pointed straight at his chest and stabbed him. The Tang family's people now began to surround each other. The lucky bastard. Consider yourself lucky because the rain eliminated the poison on my dart, bastard. Their eyes were extremely determined, looking straight ahead. It's just that at this moment, a few extremely powerful lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky, heading straight towards them. At the same time, strange voices appeared, you pathetic insects gathered in large numbers. But when they heard this sentence, they were a little scared. Who is it? At this moment, a monster landed from above with a red murderous aura surrounding its entire body appearing in front of him. That monster has a strange face like a witch and long sharp teeth that really makes people scared. Of course, the people here also realized that the current situation was not good and shouted a warning. He is a master, retreat quickly. The monster that just appeared over there radiated his power to suppress everyone here. He asked the person behind him, have you got it? The other person quickly took out a small book from his body. Yes, it is not the original, but a copy recorded by the gate. The little dragon on this side also seemed to realize something. It's a copy of the evil book that Grandpa read last time. He quickly shouted and signaled to the people over there, the 9-bin martial artist, that is, the blood hand single palm secret. What, is that a copy of the secret? Ju Bin gritted his teeth feeling extremely angry, you evil bastards. What kind of person would want such a sinister thing? Quickly reveal your identity. He was completely unconcerned with those words, with a happy smile on his lips, and he replied, just as I suspected, because he was a copy, he had moves but lacked decisiveness. Anyway, that was enough. Although it's a bit hasty, there is no better way to announce our return. Blood Glory, I allow you to use the Sect's martial arts. The man in black next to him quickly bowed his head respectfully to listen to the order, leaving no one alive. Please obey. He raised his hand towards his teammate lying on the ground. Very quickly, strange red drops appeared on his whole body. The people on the Tang family's side saw this scene and couldn't believe it. That move, what was it? They finally made their own judgment. He was sucking blood. The other person's entire body seemed to have been drained of energy and resigned to the fate of standing there. A strange laugh rang out. Yes, you guessed it right. I am none other than the Blood Sect Elder. The Blood Eagle breaks its claws. The 9 legs are evil. His eyes looked towards the little dragon standing behind and carefully evaluated. You look good, very good. He started to show an extremely disgusting face. It's been so long since I've tasted someone as bloody as you. Their battle was once again a bit strange. The group of people on the other side of the bandits quickly rushed forward, ready to attack. 9 shouted here, quickly set up a 5 poison fire array, don't let him get to Lord Tulong's place. The group of people heard this sentence and answered happily, let's try to block it. Landing from above was an extremely strong beam of light pointing straight below. They were worried about Tulong's weak body and cried out in fear. Lord Tulong quickly moved away. At this moment, his body was forced to move. The black masked man behind him used his hands to tightly squeeze the young man's neck. It seemed like the elder wanted to take your blood essence. Little dragon, at the moment of life and death, his face was cut without a drop of blood and he cried out in his heart, my children, bite. Then, in the blink of an eye, powerful attack streams appeared heading straight forward. Because at this time the other guy's whole body had been completely blown away by his little children, there was even an assassination weapon flying straight towards this direction. Could it be? Tulong felt a bit embarrassed by this situation. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, little dragon. Anhi in the distance along with the Tang family's group also quickly chased here, Miss Hoa Angan. Just when they arrived and saw the scene before their eyes, they were extremely surprised. Because the situation in front of me is really a bit difficult to solve. The 5 poisons destroy the fire array. What is this, Miss Hoa Angan? She cried out in surprise when she saw the scene before her eyes. The Blood Sect Elder attacked, the Blood Sect. The leader of the 9 defeated team, obeying the lady's orders, rushed forward, turning the 5 poison fire killing array into a 9 poison fire killing array. But the 9-legged evil on the other side was also laughing and talking happily at this time. It seemed that kid was the one who defeated the bloody poison bird Track Van Duong. His face carried an extremely sinister and cruel look. After all, the blood-handed poison bird was just a vain name. Unexpectedly, he was bitten to death by a gong. The blood-handed poison bird standing here heard those words and shouted angrily, shut your mouth, you will also be buried here. When the old man in front of him heard those words, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he happily smiled loudly. Is that so? In the end, his body transformed and exploded with enormous power, making people feel scared. Let me see. This situation really makes people feel panic. Please bear with it a bit. Tulong sat on the side feeling a bit confused. The situation was very unfavorable. You can see that the current situation is extremely bad. Our army is losing strength and that blood spear guy just needs to suck blood and recover. A powerful attack was launched. A beautiful figure was hit hard and flew straight towards this direction. Tulong looked extremely worried when he saw that. He quickly went there and picked up the girl next to him, gently worried and asked, Miss Hoa Angan, are you okay? I'm okay. The very strong girl suddenly held his hand tightly and said gently, little dragon. Let's go back to Damon and call more people here, we don't have enough strength to deal with them right now. The people over there quickly continued loudly, we will hold out here so you should go quickly. Tulong saw this scene and was extremely confused. His expression was a bit helpless. After all, he knew that this was the only way at the moment. I understand, I will return as quickly as possible. However, my light work is still weak, I don't know if I can do it. Before he could finish his words, the girl in front of him quickly rushed towards him and hugged him. He'll be fine. Besides, next time let's go look for poison together. She gently looked at Tulong and continued, Tulong is all thanks to you. Anhi then turned around and ran into the distance with great determination. Tulong has no choice but to run step by step in the heavy rain over there. I then sighed with extreme fatigue for several hours. Suddenly he tripped over a rock lying in the middle of the road. That huge body fell to the ground, carrying with it fatigue and helplessness. His lovely pet saw this scene and quickly crawled over as if to comfort him. As he lay on the ground, he felt like something was wrong. It was really strange. Even if we use all our strength to perform light work, it will still take half a day. The masters and the family have almost all left. Even if they call for reinforcements, they won't be able to arrive in time. He stood there, looking up at the direction he had just come from. His face carried a helplessness that was hard to put into words. They must have wanted to save me, that's why they sent me away. Those lifeless eyes looking straight at that direction are truly incomprehensible. He clenched his fist in disbelief. Why? Because I'm the youngest, because I'm weak, I have to be protected. From now on you are my family. Family, I have never seriously thought about the word family before. In his heart, he remembered the image he had experienced at home, happy memories with the flower crowd. This place truly gave him a true family. They entered his dark world and slowly gave the gentlest warm rays of light. They all considered themselves family. Xulong regained his composure and slowly stood up. Let's go save your mother. The footsteps run straight forward faster and more seriously. You already have your own thoughts in your heart. I want to save those people. I have to think of a way. Blood spear, blood, recovery, creatures nearby, snake pit. Finally, he quickly found the place where the snakes were living. The kids on his shoulders sensed danger and quickly broke out. Xulong immediately spoke up to reassure them to wait a bit. It will be okay. He quickly put them on the ground and prepared to use his power. They have not yet adapted to the current weather situation. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw his silhouette running away from this place. The little dragon quickly jumped straight into the hole over there. Bloodwood willow snake, this snake that people often call flower snake, is a terrifying poisonous snake. Unlike venomous snakes that have hook-shaped fangs in the front of their mouths, this species has small fangs in the molar area, so it is more difficult to inject venom. That's right, bite down firmly. In terms of toxicity, this is the most powerful venomous snake on land in East Asia. If it's even more toxic than the black mamba, then there's no need to say anything more. The Tang Sect's internal mind technique helps me endure the poison. It should be fine. He stood there trying to endure the situation of being bitten by small wounds. The children nearby saw this scene and were extremely worried. Xulong smiled and reassured, it's okay, I'll go out now, my dear children, please calm down. He quickly looked down at his hands. Those once white hands are now full of snake bites. This is probably enough. Time to slowly leave. It's just that at this moment, there was a little shock that made him a little surprised. This was not in the plan. The three kids over there quickly jumped down here with him. Xulong looked at them with some doubt. What's wrong with the kids? But these kids are still reacting extremely strongly. The snakes lying below also cried out angrily. But they seemed to have been angered and extremely angry. The whole group did not give up and quickly rushed down to attack those snakes. Xulong witnessed the scene of his brat abusing those snakes over there and felt a little suspicious. The baby was extremely excited and looked at him with sparkling eyes as if wanting to be rewarded. Xulong felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you, Bin. Xulong raised his hand and gently patted their heads and asked happily, you guys are also worried about Dad, right? Yes, thank you. Xulong had a musical smile on his lips and turned his head to look up. Great, let's go see Mom. But on Anhi's side right now it seems a bit wrong. They faced the monster standing over there with deep doubts about their own condition. If this continued, they would all die. That man over there was completely drained of blood and couldn't resist. His face changed extremely scary. It was easy as turning your hand. When they witnessed this scene, their hearts were filled with immense fear. There was no one left who could withstand a single blow from me. Little dragon, he must have escaped safely. Anhi then quickly shouted to everyone, stop him from as far away as possible. I will stop him. Send a signal to the nearby fighters. Yes, lady. At this time, an old man standing nearby spoke up and continued, Anhi, you also retreated like a little dragon. Anhi heard this sentence and was a bit surprised. What, you can't do that? How can the direct family of the family leave us alone? Our relatives are fighting and running away alone. If we can't even save ourselves, we have no face to look at the family. Go quickly, don't say unnecessary words. The Tang family is determined to never abandon their loved ones. These words immediately made the long-haired old man over there a little angry. Then suddenly said, stop, the prey keeps running like this, won't it make me lose interest? There was even a happy smile on the other person's mouth. Well, that's good. Having come to this point, if you are still not satisfied, turning the gate into a plane is also an interesting thing. To signal the rebirth of the blood religion, such a terrifying greeting is necessary. When they heard this sentence, they really didn't expect that guy to be that crazy. Damn it, he has no intention of sparing any of us. The rope on Anhi's body could no longer lie still like that. She took it out and used her power to prepare to attack forward. In that case, no matter where they all die, I have to take at least one of his arms. I understand, lady. The old man over there was extremely happy when he heard these words, according to Miss Anhi's words. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind them, attracting their attention. The family decided to never leave their loved ones behind and run away. Anhi saw the person appearing and was also extremely surprised. Seeing you standing there was truly unbelievable, little dragon. The people present there also looked surprised when they saw him. Tu Long, why did you come back? He just gently smiled and replied, I told you that family members will never abandon their loved ones. I started taking off my shirt again. Standing under that fierce rainy sky, that small body seemed ready to fight at any moment. I am also a member of the Tang family. He quickly grabbed his weapon and rushed forward. Even though it's not the ultimate speed, it still carries determination within you. Anhi, who was there, saw this scene and screamed in fear, little dragon, no. But the old man over there saw you and was extremely excited. I spared your life, but you brought your own body here, you stupid guy. Tu Long completely ignored what he said, holding 2 daggers in his hands ready to pounce. Anhi stood to the side and saw that scene, feeling extremely worried and panicked. Because of course you are not his opponent. In the blink of an eye he was grabbed by the opponent like a chicken. He is now looking at you with extremely hungry eyes, offering himself his blood and essence. I like it even more. Let me taste it. The powerful beam of light headed straight towards you and attacked. Those big hands aimed towards his stomach and hit him down. Did you react so quickly that you blocked with your hands in that moment? His eyes gradually became more crazy. What an idiot, don't you know that blood also flowed through his arms? His whole body was completely occupied by those hands. The little dragon on this side suffered that attack and cried out in pain. Anhi in the distance shouted in fear and pity, little dragon, save little dragon master. But the old man over there of course wouldn't allow that to happen. He enjoyed all the drops of pure blood from his body with great excitement. So sweet, so wonderful, how long has it been since I tasted a teenager's blood like this? At this moment, his whole body seemed to be surrounded by the power he had just acquired. Quickly use your power to explode, the blood will is full of 3. Everyone there was extremely worried about your current situation. Tu Long, despite facing this cruel attack, they still tried to resist. The old man next to him laughed and talked extremely excitedly. The whole old body started talking loudly again. I was already annoyed by that person who kept throwing hidden weapons like flies and mosquitoes, but thanks to this kid, I solved it once and for all. Anhi was there hugging her husband in her arms, calling loudly in worry, little dragon, please wake up. At this moment, the man over there is facing this direction, ready to attack. I will send you away without any pain, no. Suddenly there was a dry cough, and Anhi on this side was a bit confused. The old man there at this moment had several large mouthfuls of saliva pouring out of his mouth, his face shocked, completely unbelievable. You, what have you done? His whole body quickly changed, the long hair on his head quickly became bare, his huge body slowly shrank into just an ugly old skeleton. This poisonous attack. That whole body trembled to the point of not being able to stand. No, that couldn't be possible. How could my internal mind technique be affected by a poisonous attack? He covered his face in disbelief and shouted, this is impossible, who are you to do such a thing? Tu Long was finally able to calmly sit up with a faint smile on his lips. You asked who I am. He smiled a little proudly and looked forward, answering, I am your natural enemy. The 9-legged evil standing there heard these words in complete disbelief. What, natural enemy? Even Anhi sitting there was a bit unable to understand this answer. The old man standing over there was so angry that he couldn't believe it. What did I hit? Ever since I used that kid's blood energy to circulate around the meridians, my blood no longer obeyed my will. He was angry to the point of madness. The world's bloodshed was right before his eyes. My whole body quickly couldn't keep calm anymore and screamed, I couldn't break down here. The opponent seemed to be desperate to rush forward and attack, dying, but Anhi of course did not let this happen. She used her whip to point straight at it and attack. That rope very quickly hit straight towards the old man and curled up that old body. She was also a bit surprised when she witnessed this scene. The attack was successful, couldn't a devil like him be able to block it? But that devil over there can't calm down anymore. He gritted his teeth and looked this way with bloodshot eyes. This brat, even if he had a choice, he wouldn't be happy. What have you done to my bloodline? I will kill you all. he is facing forward ready to use his power to risk death. The blood cult returns, the world. Seeing this, Anhi was not afraid and screamed a few times, "Shut up," and died. With just one blow, the opponent's large head was completely torn off. That thing even fell in a nearby place of someone in the hall.
When they saw this scene, they finally shouted happily, I won.
The young lady beheaded the elder of the blood sect. Anhi sat there in disbelief and cried out, little dragon, what's going on, that strange blood cult elder?" Honeysuckle, she was a bit surprised when she heard her name called. Who? Long with a pale face lying in her arms calmly replied, "It seems I have to cure the poison caused by being bitten by a tiger. Anhi, when she heard those words, cried out in surprise, "Isn't the tiger palm dew snake not poisonous? Quickly bring the antidote. Long has been poisoned by the tiger palm dew snake." Long. Opening his eyes again, he was now lying in the recovery room of the Tang Mon. Surrounded by a few people from the Tang family who were extremely worried and cried out, "You can't move yet, little dragon, don't move." But right now he was lying in bed and really couldn't understand what the hell was going on. What was this situation? He was lucky to wake up. The old man standing next to him was treating him and cried out a few times, "You've been unconscious for 10 days. He was lying on the bed when he heard these words and asked in surprise, 10 days. Anhi started telling about what happened that day. "Thanks to Long and us, we were able to cut down the enemy, then everyone hurriedly took him back to the clan. I was poisoned so badly, if Grandpa doesn't come back soon, my life will be over. Oh my God, I was bitten twice by a snake and almost died." The old man now smiled happily and said, "Okay, once you wake up you should be fine." He slowly sat up and tilted his head to look at the old man over there and replied, "Thank you very much." Suddenly he thought of something in his mind, but wait. He was extremely excited and vigorously shook his body a few times to signal, "Is the tiger and snake also poisonous? Blood sect elder, how can you defeat him?" Long felt that he was about to be stupid, so he stopped him. "Grandpa, I will explain right away. First of all, the tiger is actually a poisonous species. Moreover, it has two types of poison. One type is located inside the mouth, the other type comes from the poisonous gland in the nape of the neck." The two people from the Duong family over there completely didn't understand what was going on and asked again, "What kind of two?" I don't know about this." They are inherently very shy, they run away when they see people, and their poisonous teeth are also very small. In fact, until the 1980s, people still did not know that flower snakes were poisonous. The old man sitting next to him continued to say, "So, does the blood sect elder's internal attack being disrupted also have something to do with this?" The blood sect is clearly immune to poison attacks. The main ingredient of the flower snake's poison is hematoxin, a blood toxin, which is a type of poison that causes bleeding. Hemorrhagic poison destroys red blood cell membranes, along with blood vessel walls, cell tissues and many other structures in the body. Our red blood cells, it can damage many organs inside the body. What if the blood cultists, those who use blood like vampires, drink hemorrhagic poison? It really worked. Perhaps because of that, their blood, the source of their martial arts, has been affected and led to this situation. It's just that people don't know that the tiger snake is a venomous snake. It possesses a toxicity 5 times stronger than that of a viper. If it is still affected by negative energy, the toxicity becomes even stronger. The two people sitting in front of him heard those explanations and immediately exclaimed excitedly. They did not expect that there would be such a terrible venomous snake around the Sichuan region. "Great, little dragon, you have achieved a great feat." At this moment, the old man seemed to remember something and continued speaking. "Now that I remember, I heard Hoa Angan say it. The blood sect elder called him natural enemy." Why? The little dragon was actually a bit confused by this question. It sounds a bit arrogant. Did I say something like that? Embarrassed, he hugged the thin blanket in front of him to cover his red cheeks. The people next to him continued to say, "Yes, if I conceal their martial arts, then it is true. A natural enemy, really." The old man suddenly spoke quietly. "Little dragon, thank you for protecting the family. They dare to attack my family in my absence. This time, I will definitely root them out." But the boy sitting over there replied very seriously, "Yes, Grandpa, we must destroy them completely. Now that we know their weakness, the only thing left is to collect a large amount of the tiger's poison. These damn mosquitoes, even their souls must be wiped out to be ethical." Since the appearance of the blood cult, the Tang family has been on high alert. Many martial artists of the Tang family were injured, some even died, so the white sects in martial arts are flocking to the Tang family to help. Even when facing top experts, such losses are still small. Thinking about the wanderers once again drowning in a sea of blood because of the blood religion, my heart is heavy. Those damn mosquitoes, they not only capture innocent people to suck blood, 30 years ago, they caused a huge massacre and became the common enemy of martial arts. This time, the matter is even more serious. The old man seriously placed his hand on his shoulder, but this time, things will be different. Because the Duong family of Sichuan is a natural enemy, and the heavens have decreed it. Tu Long saw the glowing eyes of the old man next to him and was so embarrassed that his face turned red. Grandpa, did you do that on purpose? He looked this way and smiled happily. The two people's conversation finally became serious again. Little dragon, I have a request, can you help me? Yes, Grandpa, if it is something I can do, I will do my best. People from the Martial Arts Alliance are coming here soon. There will be soldiers from the Martial Arts League with you. I want you to show them the poison you discovered. Now that we have found the weakness of the blood spear, I want to share it with everyone. Tu Long also quickly agreed to this. I understand, if it's for the great cause, of course we have to do it. He was extremely happy when he heard those words. I knew you would say that. By the way, little dragon, I have news that will make you happy. What is it? The renovation work of the 10,000 Dock Palace has been completed. From now on, little dragon, you will officially manage the 10,000 Dock Palace. Hearing these words, he was extremely excited. Is that true? Finally, this day has come. I can't help but think of my feelings of being immersed in the pet garden. The old man happily smiled and said, just as you said, I have also prepared a special hall to raise animals. To raise tigers and snakes, we must first have a suitable place. Of course, he is extremely excited about this. Thank you very much. Please think that you are doing this for martial arts, and try your best. I understand, Grandpa. Then when he saw the scene before his eyes, he really couldn't believe it. This was truly shocking news. This place is truly majestic and extremely magnificent. There was also a carefully written note on it. Anhi looked there a bit surprised. Poison Star. Tu Long stood aside and smiled and explained, this place was created to collect all the animals in the Central Plains. Anhi heard this sentence and felt a bit embarrassed and suddenly asked seriously, I see, are you planning to collect all the poisons? Tu Long quickly replied, of course, in the future I also want to collect all the 10 great poisons in the Central Highlands, because I promised Miss Hoa Angan. Anhi saw these words, her face turned red and she turned her head to look in the other direction, muttering, I will cheer you up. Then she quickly walked straight forward at a fast speed. Behold, there are many people gathered there, come quickly and see. Miss Hoa Angan. There's already someone waiting there right now. You've arrived, The former deputy master, yes, the master of the poison hall, the former loser, is present. Tu Long was a bit confused when he heard this name. What is the poison team? Yes, this is a new army established by the homeowner according to his orders. From now on, they will be your master's assistants, both finding and nurturing poison. Please leave it to your subordinates. Of course, Tu Long did not expect that he would receive such good treatment. His face quickly turned red. God knows how excited he is right now, including the animal care staff. The family has really invested heavily in him. This is a big step on the road to realizing the little dragon's dream. The big bird sent by the old man has also found the place it needs to go. A beautiful, seemingly older woman took the letter, feeling a bit pensive. Then I thought carefully, Amitabha Buddha, did the blood sect reappear? His eyes filled with complexity as he raised his head to look up at the sky in the distance. While the Central Plains were peaceful, a bloody storm was about to rise. The little dragon standing to the side was now exclaiming uncomfortably, that's the Golden Mao Wind King. He was extremely indignant and shouted a few times, Kim Mao Fan King is a poisonous animal that I raised. Everyone calm down. What, you raised it? The queen bee over there quickly rushed straight towards him and hugged him. Tu Long was also extremely happy. You guys came to find me. That's right, I've been missing for a while. They couldn't believe it when they saw the scene before them. Hey, you can't shoot poison at guests. Is he treating King Kim Mao Fan like a child? The fiery atmosphere of the young martial artists immediately subsided. Some of them then slowly walked down the street. The Marquis carefully observes him little by little. I don't think he is the loyal lover of Tang and Anhi. Even though he is an outsider, he is still considered the son-in-law of the Tang family. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something. What else is this? A group of people over there are actively arguing. What are you saying? Look how bright it shines. Wouldn't a poisonous animal like this be more suitable for the Tang family? He was a little confused, so he asked, Little Knight, Little Dragon, why are those martial artists surrounding a creature like that? Qiu Long thought for a moment and then calmly explained, they were people who were affected by the crime of selling poison. Selling poison, did they commit something wrong? This question really hit him in the wrong place. Sorry, what a mistake, but all this happened a few days ago. That night you and Anhi were practicing martial arts together. There, feel the internal force pushing out. Ah, is it like this, Qiu Long? It's not like that. At this time, in the distance, someone suddenly came and called out, Little Dragon Hero. Seeing the person appearing in front of him, he was a little suspicious. Old master, what's wrong? I'm really sorry, Little Dragon Hero. They quickly bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. This time, more than half of the fish we caught were used as food for the tigers and snakes. Ah, the little dragon standing here also felt a bit sad when he heard that information. Are they dead? In the end, he shrugged his shoulders a few times to show helplessness. This was unavoidable. This quadruped fish is inherently very sensitive. If there is any noise, their mother can kill the baby herself. But that man actually replied with a few sentences that made him unbelievable. No, the martial artists had already used them as bait. They ate them as bait. This sentence immediately hit me like lightning. What? That can't be. You said they ate fish as bait. Why did they eat it? Anhi, standing nearby, quickly answered, Tam Chi Nyan, is a dish where they dip live baby fish in sauce and then eat it, and the man sitting over there has already fallen into deep remorse. Sincerely sorry, Little Dragon Hero. The other person began to bow his head and explain, there were a few people from Hanam in the poison platform. They said they missed their hometown, then just ate it, but Qiu Long at that time did not want to listen to those excuses at all. That's how it was. The young fish that we caught to feed the tigers were eaten by these people. We cannot leave them like this. We must respect the creatures that need to be nurtured. And so, in the Tang family of Sichuan, a new rule appeared, selling poisoned objects. So the martial artists and the new Tang family each took care of a type of poison. The Marquis finally understood everything. So that's it, so everyone had their own poison. I couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and looked at the teenager next to me. Then calmly evaluate, clearly, he is not a normal person. After that, they actually had a small chat with each other, so that's it. Gia Cat Marquis then smiled happily and excitedly. Indeed, as I predicted, the mysterious young knight that the head of the family, the Tang family, met on Hainan Island, was the young knight Wei Qiu Long. At this time, the conversation was pushed to Qiu Long. What, isn't he a treasure of the royal family? Just saying it's mysterious is not enough. Kim Mao Fan King really surprised me. Juga Marquis now spoke up and continued talking about his thoughts. It's so embarrassing, but I still have something to worry about. Still haven't found any clues about the blood sect, can't just stand by and watch the blood sect's power grow stronger. The old man calmly spoke at this moment. Little dragon, take that thing, go. Yes, Grandpa, but the Marquis is really a bit puzzled by the current situation. A barrier was created very quickly. The old man said very seriously, we can't let the sound leak out. I will put up a sound barrier too. Then very quickly he placed a small vase on the table. This was it. The young man in front of him took it, feeling extremely bewildered. After all, this is something that even a sound barrier has to be set up. It's a poison attack. If it was just a poison attack, there wouldn't be a need to stretch the barrier to this extent. The two of them looked at each other, smiled and nodded as if they silently understood. Then started telling what he knew. But what if this type of poison attack only worked on people of the blood sect? Juga Marquis over there heard this sentence and exclaimed in surprise, Is that true? Yes, it's so hard to believe. He then replied very seriously, if that's true, then this is truly a shocking discovery. The blood spears are still normal, but it's because of the poison they used. The old man next to him quickly continued, yes, if we, martial arts practitioners, stayed on the mountain, all the energy inside would be dispersed, because they are blood worshippers. Their conversation continued to revolve around this issue, how strong the toxicity is. According to Hoa Angan, it causes the poisoned person's physical condition to drop to normal human level. The silver flower defeated a blood sect elder and was poisoned in just one move. Just one trick, actually has the same effect as a poison attack. The young man quickly stood up and bowed his head towards them, thanking Senior Man Doc Then Quan. This is truly something I did not expect with a gift like this. Surely I can rest assured, if you want to thank me, it is not me, but this kid, because it was Qiu Long who discovered that thing. This kid poisoned his own body, then lured the blood sect elder to suck his blood. Thanks to that, he struggled between life and death for 10 days. The compliments that followed made the current atmosphere a bit awkward. Not only was he clever, but he was also brave without sparing himself. Then the other person's hands quickly touched this direction and said happily. Young Master Wei, as long as you want, I will give you anything. If you have anything you want, I will tell the leader. Xulong heard those words and felt a bit confused, so. Then, with some embarrassment, I asked, wondering if I could get information about the poison. And when the person in front of him heard this sentence, he was also a little confused. What are you talking about? Information about poisonous substances, not secret recipes, elixirs or gold, silver and jewels. You really are a strange person. Even the old man in front of him had to laugh to relieve that embarrassment. Juga Marquis really felt a bit embarrassed. Throughout the long history of martial arts, I'm afraid this is the first time such a mutant has appeared. But then very quickly the other person had a smile on his lips and replied, if so, even though it's not the kind of poison you want. But are you interested in the mysterious Lithic species? Now at a tall and beautiful waterfall. A group of people were gathering there. The young man was walking in front, his assistant. It seemed like everyone had arrived. According to the map of the ancestors, waterfalls and stone statues have appeared. In the distance, the top of Jia Sun Palace can also be seen. This place is Sichuan, Jia Sun Palace. The other person slowly raised his hand to touch the beautiful water below. As expected, the water melted from thousands of years of snow was so cold. Everyone please wait here. Tianhe, carefully follow me. Yes, uncle, yes, Lord Juga Marquis. Then they quickly jumped up to move. The whole group of people used their power to quickly move everywhere. They then found the foothills over there. Both were extremely excited when they saw the results they had just found. Passing the stone statue, going up the waterfall on the cliff, they would see a cave entrance next to a fist-shaped rock, completely consistent with what was recorded in the documents. The two looked at each other and made signs, then nodded a few times. I slowly walked straight ahead. I will go in first, you guys follow. Okay, uncle. Then the two of them entered a strange, dark space. Both of them slowly bent down to carefully examine and probe inside. I kept walking and finally found the place I was looking for. High above is a large skylight shining sunlight down on this place. It seems like we have arrived. We did not expect that this cave would have such a wonderful scene, so magical. The two of them slowly walked forward and felt that this was a suitable place for spiritual herbs to grow. At this moment, the servant suddenly smiled happily. It was here. Centennial Snow Ginseng, a type of spiritual herb that absorbs extremely negative energy. At this time a small flower lying in a nearby lake was growing alone in a very special way. Its body even emitted a large beam of light. Both of them were a little interested in approaching. Now the only thing left to do is exchange this snow ginseng with the Namkung family's black knotweed. Yes, with this, the Namkung family's absolute bloodline will surely be improved, and in return, we will get a black knotweed that is over 200 years old. This man slowly sat down and looked forward, then the hand points out the station towards. It's just that very quickly something appeared. The opponent quickly sensed this. With his strength, he quickly retreated away. Something had just rushed out from the rock crevice. The Marquis had no choice but to use his sword to block that attack. The person next to him quickly cried out in fear, Uncle, are you okay? Juga Marquis calmly replied, I'm fine, be careful, that thing moves really fast. Then something actually attacked in this direction. He had no choice but to use his paper fan to stop him. It's just that I finally realized something was wrong. When a strange crack appeared on this thing, it was so cold. The young man in the distance quickly ran towards this place and asked, Uncle, what is that thing? Juga Marquis replied somewhat thoughtfully, Shitich, ha. That's the blue quartzite, the blue quartzite. As soon as Xulong heard that name, he was extremely surprised. Green stone, naturally green, this is a rare species. The old man was really a bit confused, so he asked, the stone is not poisonous, so is there any problem? Tufan replied very excitedly, it's okay. Lithium is poisonous in the eyes. I don't understand what you're saying, but keep it up. Marquis Juga can only smile awkwardly. What a weirdo. After that, the other party decided to leave this place. If there is more information about other poisons, I will notify you first. Thank you, brother. The next day, my father-in-law returned. As soon as Trit-sun entered, he opened the door and called loudly, son-in-law. Ha, father-in-law. He was extremely worried and ran this way to roughly check your body. Is it okay? Yes, you're okay, father-in-law. Xulong smiled happily and carefully repeated what he had heard. You woke up after 10 days, there are scars on your arm, but at least I'm still alive. What, those people of the blood cult. At this moment, the machine suddenly realized that something was wrong. Hoa Angan, are you okay? She saw your attitude and was a little scared. Father, please calm down. Then a smile appeared on his lips and he replied, I'm okay, the dragon saved me, and the whole family. That's right, the little dragon has accomplished a great feat. The old man still remembers those words from before and smiled teasingly. When he defeated the elder, what did he say? Your natural enemy is me. That's right, I am your natural enemy. Long now felt a bit embarrassed and explained, it was just that my plan luckily succeeded. Thanks to that we also discovered the weakness of the blood sect. Juga Marquis sitting in the distance saw someone coming and happily waved, Trit son, I'm also here, are you okay? After that, there was a reunion between two old friends. Since you became a senior, you have had less contact with me. Something like this must have happened for me to meet you, so why, I'm so sorry. You guys really can't believe this, you two are soulmates since childhood, I see, it's crazy. Anyway, please sit down, we have a lot to discuss about the blood cult, okay? You all sit down too, I need to hear everything in more detail. Yes, father-in-law. Trit's son sat there and carefully asked, so, how's the spy thing going? When Long heard this sentence, he was a bit confused. Spy means, secret agent, like an undercover person. He smiled gently and replied. People from the blood sect broke in with the aim of appropriating the secret of the blood hand and single claw, right, they seem to value it very much. The homeowner sat there and continued, okay, if that's the case then. How could they know that the bloody hand and poisonous claw was in the Sichuan Tang family? As soon as these words came out, the little dragon sitting next to him quickly stood up and shouted, this is serious, could it be that someone in the family or our martial artists has sold information to the blood sect? But that speculation immediately made the people there bewildered. After that, a few of them laughed and talked very happily. It seems like Khan needs to re-educate his son-in-law, because he is still a new member, he is still very naive. The more Long listens, the more he cannot understand, so am I the one with the problem. Anhi sat to the side and explained, Long, there absolutely cannot be spies in communication, is that true? The head of the family sitting above said, even when choosing a servant, we will also investigate his entire family and direct ancestors. If there are no problems, we will accept all of his family members into the family. When all the wives, children and families are in the royal family, how can anyone dare to be a spy? When Long heard that explanation, he felt a bit confused. Did they have control to that extent? Then he asked again in bewilderment, then. So who is the real spy? At this time, somewhere, a large teacup was broken by a man who was so angry that he broke it. He carefully squeezed the small neck of the woman in front of him. As a servant of the martial arts union, this really makes people scared. Juga Marquis smiled and said, in the martial arts alliance, only 3 people knew about this, now the alliance leader has captured that person. Meanwhile, as everything gradually came to an end, an uninvited guest appeared at the Sichuan Tang family. I've arrived, running from Ha Bok to the gate of the Tang family without using light attack, is quite interesting. He had a strong, muscular body and loudly announced. Announce the departure of the head of the house, the head of the house, the head of the house, has arrived. At this moment a powerful arrow was shot. Long and Anhi followed the instructions and quickly rushed forward. But at this moment, the guy behind asked a bit confused, Miss Hoa Angan, will it be okay if we run out? She happily smiled and replied, yes, because everyone is talking about important things. Long is also the son-in-law of the Sichuan family, you should be more confident, oh yes. At this moment, he walked out the gate with a happy smile on his lips. Well, he was probably a guest from another sect, no need to be afraid. It's just that the people who just appeared made him unable to resist, they were so tall and muscular that he couldn't believe it, he was afraid. Looking in this direction, his eyes were a bit surprised. Then smiled happily and greeted, who is this? Isn't Miss Hoa Angan, Duong Hoa Angan of the Sichuan family Tang meets the head of the Ha Bok Bang family. The other person was extremely happy to welcome you, it's been a long time since I've seen you, last time I saw you, you were so young, now you're so big that it's hard to recognize, it's been 5 years, time really flies. Only then did he notice the teenager standing next to him, and, who are you? Long bowed a bit awkwardly to say hello. Wei Long, the son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang family, and the man over there was also a little interested when he heard this sentence. Then happily walked forward and carefully examined, son-in-law, Angan. He now had a happy smile on her lips, that's my husband. He glanced this way somewhat appraisingly. But the little dragon stood there unable to even move. The other person's eyes looked down with a bit of scrutiny. Then, in broad daylight, I touched your hand there, let me see. In the end, he laughed and talked naturally and comfortably, even though he himself was blushing. At first I thought he was a child, but underneath he was really a man. Then he looked at Anhi and started teasing, Miss Hoa Angan, in a few years it will be great, little dragon. Long there remembered what everyone had said and was a little confused. People of the Ha Bok Bang family don't like formalities. The Bang family owner only wanted to evaluate Long in his own way. It turned out to be like this. As expected, men always recognize real men. In the end, he just had to blend in, smile and look in that direction, thanking the homeowner for his compliments, different from the boys from other famous sects. The big men over there started laughing and talking happily. That's right, I'm Bang Vo Huan, the head of the Bang family. I really want to be taught. I'm really looking forward to being taught. I'm really looking forward to being taught. At this time, someone suddenly spoke up next to me, asking for help. Sir, what's wrong, Miss Hoa Angan? Angan, he asked with confusion, did you come all the way from Ha Bok just to help our family, so quickly? The other person's eyes were very serious as he replied, come to help, what happened to the Tang family? Angan, he saw his attitude and really couldn't understand, so why did you come to the Tang family? What's going on? Oh yes, Hoa Angan felt confused. The news that followed made the other party even more surprised. What? The blood cult appeared. Angan, he answered with a smile on her lips, it's been eliminated, my lord, I should have come a little earlier. The people there spoke up and asked, what business did the owner come here? I forgot to mention it, because of the blood religion, I was so angry that I went crazy. Actually, I came here to ask for your help. Then he sighed helplessly. Finally, he shouted loudly to signal to the people next to him, lead him in here, and say hello to the elders. Outside the door slowly opened. A tall man with a muscular body walked in. The people nearby saw the other person and really couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Hello elders, I'm not a child anymore. At this time, the other person slowly said to the person on his back, Miss, please go down, Miss, you must say hello to the elders of the Sichuan Tang family, Miss. Behind that huge body, a small head appeared, whispering softly, I'm afraid. Everyone nearby who saw this scene was also surprised. Then a tiny figure slowly appeared, there was also an extremely adorable lollipop on her lips. The little girl looked a bit bewildered at the people in front of her in the field. After that, I obediently bowed my head and said hello, my brother, I would like to pay my respects. In one hand, he picked up the baby like a small chicken and smiled, introducing, my daughter. As soon as these words came out, the others were immediately surprised, daughter. The people there really couldn't believe their eyes, it's truly a miracle of blood, because we're so similar that everyone can see it. Pang sat there and continued to speak, after all, this child is the reason why I came to the Tang family. My daughter is not feeling well, I hope you can help. Seeing such an obedient baby, everyone's heart is as soft as a puddle. Where is your daughter? Not healthy? Is she not healthy? Long sitting here carefully looked in that direction. The baby over there is extremely happy eating breakfast, so adorable. That night, Long lay in bed seriously thinking, after listening and checking his symptoms, in the end he still couldn't determine the cause. The owner's explanation is as follows. Occasionally, she gasps for air and large red patches appear on her body. When it gets worse, she sometimes faints. As time passes, she wakes up again, but we don't know the cause at all. I searched everywhere, even took her to the Elixir's disciples, but they said that she was completely healthy, which really drove me crazy. One of them even said some strange words. I almost beat her up. They felt a bit speechless after that. Strange words. Bang Vo Huan continued, he said maybe this is a symptom, poisoning, because someone poisoned him, but there is no one like that in our Bang family. Was he poisoned? Trit's son over there continued to say, indeed, if it was really poisoned, it is very likely that the problem lies internally. Bang Vo Huan on this side exclaimed in surprise, I can confirm that the people in Bang's family are absolutely not the type of people to do that. After that, he felt a bit tired. Don't mention this anymore, I don't want to doubt the family members. That's right, because nothing is certain yet. Don't rush to conclusions. Poisoning is not always caused by someone poisoning. Trit's son stood next to him and continued, then, I will save an empty 4-room for you, stay for a while to monitor her condition. First of all, I think we need to determine whether she is poisoned or has a strange disease. Pang Vo Huan felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you, Mr. Tang family, in the near future, please excuse me. Qiu Long felt a bit embarrassed. It looked like type 1 diabetes in children. Since when did he have another sugar cube in his hand? Before going to bed, he was still wondering about these things. Does diabetes cause rashes? If there were clear symptoms, it would be easier to recognize. At this moment, there was suddenly a knock on the door outside. People outside loudly said inside, "Little dragon, there's something big going on." He quickly opened the door to look out. What was going on? The thing was, Miss Bang Jia fainted. Miss Bang Jia. As soon as the words came out, he immediately cried out in surprise. That night everyone gathered together. Qiu Long quickly ran to that place and asked loudly, "What happened, Qiu Long?" "I heard someone sitting in the pavilion coughed and suddenly fell down." Trit's son stood there, thinking a bit. If he fainted right here, then you can rest assured that there are no insiders in the Pang family. The eagle clenched his hands into fists. Could it be that the eagle owner? Then he quickly used that fist to hit me straight in the face. Boss. This punch was so strong that blood flowed out and the tooth in his mouth fell painfully. But the other person smiled happily and replied, "I'm sorry, even though I said that, but, just because I had a slight suspicion of someone in the family, I couldn't forgive myself. If he also fell right here, then there must have been another reason. The remaining people in his family were really touched to the point of crying. Then they also started hitting themselves in the face. This made the rest of us not know how to react. Even though we were here, we still couldn't stop the lady from fainting. We are guilty of a big crime. Please calm down." Anhi stood aside and said worriedly, "Qiu Long, what should I do? I have no way." At this moment, he suddenly loudly said to the people in the distance, "Everyone, please calm down. As long as we find the cause of the symptoms, we can definitely prove that everyone is innocent." Everyone was quickly surprised when they heard those words. What was that way? He knelt down in front of her. With a very serious face he said, "First, take off Miss Bang On's clothes." The rest of the sect were really shocked to the point of fainting. The indifferent eagle over there felt like he could kill someone at any moment and angrily asked again, "What did you say?"